purge this sort of fear of infraction on. Well, was that you?
Okay,
my brother, that was Saddam Hussein.
I thought that was
Saddam Hussein.
Crazy word.
Is that you? Is that?
What up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome into the WILDER broadcast. I hope we are doing well today. How are we? One's in chat if you're alive and well. Two's in chat if you're a little bitch ass motherfucker. If you're a little bitch boy, you're a little baby bitch boy who needs his bottom smacked. Who needs his little bottom smacked? Little baby bitch boy needing their bottom smacked. Oh, is baby gonna cry? The fuck is up, guys? How the fuck are we doing? All right, we like to see that. Throw that ass in a circle. Throw that ass in a circle, ladies and gents. Let's go. I'm fucking ready. How we doing, guys? Hope everyone's doing well. Let's go ahead and honor one. Thank you guys for coming out. I appreciate everyone. We are going to start bringing motherfuckers on. I am super excited. I think you guys are all awesome. Thank you for all the love. Thank you guys for showing up today. Keep the chat hot. Make sure you follow all of our individuals who are in chat today. I'm going to go ahead and pull on our first guest here. It's going to be a familiar face. We're going to go ahead and bring on enemy Charlie early on. Let's see. Charlie, are you there? Hello.
Yeah.
Welcome in, guys. Charlie, how are we doing today?
I'm chilling. I've been watching a lot of Inuyasha. You know what that is?
No. Is anime? I don't know. It sounds anime, Jason.
It's an older anime. Yeah.
It's Inuyasha? Inuyasha?
Inuyasha. Yeah.
The way I did like a Trump mouth when I Inuyasha? Inuyasha? What? Wait, so what is it?
did.
Explain. What is? Why is it have you so in its grips?
It's like I don't want to say like hopecore, but like a little bit. It's about a 15-year-old girl in like 1990s, 2000s Japan who is transported back into feudal era Japan. And she meets and falls in love with a yokai named Inuyasha, who's a dog boy, and they have to go on a great. How much
like, dog is in a dog boy? Like, is it like ears, tail dog boy?
He's half.
Or
is
it
half
like
dog?
Okay, he's like very.
He just has ears.
But
just the dog ears.
Wait, when you say he's half, are we talking like genealogically he is half dog? Like he is biologically?
Okay, well,
like it's
so
like
his dad
this
was like a giant dog, a giant sentient dog that could turn into a man, and he got some
Is this a werewolf?
Pregnant. No,
but okay, so so this is a dog that can shapeshift.
Yeah.
So if the dog was horny, he could
shapeshift.
But this dog guy, so he's nerfed. His dad, like, he's worse than his dad was. He's out in public getting dogged on, no pun intended, for being a dog. He can't hide.
Everyone knows. His dad could hide.
But like, and he could hide as either a dog or a human. It was like full one or the other. Like he's a dog on all fours.
Well, like a giant dog though.
How?
Like that. Like big, like as
like
bigger
a Great
than
Dane.
House.
Oh, what? Like he's like Clifford the dog. Okay, so he's like a demon.
Yeah, essentially, okay. But like not like an evil demon, just like a fantasy creature.
Okay, yeah.
And then he turned into a guy,
a
sexy guy, and then he fell in love with Inuyasha's human mom, and then they had freaky monster sex, and then probably like normal, actually.
Yeah, they probably had to have normal. I don't feel like there's any. I don't think you could turn into dog house, and like that's not. It doesn't work that way.
That would not work. Yeah, that would not work. Yeah, but
not as Clifford. He had normal human sex and procreated Inuyasha. Am I saying that right? Inuyasha, is that what it?
And then he made Inuyasha.
And then he falls in love with a 15-year-old girl.
Okay, well, to be fair, she's the reincarnated version of his lover.
What?
Yeah. Okay, she's the reincarnated version of his lover.
But is his lover his mom? I'm so confused.
No, it was a priestess named Kikyo.
Oh, wow. So this is layered, and then Kikyo dies.
It's layered. Kikyo died because they thought that they killed each other, but there was this evil guy named Naraku that like got them killed, so that he could take the Shikon jewel or whatever. And then Kagome is because I don't know, she like is born with the Shikon jewel in her body.
Okay.
Because Kikyo died and burned herself with it.
Oh.
Or she was burned.
The
when
jewel
she died.
killed them. It was a powerful jewel, a gem of
someone that wants the jewel.
Oh, and this was a way of denying them access to the jewel.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's beautiful. Wait, I like
it. Is kind of weird that she's 15. Definitely.
Yeah, but if it was made in 1998 in Japan, it's almost kind of old. Like they were,
Played
if
by
anything,
a woman, so like
they could have gone
less-
even younger and they
Yeah.
didn't. So is it drawn like a woman is drawn?
Yeah,
Okay.
she's drawn like a grown woman.
That's kind of not to get like academic about it, but I get really frustrated in online discourse when people are like really like picking apart the like age of a character when I'm like, well, the opposite is significantly more problematic. Like I would much prefer that they be like a teenager canonically and look like an adult and people be responding to that than like the opposite, which happens in like lolicon shit. Like it's a complete and total like
shit. And I hate it when people are like, no, you don't get it. She's 3,000 years old. And I'm like, man, she's prepubescent. Stop.
Yeah, no, it's
You're
not. That's
freaking
not
me
an
out.
argument. It's fucking insane to me. I do not understand
Like-
what universe people feel as if that's acceptable.
Like, if
I've
that
never
makes
been able to
you-
make it.
If that makes you horny,
Yeah, no, you're horny for a kid. That's all
like,
it
it's
is.
like someone looks like a kid.
You like the kid.
Yeah,
That's it.
legit. That's like you want the kid.
Yes. Yeah. No. Okay. I'm glad we're on the same page with that because it's 100% the case. I don't know anyone who actually takes the position opposite that who isn't an anime PFP Twitter troll. Like I don't. I've never heard a human being say that it like with confidence. Now maybe you have. I don't know, but like not in the last 3.5 years. Probably not since like the John Zerka era of my career have I encountered people who would be willing to say that and be attached to that as a idea.
No, I feel like my anime experience was shaped by like deeply autistic yaoi shippers.
Okay,
So
yeah.
there's like, it's like a lot less likely for like the prepubescent. Well, it does come up sometimes, but it's a lot less likely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
No.
a different kind of stinky anime fan.
Yeah,
You know?
I don't know why, and I'm sure that there's actually a lot of like meaningful conversation to be had about like how a lot of those things come to be and why there tends to be a greater representation of male predators, especially when it comes to like predators to children, pedophiles, etc. But maybe we get into that. Also, I would love to. I've been meaning to tell you this. I would love to have you in a one-on-one show that I'm doing as well, where we can like really just kind of run with some things because there are so many conversations I want to have with you that I'm like, we're gonna be playing a one-on-one game for a little bit.
Dude, I'm so down.
Hell yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead
I
and bring
actually have
on.
a question for you after, but I'll
Yes.
message it to you later.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, or I can ask you now. How much do you know about Tolkien?
Tolkien? I would say that I am familiar enough with the like Lord of the Rings trilogy. I never watched any of the Hobbit films, and I have not read any books. My awareness of Tolkien comes more from a class I took in college called Transmedia Storytelling, and it was about how to meaningfully construct stories across multiple mediums, right? Like how do you weave a single narrative thread through comics, novels, films, games, etc., and arrive at a cohesive product. And it was one of my favorite classes I ever took. So I have interest in it, but I'm also enough of a layman to where I'm not an authority in any way, but that also means I'm like ripe to learn if that's important.
I want to do a Jeopardy trivia thing about Tolkien specifically, and I need to find dweebs.
Oh, I would do it. I also think you need varying dweebiness, you know? Like I'd be happy to be your baseline fan in the dweeb lineup. I will also study, so there's that. But I think that'd be super fun.
Hell yeah, okay.
Hell yeah. All right,
Thank
let's go
you.
ahead and bring on our next guest, ladies and gentlemen, which is none other than Primate Paige. Paige, you are on the air. Paige, how are we doing today? Welcome in.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. Paige, can you do me a favor? Can you crank your mic up a little bit?
No.
Ah,
Let me try. Okay, is this better?
a little bit. Chat, how is it?
Wait, turn me up all the way. I don't know what
You
else
are
to do.
200. You're cranked. You are a known
Oh.
offender in my world, actually.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
you've
turning it all the way up. Okay, how about now?
way better for me. Yes, awesome.
Way better? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you just might get talked
Okay.
over a little bit if people can't hear you. That's why I want to.
Okay, no, it's okay. I'll just talk really loud.
Perfect. Paige, how are we doing today? Thank you for coming on. I want to have you, by the way, full disclosure, I want to have you on a future episode because I had a panel that I really wanted for you specifically, and a lot of people had to drop. So we are going to, make do with what I think is an awesome panel, but it wasn't curated for your comfort.
Oh,
So
that's
I
fine.
apologize.
That's
but
okay.
welcome the fuck in. How are we?
I'm good. How are you?
I am doing well. I haven't talked to you since you got punched in the face. I need to tell you, hey, you did some punching in the face. It wasn't as bad as I thought.
You see that?
Yes, Yeah, it looked like that.
I was training secretly. I was secretly training.
If you would like, maybe share your experience with the class. Let's. Charlie has probably no clue what we're talking about, so you can key her in.
No idea.
Hi, Charlie.
Physically assaulted. Hi, Paige.
Yes, I was physically assalted. Unfortunately.
Also, Paige, introduce yourself to the class, by the way, because there are a lot of people who might not know you. There are a lot of people who do, but
I doubt it. I'm just kidding. My name is Paige. Primate Paige. Primate means like, look it up. Yeah, like if you don't know, just figure it out. Yeah, I stream and I'm newly friends with Wake, and he invited me to be here.
Yes, we're also going to do. We're going to play games soon. We have co-op games we're going to play. It's planned and exciting.
Oh, good job.
Yeah. Yeah. Pre-plug. It's my fucking show. I'll do whatever the fuck I want on this. You know? Watch
so I didn't sign up for games, so I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah. No. Oh. Yeah. It's going to be fun.
I didn't consent to playing the game.
Oh, well, I have logs. I have logs, by the way. I have logs.
Okay.
Real quick, before we get in much deeper, Paige, why are you Primate Paige? And also, Charlie, why are you enemy Charlie? Obviously, probably because Charlies are enemies, but I don't know if that's what that comes from.
No, my name on GTA 5 Online was Sad Lad Charlie, and I thought that was embarrassing. And so I was like, what? I was less depressed than I was at the time, and I'm like, what would make me feel empowered? And I said, enemy Charlie, like I'm everyone's enemy, or like I'm some sort of like aggressive, unfriendly NPC. It wasn't till later that I realized, the Vietnam War.
Oh, really?
I thought it happened.
Really? I thought that you were just being like that the enemy is Charlies are the enemy. Like I really did this whole time. And I was like,
I mean, that works as well. Yeah.
That's okay. I mean, yeah, but you wanted to be an enemy. There was like, I'm going to be antagonistic in your soul. And that's what you felt.
Yeah, I guess it's like, I just wanted to feel stronger.
You felt
less
weak?
cringe. Yeah. My sadness had made me weak and I needed to be strong.
But I think you kind of self-actualized, you know, like you did, you manifested strength because I see you everywhere now for dunking on the like bad faith losers on Manosphere podcasts, like the whatever podcast. I see those clips all the time still.
Once.
They come up though. Like I see it frequently.
Well, hell yeah. I'm happy to hear it because that sucked. So I'm glad.
Wait, why did it suck? Build that up.
Well, it was like a middle-aged alcoholic man calling me slurs. So it was just
that'll do.
I didn't expect him to flip out. Like I thought, because he normally doesn't flip out. So I was just like, oh. So
I feel like he's like, it's like the embodiment of like, it's like very well curated straw manning. You know what I mean? Where like they get a bunch of people together who are either like sycophantically obsessed with celebrity enough to ride that wave and just be like, you're kind of right, or they play a character to their own benefit, or they offer just like they're legitimately just not that capable at discourse, so they fumble. You know, what did he just have no idea how to speak to someone who was providing meaningful resistance?
I think that he has a style of debate that is, I would say the foundation of it is to always be the one asking questions and never be the one answering questions. Yeah. And it's essentially to deflect and never truly meaningfully discuss beliefs. It's to ask questions. And when you get anywhere even a little bit close to territory where he is uncomfortable, where you're making him answer questions, he flips out. And I just don't think that because we had debated twice before and I was pretty polite. And I just don't think he expected me to bring up his hypocrisy.
That's funny because that's all you do is be the meanest possible person. To not expect someone to be like, but what about the things in your life?
What about your wife?
Tough. But they are very fun. We're going to circle back around to some Manosphere podcast later on in the episode because it's a topic of discussion I want to hit on. You're scared? Are you scared of the men or the podcast?
Yes, I'm scared of the podcast.
Do you think they're going to come for you? You can get.
No, I'm
is
not
that?
scared
Well,
of
hold
them.
on, wait.
I'm not
Are we
scared
gonna
of
get the
them.
primate part of primate page out? Are you gonna?
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't know.
I've never seen you be anything but jubilant. You're just you're very bubbly. That's all I know of you. Not to say you have to be that, by the way. I'm just saying
True.
it would be interesting to see that, as a matter of fact.
I get angry. Don't worry.
Is that where primate comes from? Where does primate page come from?
Oh yeah. So it was like 2020, and I started seeing all these like monkey memes, and there was like there's this meme about like random chimp event. I don't know. It's deep.
What?
It's deep.
An
more.
event?
Yes, the random chimp event. It could happen at any moment. Funky Monkey Friday. All this. Anyways, and I started thinking like monkeys are the funniest thing ever.
Wait, so are chimps going to descend on us when this monkey event happens?
There will be a random chimp event.
Okay, and this is server side, like
and you don't know when it's coming.
Interesting.
You don't know when it's.
So it's like a god spawn,
Yes.
Okay, interesting.
Yes.
Where did you find this? This seems like some deep like QAnon stuff. Where did we find this?
It's literally just from like Instagram. Like I don't know. It was like niche, and then I had a monkey roleplay account where I was an orangutan in a zoo, and I had like 3,000 followers. I just would tweet like I'm a monkey. It was so lit.
Wait, that's incredibly deep meme engagement, though. You had you had one of those novelty accounts where you would just be like scratch his head, and that'd be like that's what the monkey did.
Just fell from tree, like I don't know, eating banana, and I had like the zookeeper lore. Like I think I broke out of the zoo. I don't know. It goes.
Oh my
deep.
god! Wait, so what was like what was your most viral tweet as a monkey?
Dude, I don't know. It's been a while. Like I don't know. Like it would be something so random. Literally be like, I don't know.
How old were you and what brought you to do that? Like, can you give me like lore on
monkey
why?
Account, I was probably like 21.
Oh.
I just be doing stuff.
So like fully an adult.
Like fully
I was
an adult,
entirely
like,
expecting this to be
grown.
like high school, like Tumblr. You're just like, fuck it, why not?
Yeah.
You were
No,
just
that
bored
was
and you were like, it's time to do
yesterday.
that. No, those accounts
I
are like
wasn't
really
the only
funny.
one too. It was like
There were
a lot
dozens of
people.
you.
Yeah, but it died down. It had an era.
It was a theme of like, well, you know, Musk bought Twitter and he attacked the monkeys first.
Over.
That's what he went for.
Did he really?
No, not at all. That's insane. It's nothing.
I'm like, wait, why would he do? Well, he is evil, so he could do anything.
Yeah,
But the
yeah.
monkeys,
I just
leave
feel
the
like
monkeys alone.
Yeah, but the monkeys are getting in the way of his ability to purchase and coerce mass swaths of land in South America or something. You know, there's got to be a way. He can't humanize the monkeys on his platform. We have to treat them as expendable.
True.
Which, speaking of which, actually, now that we have you, we can have the punch the monkey discourse because that's apparently a very big deal.
Stop!
I don't know enough. I'm going to be honest.
What's the monkey discourse?
There's some monkey that
punch the monkey.
Yeah. Where they were kind of. Oh wait. Why are you? Oh, you're like, I'm not going to touch that.
Makes me
I'm not
so
touching that.
It's sad. It makes me so sad. Like it's just sad to watch, and it's like, man. Like, why isn't a human going to hug the monkey? Like, just
yeah, it's like because there's like the callous, like more like the more scientific approach to it, which is like this is like social dynamics balancing themselves out,
like
and then the monkey's gonna learn, and then there's the other side of you that's like he's sad. He's got his little stuffed monkey, and he's sad. Yeah,
I think we're genetically close enough to step in. I think
we're
fingers.
We just anthropomorphize all animals to begin with. Like if a dog is sad, we're like, well, we gotta fix it. You know, like we don't have,
which is to fix it.
A remarkable amount of empathy we have when you also look at Twitter and you're like, this woman broke up with this man. She must want to kill him and take his body and wear his skin. You know, like it's a very weird kind of world to make sense of. I think it's because animals have never done wrong to us. We can't project our own trauma or pain onto them, unless, of course, you've been bitten or something.
Yeah,
we can't get into it because I have strong feelings on the anthropomorphization of animals.
I actually think we should get into it. Especially after we get everyone in, because I think it ties into something I think is interesting regarding like childlessness and like, you know, generations as we've gone on. Like, you know, each generation's probably going to procreate less and less based on mostly material conditions, I'm sure. But we also create, I think, like cultural convictions to substantiate the lack of procreation, you know? And a lot of it will come down to like, I'd rather have a dog. I like my dog, my little fur baby. Like the fur baby phenomenon is really fascinating to me and worth getting into. So I'm going to do that, but not before I introduce our next panelist. And that's going to be Peanut. Peanut, you're on the air. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys know, vilified Peanut, once known, now just Peanut. Peanut is a friend of the show. He's been around for a long time. He is an incredible video editor and a very, very funny human being atop that, and a great streamer. Peanut, how are we doing today?
Whoa, your room is cool.
Your room's so cool.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, what the heck?
It's a little busy. It's a little busy.
No,
for
it's
sure.
cool. Mine too.
It's
like
good busy.
But I'm very pro maximalist. Like I think that we should be trinket maxing. I'm knick-knack pilled. I believe in it. I think what you're doing is good.
That was kind of the idea. I wanted it to be like an eyesore. I get people coming in saying your room gives me anxiety. That's a common thing.
Why? What do you think is the stressful part of it?
I think people don't know where to look. It's either the posters. This fella right here.
Okay, it's interesting.
Gets Jurassic Park 3 on CRT.
Is it always Jurassic Park 3 running?
I change it.
Okay.
It's a mood thing. I literally I start every stream. I'm like, what are we watching today? Is it Jurassic Park 3? Is it Underdog? Fantastic Mr. Fox. I got a recommendation today for Secondhand Lions. That's probably gonna be next stream.
Okay, good,
it changes. Usually it's Jurassic Park 3. I'm gonna be honest.
See, I've just been locked in on the baby, and also someone who looks kind of like Nacho Libre behind the baby.
Okay.
That's
crazy.
Or I'm pointing the wrong. That is me.
That's you?
Oh.
That is me. Someone a fan made that.
Did you have more of a mullet at one point?
No, it was just really long. I grew my hair out for like a year, and my hair goes really fast. So it was like pretty much to my shoulders. And I had that for like a minute. I did cut it at one point into a mullet that lasted about 3 days.
Interesting. Yeah, you have very tight, like you have very like you have like pretty wavy hair, you know? Like you have great density.
Well, thank you.
I think it makes sense. You could rock whatever you wanted. If you did decide to get like a shitlord mullet, you'd look more Australian, but it would fit. You could do it.
Hold on, I'm moving my screen around. I have no idea what I want to do for. There we go. That works. But yeah, thank you I was chatting with Christian for a hot second there. He was showing me Minecraft 9/11, and then you dragged me right in the middle.
Oh
of
my
it.
god, I ruined Minecraft 9/11. So wait, when you say that, is this? Well, I know. Is this 9/11 as like recreated in Minecraft, or is this like the 9/11 equivalent in Minecraft universe?
I'll let Christian explain it. He kind of had all the info, but there's a guy going around recreating and explaining, more so explaining historical events in Minecraft.
Interesting.
And he has 3 videos out.
That is so much
cool.
work.
Yeah. But it's cool.
That's crazy.
It's not work for us.
Also, by the way,
I don't want to steal his thunder.
Just so you guys know, if you guys are live and you want to join in on stream together, shared chat, no obligation to. If you like keeping your world separate, there's a panel in the Discord called Stream Together, and it's got a link that you just have to click, and you'll join right in. So if you do,
it doesn't work for me.
That, you can.
Or maybe it does. It does. I was clicking on it.
You liar.
I'm so
liar.
Stupid, and I told you I was ontologically evil.
Yes,
Wait,
and you've done everything to prove it today. Peanut, I don't want to describe anything for you here. Why don't you introduce yourself to the class? Tell everyone who you are, what you do, what you love.
Oh God, immediate identity crisis.
Yeah, distill your essence down to a sentence now.
Well, I have sidekick syndrome so bad. It's like if you know me if anyone knows me for anything, it's from doing stuff with Pay Money Wubby. That's who I work for.
And Wubby's so cool.
I do a lot of stuff with him, and I'm on his streams a bunch.
You had the strongest sperm, didn't you?
I did. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So we did it was pancake batter.
Yeah, that's what I meant. You had the strongest pancake batter
in a tent. And mine was the best.
Yeah, this is an all-time Wubby stream.
Thanks. Yeah. No, that is.
No, don't worry. Every man I bring on, I have them define their like fertility for the class. So this is it's meant to. We're flipping the tables. This is a feminist show, and you are now going to be judged for your fertility.
Well, so far I think I'm in the lead.
I should rephrase that. This is a misandrist show. Prove your worth.
What have you done for me lately?
Yeah, no, go now. I thought that was a really funny stream, by the way. Everything that you guys do is very like inventive, and Peanut is a lot of the like. W Misandry. Peanut is a very big, I would say, like creative engine in a lot of things that I respect in Welby's work too, and I think it's important that he get a lot of the respect and acknowledgement that he deserves because he's really good at what he does, and he's also really funny as a streamer. So if you guys don't watch his stream, he's live very frequently. He hits his broadcasts. He's also a very good chatter, and he always has funny quips. You're going to do great on the show. I'm really glad you came on, and you aren't a sidekick. I think you are a phenomenal individual talent. So there you go, motherfucker. How about you deal with that shit?
I'll try to sleep on that.
Yeah, deal with the fucking glaze. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and bring in our final panelist here, so we can get everyone in the show, guys. Last but not least, it is of course Christian.
Shit.
Christian, how are we doing today? And welcome. Go ahead and introduce yourself to the class. You should be familiar with some of these faces.
Oh my goodness, my video wasn't on. It's so embarrassing. I was just stretching.
You were just stretching.
What's up?
Closet stream, beautiful.
Yeah, I'm in my shed. People don't know that I'm actually secretly also incredibly gifted at craftsmanship and putting shit together. So that's what you might see here. My name is Christian. I'm a variety streamer here on Twitch, and yeah, it's my second time on the Wilder side. I'm so fucking stoked. I'm excited to talk about the Manosphere. And Peanut, I hear, was touching on the video I was showing him. I'm really passionate about this YouTube channel right now called Minecraft Misfortunes, where they document historical tragedies through the medium of Minecraft.
Go ahead and talk more on that. I'm interested.
Yeah, so they popped off their first upload ever was Charlie Kirk's death explained in Minecraft, and it is one of the most cinematic videos I've ever seen in my entire life.
Okay, wait,
they're incredibly big.
Yes. So how do they build out the world to scale, or is it kind of scuffed like stick figure type beat?
It's what you would imagine like telling historical stories through the medium of Minecraft to be.
Okay.
But I don't know. I think it's utterly brilliant. At the end of the Charlie Kirk one, for example, like their version of Erica Kirk is throwing a bunch of gold.
Did they show him getting shot in the neck and like hemorrhaging?
Yeah, it's graphic.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Is it
lots of
Minecraft? In Minecraft.
He dropped hella XP, like hella XP.
Oh wait, so the
Do you have a
assassin.
link?
So the assassin like
absolutely.
he like leveled up from it. Like what
well,
do you mean?
I think he particularly leveled down, but I think those around him who were there to catch his XP did level up.
Oh, so everyone benefited is what we're saying.
Jesus Christ.
Everyone leveled up from. Okay, interesting. That's a fun way to depict that, I think. So what 9/11? I'm assuming then, because of all the debris, was that represented as XP or like what happened?
No.
Okay.
9/11 different. They also I completely fucking missed it. I guess my notifications are all fucked up.
Okay.
But they just recently released JFK Assassination Explained in Minecraft, so I know exactly what the fuck I'm gonna watch after getting a little under the influence later. And I'm very excited.
So you're gonna
Is
get
it
high.
only
and,
just people dying in America? Is that all?
Right.
Is that all he likes to do?
That's
Is
history.
it ever?
Yeah, so I think that's their current content arc. But what I imagine will happen as time progresses, they're gonna expand into other, historical contexts. I'm trying to see like Mesopotamia in Minecraft.
I want to get to like the conquest of the Mongolian horde. I want to learn about what they did in Central Asia. I want to really understand the scope of the Mongol Empire. Can they do that? And I want them to do the John Wayne. I want them to do the John Wayne version of it. If you know what I'm talking about.
That's utterly specific.
No, John Wayne played Genghis Khan in a movie. It's very famous.
Oh.
Yeah, John Wayne the Cowboy.
What?
Oh, yeah. So there was like a really phenomenal, like, kind of like a moment in history where yellowface was like the default kind of method of representing East Asian people in Hollywood, where they would just have like a white dude go on and they give him like fucked up prosthetic teeth and just say, go for it. It was really fucked up. You watch Breakfast at Tiffany's.
They really did have him.
I was gonna say Pretty in Pink, but yeah, Breakfast at Tiffany's. Mikey Rooney.
Yeah, it's one of the most insane, most offensive things I've ever seen in my life. It's like it's wild.
It's so brazen.
Isn't he like a landlord or something? It's like the whole thing is like
he owns the building.
It's insane.
He squints the eyes. He has the glasses, the teeth.
Yeah. Accent isn't even good. It's just it's a caricature.
Wow.
It's like if Michael Scott did it. Yeah.
Not to be incredibly homosexual, but is there any chance that my camera on your stream can be flipped on the vertical axis?
Do you not like how you look right now?
It's just it's flipped, so it's messing with my brain just a little bit. But if it's not able to be flipped,
I don't know if it's possible on my end, to be honest with you. You might have to flip. If you flip it in your OBS, it might work though.
Okay, let me click on that.
Stream or in Discord? Because Discord will show.
Yeah, oh, okay. Discord shows like a.
Discord shows it to you flipped, but if you're talking about on stream, that's different.
Fair. Yeah. I'm gonna suck it up.
Yeah, I just want to say, I also appreciate that you have a Gooner mirror in this setup, where you could sit up and have like the ass, you know, like.
Right. I honestly, to be honest, if I'm gonna be so honest, I had an entire like bit set up like ahead of me being dragged into the call. I just did not expect it to turn my video off, so it was kind of an L. But
you had a whole ass face down, ass up thing going on.
Not face on, ass up. I just had both of my legs behind my head, and I was really stoked.
You can do that. Wait, just hit that shit.
Yeah,
that's incredible.
Do it now. Do it now. Oh yes.
This is.
Oh my god.
Wait, you can do both?
Yeah. Wait, I gotta sit back. Hold on. I had so much time beforehand.
What?
Yeah.
Holy
That's amazing.
shit.
Austin is so lucky.
Austin, you know, I tried to explain it to, because like I remember last episode I had Christian on. We had a Rock Out Leon, who's like kind of a younger dude, and he's really funny.
Fucking love that guy.
Yeah, and Christian was like expressing like why he doesn't feel like insecure in the context of like their relationship, and like it was really interesting because I had to kind of stop because Christian would do it. I'm like, Christian's like he's a true like trophy twunk. Like he's like you're not like Austin. He's not worried.
I'm chilling. I'm
like
chilling.
Christian's mogging. It's not funny. Like, it's not. No one's close. Guys, if you don't know Christian's incredible. Go ahead and introduce yourself, by the way. I know that you said you were Christian, but like, you know, tell people like, you know, like what else you are, because you are a streamer, but you're like a multi-talented man.
I'm a multi-hyphenate. You know what I'm saying? I'm a prominent member of the Fear and Polycule, which there's been a lot of discourse about that recently online.
Oh, really?
Yes. I'm a recovering theater kid. Actually professional theater artist. Yeah, I did that for that's how I used to make my money. That's why I was so fucking broke for a long time. And then I also auditioned for TV and film shit. I'm a studying actor here in LA, and I love to tap dance, sing.
I
be singing.
You're a triple threat?
Yes.
Yeah, what the heck?
Yeah.
You can do everything.
Mm-hmm. He's an EGOT.
Dude, I was thinking
EGOT hopeful.
Yeah.
I was tapped in, like state thespians. Shout out to any of the Florida thespian girls. I was tapped the fuck in. That was my shit. And then I found myself streaming. I'm dating Austin shows. So that definitely helped in this terms of the streaming.
No, hold on. I'm sorry. Austin show's dating you. No,
right.
no, hold on.
Exactly.
No, not
right.
Not on my watch.
Yeah.
You have more streamed hours than him now. Austin show's now dating you.
It's true. I have more streamed hours than this year, so.
I don't until Austin wants to nut up and start streaming, I'm defining you as the sun in the center of this relationship. Yep, he's in your orbit.
That is setting me. That is setting me.
That's it. And that's a challenge. So nut up Austin, and I'm not talking about doing best guests live with Netflix, all right? I'm talking about on Austin show. That's it.
Hey, you know what? There was the drag brunch stream. Okay, he did that whole content weekend with Rage. Yeah. That was sickening.
And then he was like,
"Oh my god,
that'll be good for a month off. I'll come back later."
We had a blast. That drag brunch was lit. Perfect thing to bring up during the Manosphere shit too, because he was base as fuck for that.
It looks so fun. I was literally telling someone the other day. I was like, that's so sick that he stood like 10 toes down on that.
Yeah.
He was like, if y'all don't like it, then like
he's based as fuck. He's based as fuck. Like he's so based. Like he is so impressive to me just as an individual and as a person, but like he's got a heart of gold and he's based, bro.
He's incredibly generous with this platform. I'm hard coasting on his scouting because him and Aim High, because like that's how I know Paige. I mean, like most of the people I'm inviting
I will speak on this.
Yeah, go pop off, Queen.
I will speak on this. Rage is amazing. Aim High is amazing. He gives everyone a chance, and he's down to do a collab with anyone. He's down to do anything, and I love it.
Yes.
Because I'm a smaller streamer, and just like Aim and Rage, they're not afraid to put smaller streamers on. They're not afraid to do streams with them and be awesome. And like, doing the drag brunch is something that was very new for his community.
For sure.
And like just new content. Mm-hmm. And he probably was like, oh, what are people going to think of this? Because y'all all know.
Yeah, but like
people online are weird. But
eat
he's
your
good
gay
because
veggies,
he's gonna
yeah.
do it anyway. He's like, I'm gonna collab with this person even if y'all don't even know they exist, and I'm gonna like try new things, and I love him. It's so cool.
No, it's like,
Yeah, he's dope.
you're gonna eat
Yeah.
your gay veggies until you call it crudité. You know what I mean? Like that's what you're gonna do. That's your job right now. You know, and I think like his willingness to do that and to be firm, and it's a really rare thing I think with content creators who just fall into audience capture and who are so afraid of upsetting people who already watch their media. But a lot of times people don't realize that they have total agency to redefine how their audience perceives things. And that is what I've known is AIM is actually really good at making sure that people know that. He'll say all the time it's all about framing, which I think is a really interesting thing. And it works in the context of like general human discourse. I mean, I try not to talk about streaming, but I think in any context where you wield influence, even if it's in a local context, your ability to be like, no, this is important because of X, Y, or Z is meaningful. It does reach people. It is persuasive. People aren't really encountering meaningful insight into things. They're just consuming slop and fear. So I appreciate people who are willing to do that. And that's also why all of you guys are here. Because you're the
Hell
shit.
yeah.
Who the fuck said I'm muted,
Yeah.
bro?
They're lying. They're rage baiting you, bro. That's a motherfucker from Nebraska right now.
Yeah.
One guy.
Muted. But I am super curious. Do you guys know of each other? Have you guys encountered any of each other's media before? Or have I assembled a breakfast club?
Not.
I know
This is like-
Christian.
I don't know
Yeah.
anyone.
I don't know anyone either.
This
I
is
love it though.
beautiful.
I saw the list of guests and I was like, I guess we're meeting new people today.
Yes.
Sure.
That is the whole point.
All right.
Oh yeah.
She looked at it and
I'm
said,
not mad.
"Who the
I'm not mad.
fuck are these?
Yeah, they were
I'm
like,
not
why
even
did
getting
I
paid to be
sign up
here?"
for this shit?
No. No, I was just like slightly nervous. I'm like, okay, we're actually
Like,
just,
when's
like,
the ad
meeting new
read?
people.
I don't even
Yeah.
know.
Well, Paige, the only reason why I went through with the episode was because honestly, you were one of the only people who had originally signed up this week that maintained. And I was like, okay, I do one of two things. I either move Paige to an episode where I think she has more familiarity, or I just trust in her ability to vibe, and I trusted in your ability to vibe, and I think
I
you
could
are
vibe.
going to do so well. So I'm very
Thanks.
excited about that. But I think that's, yeah, acknowledge that shit. Hey, Innocent Elixir, thank you for rating Peanuts channel. Shout out Innocent
Thank you for the
Elixir,
raid.
friend
Yo,
of
thank
the
you.
channel.
W Raid, W
What's
Raid.
All right. Welcome in.
Hope your
Um,
hand's
So
better. Fuck.
nonchalant.
What happened to, wait, did you fuck your hand up?
She fucked her hand up. It's been like, yeah, she like is getting like surgery and shit.
Oh my God.
Oh shit.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, she's talked about it, like on her Instagram.
People
Yeah.
fuck their hands up?
Oh,
Like, I feel like it's like a
yes.
Johnny Cash thing.
It's like
No,
a-
it's just like, how do you do
Yes.
it?
yes.
How'd you fuck your hand
do you
up?
mean?
No.
I get what
I
he's
understand
saying.
it happens. I'm like, it's just streamers don't do things. I'm like, whenever someone has an injury, I'm like,
She's like-
how?
Like a-
It was
Very
definitely
good
something like
she's roller skating. She can do like crazy shit when she roller skates.
Oh,
hell
like
yeah.
tricks and whatnot. It's awesome.
The
That's
glass
badass.
French press. Oh no. Oh no. Oh.
Oh,
Ooh, uh-oh.
Oh shit.
Guys, can we go ahead and
I
give an
don't like that.
07 and a heart for Innocent Elixirs? The glass. Yeah, please give
R.I.P.
her
tendons.
love. Jesus Christ.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I believe in your hand, though. I think it will return to form. I'm saying,
Leave it in your hand.
yeah.
The human body is amazing.
I don't know about you, but your hand is going to do great. Yeah. Anyways, guys, so welcome in. Wilder Side, I'll give you the quick rundown. A couple of you guys have already been on, but for Peanut and Paige in particular, it's really like freeform discourse. We talk about some things that I found interesting of the week, mostly get together, get to know each other, farm a few funny clips, and then call it a day. I don't take too much of your time up. Whenever you're ready to leave after a couple hours, you can. We'll go until people are done. That's pretty much the episode. So without further ado, let's go ahead and talk monkey. The monkey, primate Paige. Punch.
Yes.
How do we feel?
Punch.
You're a monkey.
Oh, sad.
You go ahead and tell
Yes,
me
I am
how
a
it
monkey,
affected
thank you.
you, because I think you are the
Um,
most important member here for this.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
So I honestly skip half of the Punch videos I see because I just don't want to see that.
Mhm.
All I know is he's a little baby monkey
Mhm,
and he
mhm.
doesn't have friends and he has a little stuffed animal that he clings to and it makes me sad and I don't know. I also heard a something about how the zoo that he's at also sucks. So I don't know.
Oh,
someone was like,
no.
"Oh, don't visit Punch." Like, I guess you're not supposed to visit him because
Oh.
I don't know. I haven't looked into that. That's literally from like one TikTok I saw. But like, I was also like, "Ooh, I want to see like something about that." But
Yeah, what if they like
I don't
sprayed him
know,
in
it's just
fart
sad.
juice or something so that
Okay.
no one wanted to hang out with him, and they're trying to farm impressions by getting a bullied baby? Have we ever
yeah,
thought?
I mean,
Big believer.
I don't think.
Or Punch is acting out for attention because he knows he's getting clicks.
Oh my
He
God,
just wants
has
to follow.
influencer culture reached other primates? We haven't even considered this, you know? Are they click conscious? These are real questions.
Wait, I have a my informed take.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
From my understanding, you know, Maya's take on it was that this is
Shout out
kind of
Maya,
just
you go.
what monkeys do, you know? And I hate to be that guy, but you know how they talk about monkeying around? I don't know, maybe this is a term that was used exclusively like in my Florida fucking school. And
no,
shit.
I know this term.
Yeah, but they'd be like, oh, don't be monkeying around. This is some monkey business. You know, monkeys just kind of be like fucking with each other. Granted, you know, they're big ass monkeys. Punch is really tiny. It's hard to see, but I think it's how Punch is going to ultimately continue farming Aura until Punch can fight back.
Yeah, well, we
Basically
also
bully people so that they get stronger.
Well, yeah. Well, I feel like any no, but
they're animals.
But like,
they're not humans.
Isn't that kind of valid though?
Yeah.
Like, aren't we like legitimately talking about a species that's like survival is built upon cooperation and cohesion? And so if someone's acting like a twat, they're like, "Yo, get out of here, bro."
I mean, is Punch acting like a twat?
He might be. I don't know. I feel like I can only define that by other monkeys' responses. Like, do they have just malicious monkeys?
I was really afraid. I was afraid to speak out on the Punch thing. I kept my opinion to myself until I saw the Maya clip. I saw that where she was like, you know, primates it's easy to anthropomorphize this like little guy because it's so sad. He's like hugging a stuffed animal.
Well, he looks like a Pixar animation, just like dragging his fucking dopey, larger monkey friend
like
around, you know?
You'd see before Up or something. And then I saw John Stewart talk about it. And I'm going to quote him where he was like, maybe he sucks. Maybe Punch is like sucks to be around.
That's what I was thinking.
Something's got to be wrong with him.
No.
Something's got to be wrong with him. Like, you can't just assume that it's like totally unjustified.
Wait, we don't know. Like, he could be saying like the monkey inward or something. Like, I don't know why people are rejecting him for a reason.
Maybe he
don't know.
Never shuts up.
Yeah.
Maybe he just does not just can't read a room.
It's very possible,
okay
Peanut.
if they're weird.
Yeah.
It's okay if they're weird? No, like it's not though.
They're weird, like what?
Because they're like you're a resource drain. You're coming in and you're fucking with things, and now we're afraid that you're threatening us. I don't know. Maybe it's that. Maybe he's just also needs to learn, right? Like maybe that's the only way.
He'll be fine. He will be fine.
Like, you know, when
the real thing is that like they're monkeys.
Like you ever encounter like a really poorly trained like dog that like is just like really mean to everyone it encounters, and it's like, well, like, yeah, or one that really wants to love to the point to where it's too much. Like I have a little dachshund, Murphy, and Murphy will lick you until you like punish her. Like you have to be like, no, because she will just keep trying to lick your mouth the whole time, and this is a poorly trained animal. You know what I mean? That's all it is. It's just a very poorly trained animal that's gonna fail a vibe check every now and then. She was rated D tier recently in Peach's dog tier list. D tier, one of the lowest rated dogs.
Wait.
No,
were you there
when Murphy?
Oh, were you there during the ranking?
No, I wasn't. But I agreed with the ranking.
Shit.
By the way, I do.
What did they rank? Did they rank Bumper and Bandit?
Bumper and Bandit, I think, were like pretty high, like A or B tier. They had solid vouches.
Okay.
I remember
because you're S tier, but
yeah, I'm also gonna be honest.
He wasn't as base as you thought.
But there's, you know, and this is something that I find really interesting is that everyone's defining the quality of the creature based on their like personal attachment to it, and I think that like I love Murphy. Murphy's a bad dog. Murphy is a bad dog. She will bite children.
Murphy is a bad dog. No shade to Murphy.
No, you're honest about it.
She's a little doofus. She'll flop around, but you know what? She's kind of a hoe. I'm gonna be honest.
Murphy's ageist as fuck.
Because
Murphy is ageist as fuck.
She's also deeply she is deeply invested in validation and attention to an extent that is like almost problematic. A lot of dogs can like, you know, they learn a healthy relationship to it. They want to do the right thing, but they also learn that the right thing is not to always try to get attention. Murphy doesn't have that bone. But
I feel like a lot of little dogs get away with that, because their obnoxiousness is not that obnoxious. But like if I don't know what size your dog is, but it sounds like she's little. If she was like huge, like a golden retriever, that'd be so annoying.
Oh yeah, because then you'd be getting knocked over.
Out of her.
Yeah. Yeah, people get away with just picking up little dogs. Like it's why you have like I think the you know how like evil incarnates like a Chihuahua with no teeth. It's like 32 years old shaking. You know, there's just spite and a love for one person, and they still bite them. You know, that's kind of because you never have to train it not to be that. They just shake and you pick it up and you're like, stop it, you know, and that's your whole relationship.
And their bites don't hurt.
Yeah, no,
they're so little.
They don't have teeth.
Yeah,
their tongues the whole time. Yeah, you know, I think it's fun though. But this kind of ties in. So you said, Charlie, earlier you had thoughts about how we anthropomorphize our animals. Bring it up. Drop that shit. I
okay, so I did have some thoughts because you brought up how like people, you know, aren't having kids and they're being like, oh, my dog is my animal.
Yeah, my fur
and
baby.
I think that that's like a very good impulse, because I do think that a lot of people will have children because they want to kind of immortalize themselves in a way, or create this idealized version of themselves.
Oh yeah.
And you know, the thing that's hard about that is that, you know, your children become their own people and you can't control them, and they will always disappoint you if that's your goal in having kids. But dogs are forever babies. They're forever babies, and there's no harm in projecting sort of a personality and character onto your dog. Like that's actually great if you do that. And so I think it's I'm glad about that. As annoying as I find it, like when people like bring their dogs everywhere and they're like giant dogs, I don't care for that. But I still prefer the rise of the pup rent over people having kids that they don't let be full people.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just think that like we're in a time where like we're like deeply informed about like the financial strain of having children and like how to avoid having children and why you shouldn't have children. And it's kind of unprecedented, the knowledge that we have, when historically I think we were literally just like horny. we were just making babies. Like I really think that was
hella babies with no education on how to prevent having a child.
No, a lot of people I really dislike how we tend to do like this sort of like, I think it's like a really fictitious kind of math on how it is we arrived at making children, when like our libido precedes the outcome of having children. We don't have a drive to have kids. We have a drive to have sex, and then kids happen because of that. Like that's really all that it is. Now you can make the conscious choice, obviously, but more often than not, especially in the context of human history, people were just like, oh, I guess I have a fucking kid now. You know what I mean? And that's life. And they dealt with it.
Well, and also, like, historically, like, people did not really take care of their kids well. I've read some excerpts of, like, Victorian mothers in the industrial era who would be like, yeah, I give my kids opium, my 5 children, they lay on the floor until I get home from work. And then once they turn 5, I send them to the mines. Like,
that also really still happens, bro.
I was gonna say Victorian era. My neighbor did that. Yeah, my neighbor did that. Forget the Victorian era. That's just some shit that happens in a small town. They could go to the strip
club at like 2 in the afternoon. Like it's like not like they went to the Wednesday 2 p.m. steak special, and that's why, you know. Like it is amazing to me how like feckless procreation is. Like it really is just like people want to fuck and they make babies and they deal with it. And also like saving the relationship thing. Like there's so many problems with it.
That's the craziest shit to me.
I'd also like to point out that people do that shit with dogs. They're shitty dog owners, like just as many as there are bad parents. I just think people who aestheticize ownership or creation of something as an extension of themselves are always a problem. Like that's all it is. They're just a problem. The amount of people I know who get fuck ass pets, even for content, I'm like, what the fuck are we doing?
So they just make it for themselves and they don't know how to actually take care of it. And it's so
well,
bad.
And especially when they like don't fucking train the dog.
Yes.
Like, and they have a big ass dog. Like, it's crazy.
Dude, untrained big dogs piss me off so much.
Yes.
Why you got a big dog then? You're not going to train it.
Like,
or the people that like get like huskies and shit. It's just like people that like super high energy, like working dogs.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
That need a job.
Desire.
It's always some fucking dude with like an F-350 who names his dog like Titus and shit. You know, they always give them like intense like mythological names, and they're like
they leave it out all winter.
Yeah, you'll go to the dog park and it's just like fucking.
They tie it outside to the tree.
Yeah,
like,
you go to the dog park and it's just like humping humans, and he's like, he's an alpha. You know, it's like you're making it an extension of your own dominance of social environments. You're making your dog you.
And you know what? If you say anything, people act like you are like a fucking the most evil person in the world. Literally, I used to live in Portland for a time.
Oh no!
Big mistake.
Yeah,
big mistake. I'm not from Portland. I'm not from Portland. I just lived there, and I wasn't the biggest fan.
Yeah.
I mean, it was okay. It's beautiful, but like, I was at a coffee shop, and some lady had her big ass dog who like lunged towards a dude who then yelled at her publicly, and then he walked away. He was like, you fucking bitch, train your dog. And then everyone around was like, oh my God, why would he do that?
Yeah.
And I was like, what? Lady, like, what do you mean? Why did he do that? Like, fucking take your dog home.
Eventually, there needs to be some semblance of accountability. Like, you can't be completely unrestrained in that, right? The same thing with kids, but also it's like you got to train your fucking kid too. Sorry, you got to like learn to teach your child to be like an empathetic creature. Who else in here had shitty parents? You can call them out. I had kind of the shitty amount of parents, and like you got to kind of you got to think that through. It's like the precedent that you set for your kid is really significant, right? And like people who are just like dumb and kind of inconsiderate procreate and just kind of like extend that to them. You know what I mean? I think all of you guys are triumphs, by the way, if you did have shitty parents, because you're all great.
I'm 1 for 2 on that. One shitty parent and one parent that locked in.
Yeah,
they did a pretty good.
Yeah, same.
It evens out.
Yeah,
you
that's
have a
how
good
it
example
works.
of like what not to do, and then like what you do want to do, and it's like it kind of works out.
But like your peers will tell you you're a freak. Like my peers were very informative. Like they let me know that I was acting real bad and weird. Yeah, well, they let me know.
So
when
you're
I was
Punch, the monkey.
I mean, my God, yeah. My mom wasn't in my life for a long time, so yeah, I was that little freak.
Also,
the little monkey.
Why do you think
stuffed animal?
Why do you think Punch is like popping off on Twitter? People are like, "Hey, that was me, and I'm relating to this viscerally." Stop it. Yeah, it's like, because you have 82 tweets in the last 6 hours. Like, this is clearly something you connect with. No one should tweet this much. Like, it's insane.
Yeah.
No, I think it's Paige, do you relate to Punch? Do you feel like were you bullied?
I had not majorly, just like a little bit in elementary school, like a little bit. That's not horrible bullying wise.
Okay.
Parent wise, also kind of 1 for 2. Dad terrible, but my mom tried her best, but is someone who needed therapy.
Yeah.
And one of the older generations who they don't know therapy, like if you go through a lot of trauma, it's hard to be the mom you have to be kind of thing, but she tried her best.
Yeah.
So
well, I think that's
parent lore.
That's kind of what's most important though, right? Because I think a lot of parents like I think the failure of parenting is the inability to acknowledge your own shortcomings and to like really try to shoulder the expectations maybe thrust upon you by your family. It's like the perpetuation of generational trauma. You know what I mean? Where you just do what your fuck ass parents did. I think that's where things become a problem. But even if you're trying and failing, it's like at least you're acknowledging shit, you know?
Yeah.
I think that's important. But yeah,
I don't know if she acknowledges it, but like
oh, true.
So she got to that point. But like it's kind of the sense of like I can't just go in and say like, oh, she was a terrible parent. It's like yes, but also there's reasons, it's complicated.
But that's also called really growing up. I love the experience of being like, oh, my parent, like when you get closer to like the age your parents were when they had you, and you're like, oh, that makes so much sense now. Holy shit.
No,
like, what
things
the
have been
fuck?
making more sense.
Oh my God.
It's like, oh, she's like that because of this. Like, oh, I get it. Like it sucked, but like at least we can understand where that came from.
Yeah. I'm like amazed that my mom wouldn't let me have like Lucky Charms and shit. There was at my age, I would have been like, yeah, fuck it. Just shut up and eat the food. So please, like I'd be amazed. It's crazy to me. What did you guys have like siblings? What's our sibling situation like? You don't have to dox yourself if it gets too specific, but I have running theories about how siblings frame our social realities like as adults.
I had a lot.
You had a lot of siblings?
Yeah.
Had?
No, have.
Okay.
Like as a child. I don't know. It was past. It's
I was like, wait. Where'd they go?
Oh my God. 2 hands?
6.
All like siblings, like whole like were you raised with?
Not all the same parent.
Oh, you know how nice.
It was very split up.
Okay. I'm like, you're either Catholic or you have cheating parents or something. That's fun.
Oh my God.
Well, yeah. So 5 brothers, 1 sister.
Oh, interesting.
10 years younger than me, the sister. So I grew up with.
You were brothered.
So many men. Oh yeah.
Dude, there's one of y'all for every day of the week.
Yes.
Just about. Pay attention to one of them
crazy.
today,
You know what I think?
That's
wild?
like that Netflix show. No, that's that Netflix show. What was it called?
Yes.
Tuesday
what happened to
or
Wednesday?
something.
No, what happened to Wednesday?
Oh my gosh,
There
that
you
was a good movie.
Oh.
Fire
Wait,
movie.
Break it down.
Fire
What,
movie.
I'm unfamiliar with the
Oh my
media. You're gonna have to fill me in.
What happened to
You
Wednesday
have
is
to watch
about
that.
7 It's like they're all identical siblings, right?
Septuplets
And there's 7 of
It's
them.
like a
and they're-
dystopian thing where you're only allowed
Yeah.
to have one daughter.
One person,
But some
yeah, one child.
some dude had identical septuplets, or maybe it was a cloning thing. I don't remember. And so each sister, each daughter was like assigned a day of the week that they could go out and act like they were all acting like one person.
Oh, so he was like hiding them essentially.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because you could
it's
only
good
have
ass-
you
it's
could
a
only
good
legally
movie,
have
though.
one daughter. So then like Friday, her name's Friday, she could only go outside on Friday and be, Emily on Friday, and then Saturday, Sunday, and then I get something happens to Wednesday. And
it's what happened to
happened.
Monday.
Oh,
Monday.
Emily.
Oh, it is Monday.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
No,
I knew that
while.
sounded
It's-
weird. 'Cause I'm
it's
like,
a few
that's
years
the
old.
But like,
family one.
can we
but,
also
Adam
like
Sandler.
that's not a rotating cycle? You're really gonna like task someone with being Tuesday for the rest of their fucking life? They just have to live
I
out
know.
Tuesdays. That's
And
fucked
And two
up.
people get to be the weekend.
Who gets to be? No, fuck,
people get to
fuck
be-
Sunday
Wow.
too, though. I'm gonna be
Wow.
honest. I put
Never
that shit
have to
on
go to
God.
school.
I put
No
this on
work.
God.
Oh.
Fuck Sunday. I hate Sunday. Friday clears Sunday. Sunday's a bottom tier day. I don't care how pious or devout you are. I don't fucking like it. It's not even a weekend. I did homework and I worried about Monday. That's what Sunday was.
Yeah.
Saturday being the
Pretty
holiday is
stressful.
kind of based.
Yeah, but
fuck
I don't
with
even
that.
like Saturday that much. I'm a Friday
Okay,
main.
so what do
I'm a
you
Friday
like?
main.
Okay.
Friday's the best day of the week. Not even close.
Friday.
I kinda-
Because
of
I
the
fucking love
adrenaline.
Sunday, to be honest.
Because I
always
think
fuck with Thursday.
I like work. I like not like talking about just streaming because this is bullshit. But like my entire life, I enjoyed like elements of going to school. I liked having things to do. I liked learning and being busy. I didn't like the kind of like perpetual sort of unending sense of like, oh, I'm doing this forever. But
Yeah.
Friday, oh my God, show up there. It's a little more lax. Everyone's in a good mood, You get to see people, make some plans, go out, and then you don't have anything to do Saturday. That's great. But I'm
is
I'm
nice.
like on Saturday, I'm thinking about how Sunday sucks. And then Sunday's like,
And then
fuck
it's just
Mondays.
horrible.
I don't know.
I wasn't
does
a
have a
happy
leering
kid.
sense of like doom. Sunday
Yeah.
has like this.
Yeah.
There's something
Yeah.
hanging over you the whole time.
Yeah,
on a Sunday.
you're not cutting loose.
You have to go
I
back.
love Sunday. I'm like, Sunday comes around. I know I'm gonna get. It's bottomless mimosa day. I think the gays have figured out we have secret
True.
tech to make Sundays more enjoyable.
I think I carry a great deal
Ooh.
of like resentment about like being forced to go to church but not believing in God and having that be a really weird relationship in my life. You know what I
See,
mean?
that's
raised
why you
Catholic?
hate Sundays.
No, I was
Like-
raised Lutheran, but like it's Catholic adjacent. My dad was
Close
Catholic,
enough,
my mom was
yeah.
Lutheran. It was Lutheran's
But
the one
same.
step removed.
Or no, but raised Catholic, basically the same. Very
Yeah.
similar. Come from the same
Well,
cloth.
Sunday,
Yeah.
like if you're religious, it's like I would lose the morning and then I'd lose the night because I'd have to go to bed early. And so it's like I only have that
Yeah.
time in between.
Yeah.
And it's
Get
also
up
the day that
early
I feel like my
for-
parents would always make me do fucking chores.
Yeah,
too.
yeah. That's what it was because you would. I mean, it was like touching.
Yeah.
You'd have homework and chores, and fucking, you had to go to church and be like evangelized to, and you'd be like, I don't know if I buy this, and then they get mad at you, and that's a whole thing. I had to get.
We need to talk
confirmed.
about this on another occasion week. I'm worried about you.
Oh,
You
God.
You sound
I'm
very
freaking
like
out.
you're like, are you okay?
You haven't figured out that this show is just his therapy.
Yeah, I get fucking 5
Let's
friends in.
talk
I'm just
about
like,
this later.
so my mom, guys. Let's talk.
Anyone else got trauma? How many
Who wants
siblings
to
you
get
got,
into
guys?
this? Well, no, because I
Were you bullied?
I think that generally speaking, the people I've encountered who like lead with a lot of like vulnerability in social dynamics tend to be raised with a lot of sisters, if they're men at least. Whereas I find that there's more of like an I lead with banter and like kind of like posturing is strong enough to take and give. You know what I mean? If you were raised with a lot of brothers. But Charlie, you kind of defy that because I find you to be a very like forthright and vulnerable person in conversation.
Well,
What
that
about
was
only children?
something I
Oh,
had
you
to,
guys don't
because
matter. That's crazy. That's insane.
Only
Yeah.
children are scary.
No, I'm
that is
amazed that that's
sad.
you actually.
It is
Yeah.
sad for
Yeah.
only child. I'm sorry.
The only thing is that knowing where you're from, I think that there's no such thing as a true only child. Like that's just
To a
there's
degree.
yeah.
I also had massive family. A lot of cousins.
Okay, I don't have a
hanging
single
out.
that's
cousin,
cool.
so that makes
that'll
sense.
good.
change things. I feel
Yeah.
like cousins.
The cousins I have are like it's in the dozens of.
Oh my
of
God.
Oh,
Dude,
that's good then.
No one in my
That
family
helps.
fucked. It's kind of embarrassing. Like when I look at it, like
Okay.
they like did not procreate
Well,
at all.
It helps when your great grandmother on my dad's side had 14 children. So the family tree
Oh.
is
Oh my God.
it is
In my
my
head,
God.
Not
Okay.
a straight line.
it's a wide
Is she
net.
o-
14.
Well, she's dead, so it doesn't matter.
In
But,
my
I mean,
head, that's
she
crazy.
was fine
Like,
for a while.
After 14, you're like withered, like you lost all your mana, and you're like you've aged exponentially. You know,
Mana
like
can't
that's
sit
how.
there
14
staring
years
at
being
you.
pregnant.
Like
It's
I'm
She
staring
was
at
just
you.
pregnant for like 14 years
14
straight.
years.
Oh my god.
Oh my-
She probably didn't know what
That's
to do
crazy.
when she wasn't pregnant for the first time.
Right.
She's just like,
it's like
what do
became
I-
routine. It's like, this doesn't feel right. Let's
Yeah,
just
no,
have another one.
I need to.
Maybe she loved it.
Probably.
Just
At that
addicted.
She was
point.
probably super into being pregnant, I guess.
Yeah.
She's like the Red
Yes.
Hot Chili Peppers. Can't stop. Addicted to the shindig.
Yes.
Had to keep going.
That one was about 14-year-olds, but yeah, close enough.
14 children.
Wait.
14.
Oh, what?
Wait,
No,
what? I'm missing lore right now.
No, Anthony Kiedis of the Red Hot Chili Peppers is just a fucking weirdo. I mean, like all the rock stars, dude. There was. What do you mean? No, that's butt rock. Of course he was. What the fuck? He made an album called like Blood Sugar Sex Magic or something like that. Like the whole like yeah.
Are you a Red Hot Chili Peppers hater?
I kind of, yeah. I like some of the music, but I'm not a big fan. Like I grew up with it, so there are parts of me that like, okay, like can't stop. Like I know, city I live in. Like I'll hear it and be like, fuck. But I don't respect it. A lot of people love the Chili Peppers.
I've really had to stand on it since moving to Southern California because it's literally everywhere. And I'm like, can we listen to anything else?
No, it's butt rock.
I think
It's butt rock, and people don't acknowledge that it's butt
Wait,
rock.
what is butt rock?
What is
I've never heard of butt rock.
I would say
Like, I
that
need
butt
to know.
rock is definitive of a genre of like kind of think a lot of yarling, like the like that sound from the era of like I'd say like early mid 90s to like the mid 2000s. It's defined by a lot of like emotional ballads. They'll have like metal or rock adjacency, but have like a softness lyrically that's meant to kind of capitulate to popular audiences.
Damn,
That's
I
kind
was
of
Pearl
having
Jam is
one of those-
not.
Pearl Jam, no. Pearl Jam's grunge.
No.
That's not. Even though
It's
Eddie Vedder
grunge.
yarls, his
Nickelback.
Pearl Jam is fine. Nickelback is
That
butt
does-
rock. Yeah.
That does sound like.
Also,
Nickelback.
butt rock doesn't
Or
mean it's
Stat
bad.
Rock.
There's some really fun butt rock.
Yeah.
No, Korn's new metal, and Korn is
I feel
actually
like
cool
it
as
needs a
fuck.
new name. I'm a little like,
They
Or
just
Eddie,
cracked me up.
like let's go with a new name for that.
Butt rock?
Okay,
Yeah, it's
Apple-
butt rock.
I always thought of it as like hip dad music.
You're calling it hip dad music?
You're,
Well, 'cause
you're
it
thinking
was
of
like-
yacht rock.
What is
Post
yacht?
run.
Yacht rock, like
But that's
it's kind of like a
Jimmy Buffett. Like kind of.
No, I don't think Jimmy Buffett. Jimmy Buffett's like that's like weird
grandpa
swinger music. I don't think like
Mm.
I guess I don't think that's like also
Hold on, not too much, not too much.
wait. Oh no. I'm sorry.
Some of y'all haven't been to Key West, and it shows. Okay.
Swinging and being an old swinger are very different though. Like swinger culture, once you get like to like, I'm talking like sun damaged, like 65-year-old people who are just like, hey, you like her, fud, you can have her. That's when it gets real weird.
They just get bored at that point.
She likes you. You're like, okay, I don't
Dude,
wanna-
there's
be
like
on
a
the
whole
beach
community in
anymore.
Florida that's just that.
Yeah, it's
where
called the
all
state of
them are-
Florida. What do you mean? That's all they are. It's
Are you
just
talking about
old
they have
retired
the-
Jewish people and weird swingers, and
They
that
have
is
like the
yeah.
pom poms or like the shower things on the golf carts that show
Yeah,
if they're
that
like
tell you-
what they're
Oh, I
into.
can't
The
remember what
upside
it's
down
called.
pineapple.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
It's
a
like
whole
the
real thing.
what are they called? The
The
shower scrubbers, like the
pom-poms?
little shower scrubber.
Yeah,
things
yeah,
that you,
like
down.
loofah
thing.
So they
And
just
it's like-
reinvented like the hankies?
Yeah, it's called the
Kinda.
The gay
Villages.
hankies?
Yes,
That's
it's like
crazy.
the gay hankies, but for swingers in Florida, and it's the city
They
is
put on their
or
golf
the
carts.
community is called the Villages.
Yeah.
Yeah, they be fucking.
But there's a part of me
Oh,
that
good
finds
for
that
them.
actually like really.
You know what? Hell yeah.
I find it really nourishing to know that exists. I think on some level though, because
Mm.
I like knowing that there is hard evidence that I'll continue to be attracted to my peers into the point that I'm
Okay,
disgusting.
what?
No. I really appreciate that. Like
We
on
know
some
where you're
level.
moving
Yeah.
later. That's
No.
good.
Like
I'm
I
happy
just think
for you.
like because right now I'm going to be honest. I can't really imagine having sex with a 65-year-old person. I just couldn't. Maybe it's out there, but like I haven't
Later,
encountered
yeah.
that. But I like the thought that at 65 I'll have reverence for that beauty. That I'll be
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
fuck it, man. I mean,
And she does look good.
Look
Yeah.
good for her
Yeah.
age.
having
Like
sex in a
walking
golf cart.
outside.
Like, I like that exists. I think because the opposite is what you see in media, where it's just I'll tell you what. Post Epstein, I'm just like anything that says that some people can go on to be normal. I'm happy about.
Right. At least they're not cheating. I mean, it's cool if you're not cheating.
Well,
you're good.
We don't know that.
They do.
I mean, that's-
There are some affairs for sure. I think.
Oh, I
Yeah.
just mean like in the like swinger community. At least they like they know.
you can
Everyone knows
be-
about it, right? Like
Kind of, but it gets
both
messy.
of them are
still
down.
cheat.
Yeah, they get messy. They get real messy.
Dang. But I thought at the place like the village, like maybe get along, like they kind of had like alliance.
No,
with each
they
other.
all key. No, don't worry, it's a key. Like it's like
Okay.
everyone who moves there, they know
Like, we're
what the vibes
chill.
are. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's like if you move to West Hollywood and you're like, why are there a bunch of twinks walking around? It's like, well, you moved to West Hollywood, California. Like when you move to the villages, like
Yeah.
everyone's gonna be fucking in the window, and that's just how it is.
Yeah, it's the same thing
Oh.
with Silicon Valley and weird tech bros who fetishize East Asian women. You know, it's the
Right.
they go where
it's
the
just how
game
it
is.
is.
Yeah, they're going
Exactly.
where they feel drawn.
Yeah, right.
And they all deserve to be shamed a little bit in Silicon
Agreed.
Valley. I think so. I think it's
Yes.
100%.
Hard.
Yeah,
hard.
yeah,
Agree.
yeah.
I mean,
I
they're
think-
kind
Hard,
of
yes.
ruining our planet, our lives a little
Oh,
bit.
yeah,
Not
yeah,
all
yeah.
of them.
I don't
But
know
like
the
a-
lore.
The best ones.
Oh, Silicon Valley? Like Silicon Valley's like
Yeah, they
northern.
do.
Doing, what are they? They're ruining. Oh, like
That's
with,
like where like the tech bros go to create products that are like, we're gonna find
like,
a way to
ruin the
make
environment.
AI match
Facebook
you
was like
with
founded and
a Chinese
Oh, okay.
villager who's
You know what
gonna
pissed me
marry
off
you.
today? You know what pissed me off today?
Yeah.
Huh.
One of these motherfucking tech bros that we're talking about built an AI robot that supposedly based off of Instagram stories,
I saw that.
photos
Wait, what?
and shit can determine a woman's body count. And like they built this AI robot that they are market as like this foolproof way to know if
Oh,
what
cringe.
body count is. And
yeah,
that's
but they're
like,
just lying, right? Like
How can you
What?
use that and genuinely be
that's-
like, wait, this must be true?
That's crazy.
Like, there's no way you are so dumb to use
That's
that.
insane.
I mean, there is a
Wow.
Crazy
way
work.
because I think that men more than ever have been like propagandized to believe that one, body count is like something to be deeply concerned with, which I just think unless you're like a virgin, and I'd understand if you're a virgin, you're being like, I'd like to maybe meet a virgin too because I'd feel more comfortable there. I don't know. I don't hold it against you, but if you've gone on and had a few partners, being concerned with your partner's past is real dumb to me.
yeah, agreed.
I also think it's the embodiment of questions that you don't actually want the answer to, because if it's any more than zero, the question in your brain will remain, which was like, were they better than me? Oh my God,
like,
did
well,
she
how was
prefer
it?
that?
It's
Yeah.
like you don't want to learn about that too much.
Well, yeah,
Like,
because
I feel
you
like
might not
maybe in
like it.
general, like, all right, it comes up eventually, but I don't know.
I think that it's
Nosy. I like to know.
I like to know too, but mostly just because
To an
I
extent.
I don't care. Like it's not a point of concern for me. I find it
Yeah,
interesting and
yeah.
it doesn't bug me. But if it's something that you are curious to know about because of insecurity, there's no answer other than zero that you're going to be happy with. And then if you get
Yeah.
zero,
Yeah.
you're going to wonder if like she's going to want to only be with you in the future, or if she's going to want to have something else. It's like there's always going to be a problem that comes from the curiosity itself, I think. Unless it's like super grounded and considered. So it's like, why the fuck are you doing that shit?
People online
It's-
just overlay think about it. They'll like see a woman online. They're like, I bet she has a 500 body.
No,
count."
right.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, why are you, or like, you're actually, why do you care? Like, you're not even dating these
feel like-
people. It's just weird people.
It's like for me, what the best part too was there's a bunch of like female OnlyFans girls and like sex workers responding being like, well, this shit's not fucking accurate because they like put their Instagram in and it was like
Oh yeah.
0 bodies.
10 million.
No,
It
no, it was
can't-
the
no,
opposite.
it can't-
It doesn't- no, right. So I was like,
Like-
fuck yeah. But no, I think it's just like a product of the fucking patriarchal bullshit society that we live in, where like there's this double standard for men and women, right? Where like if women have or multiple bodies, I hate that verbiage, but alas, like if women putting it and framing it within their mindset, right? If women have multiple bodies, that they're somehow like less desirable, or it makes them like you know, I don't know. What's the I don't even know. Like just not the same as they were prior.
That
you know,
they're
whatever the fuck that
corrupted,
verbiage
they're
is.
compromised.
Yes,
yeah. Mhm.
Exactly. And it's like the same, but that same fucking mindset is not applied to men. It's wild to me. Like nobody's gonna build an AI robot to determine a man's body count because like it's
No.
just they don't think that way. You know, it's some bullshit.
Well, I think it's a really interesting conversation to be had, especially in the context of modern dating, because I think that one, men are really concerned with their sexual viability because they don't have a way of really checking in with it outside of the context of like the male gaze and how you're being appraised by men. It's why looks maxing is really fascinating because it really did try to create some kind of objective criteria for establishing your sort of desirability, but it's doing so through a very misguided sort of exaltation of what men think is attractive in men, which is all nonsense. We talked about it a lot last week. But I think that it kind of dovetails into a really interesting conversation to be had, which is that the risk-reward ratio of casual sex for women is significantly shittier than it is for men, to the point to where I'd question why people would have it. You know, like the likelihood of like, it involves a great deal of vulnerability, like physically and emotionally, right? I mean, as it does for everyone, but like someone is literally inside of you. They have the capacity to probably overpower you. And the likelihood of you getting either like pregnant or assaulted is probably a little bit higher than you having an orgasm, which is as a man, you don't really have that fear, one, of having something go legitimately poorly. And two, you know, you're probably going to come. So of course you're going to pursue it. Women on the whole, even if they're very attractive, tend to just not value that principle because the risk is so great. Like a one night stand is valueless in a lot of contexts, you know?
With a man, at least.
Yeah, okay, yeah, true.
With
True,
women,
true,
it's
true.
great.
Yeah, a very heteronormative lens here that I'm speaking through.
The odds shift a little bit. The percentages change quite a bit.
But yeah, because, you know,
Sorry,
someone
I
knows
was just
women,
reflecting on like my past experiences, and I was like,
You're like,
oh,
almost true for
Yeah.
almost true.
almost true, but there's another side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's like, I think a lot of women are starting to be like, it's low-key not worth it.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's just like, there's just so much involved with just doing things, and the way for men, I feel like it is easy. It's just like, oh, this, that, like maybe, yeah, like you said, it's not the best experience, but like they're good and they're
I
gonna
think
go
it's
home
the best
after.
experience for a lot of men because they have a
Yeah.
pretty shallow like premise of what's
Yeah.
even satisfying sexually, because they're operating under like a need to establish their like desirability. Like the way that it kind of like assuages their ego is more significant to them than like physical or emotional intimacy. It's like,
Well,
I got
everyone's
that.
so
So they're
porn pilled
good,
nowadays
yes.
too, so they're like flipping around and doing all this crazy shit.
Porn
And they're
pilled?
just like,
Is that what you
yeah,
said?
just
Oh,
like-
yeah.
yeah, porn pilled.
Yeah.
They're
I
porn
feel like you can
maxing.
add pilled to anything now. I don't know. I said something like I'm matcha pilled the other day. I'm like, what is wrong?
Oh,
with
yeah,
you?
no,
Like,
that's
I
base.
mean,
You
just
can
be
do
adding
that.
pilled to anything, but you're right. Like they are. It's so
They're
funny.
doing just a bunch of, and it's like, oh yeah, that feel good. And it's like, I don't even know what the fuck you were doing.
Yeah, that,
like,
no, no, that looked like Tai Chi.
They're like,
have
well,
no idea what
I
that-
came. So
Yeah.
And also like a
Pill
deep fear
maxing.
of vulnerability as well. So I feel like I'm assuming like very poor communication if vulnerability is really scary. So I feel like even if the end goal is to finish for a man seeking out casual sex, I do wonder if it's not, you know, more or less just kind of anxiety inducing and alienating in some ways.
I think in a lot of ways it can be. I mean, I'm curious in what a lot of like young people, like younger men have to think on it, because I'm sure that it stays relatively consistent. I think there's a deep and like unabiding need to substantiate your value in a sexual context, because that is like your masculine identity. But I do think that things are kind of shifting, right? In that I read this really interesting article via Playboy actually not too long ago about clavicular. It was something called like clavicular, the radical submissive, and it was a really interesting
Right.
premise.
I need to read that.
It's really
shit.
good. It's a quick read. It took me like 5-10 minutes. Really succinct. But the whole idea
flex.
being that like rather than it like this whole idea of like obsessive and meticulous looks maxing and like the beautification of men, it is really much more akin to the sort of like beauty propaganda that women have been subjected to, in that it isn't really built around actually arriving at a desired end. It is to be seen as someone worthy of that end, right? Because a lot of women were historically vying to be beautiful amongst one another because their sense of value, or even let's say viability, was built upon men selecting them sexually, right? And that's what established your value prior to like, you know, I'd say like pretty recently when women were, you know, encouraged to step into careers and make legitimate like livings outside of being like a bang maid. Which, you know, systemically was just not really an option before like even the 70s. So, sorry, I'm getting wordy. The whole thing that I found really interesting about it is that it's now about proving to a lot of other men and women that you could have them. You know what I mean? That you are desirable.
Yeah.
It's not about having anything. There's no objective to it. There's no outcome you really look for. It's just you've been sold insecurity as an identity, and these are the ways you fight against it. It's you're Sisyphus, you know?
Yeah.
I wonder if
Like,
aging
you
will
need
torture them the
different
same way.
Oh,
I
it
think
will, 100%.
It will, but not
Mhm.
exactly the same way, I feel like. Because no, they could torture themselves in their head, oh, I'm balding, blah, blah, blah. But society's still like, you see a balding man, it's like, okay, he's a balding man. But like, it's like you see a woman who has wrinkles and they're like, expired. So I feel like they'll torture themselves about it, but I don't think they'll torture themselves about it in the same way that women kind of
Well-
have to torture themselves about it.
I do agree, but I also think that, like, I agree with you completely now. But like, as time goes on, I wonder
Yes.
if dudes will start doing that to each other to an extreme degree, and if the looks maxing
In those
thing
spaces,
becomes
yeah.
normalized, maybe women will start doing that if they see a baldy. That'd be, I guess,
No,
some
it
gender
happens a
equality,
lot
but in
already.
the worst way possible.
It
It's
happens
like,
a lot
it's not
already.
the best thing, but it's like, well, no,
No,
but, like,
young men
so
are
you're
talking
right.
about the H pill. They're talking about, hair pilled, the fact that, like, you have to have hair, you have to look young, and that there's nothing worse for your sort of like beauty value than getting older, because it's, again, completely divorced from the criteria that women would appraise attractiveness through, because that is a sort of alchemy to them, right? They want something that they can like autistically and objectively define and submit to, right? Whereas the idea of having to be a dynamic and interesting person with like hobbies and like a meaningful interest in who someone is not a guarantee, one, and then two, it feels to them like cope, right? Because they tried and it didn't work because they're clumsy and autistic. So you have a very interesting sort of like propaganda machine being created by the least qualified, I'd say, who are also the most online. They're the ones who are going to overly represent their failures, because the people who I know who are off, like, dude, they're like married to like their second girlfriend ever. You know what I mean? They were very happy and they kept going, and now they're married and they're having kids, and more power to them. They just don't tweet.
Yeah, that's what makes it so. I mean, I guess it is just the effect of not seeing these dudes online. And I suppose, or like, normal men online who look pretty normal, or maybe even by, society standards, kind of ugly, like happy with a family. I guess that would kind of speak to the fact that, like, younger people just don't really go out anymore and aren't really seeing like normal men in normal relationships happy, which is scary.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, it's so interesting, like, too, the idea of not going out anymore. Like, I know we talked about it so much last week, but it's something that I still in my head, like, Nas was on, and he's like a younger dude in his 20s, and he was like really like, no, we just didn't go out. We didn't go to parties. Like, post-COVID, that entire...
Yeah, younger people are just drinking less, right? They're just not really...
It's like, drinking's not a thing as much as it used to be. I've seen like the stats, and it's just like no one drinking in the same way they used to.
Yeah, like entering my 20s, I thought it would be like every night we're going out and we're partying or whatever. And like I had a brief stint of that, but I got out of it so much faster than I thought it would.
Yeah.
See, and part of it has to do with like my friends stopped doing it as well, but it's just like also
if
like
no one's doing it, you're not gonna like, okay, I'll
I think even if I was like on my own,
not.
I didn't have my current friend group, I'd still be like, eh.
See, but
do we
also-
have to?
I think also
I'm
like
glad we kind of have gotten better with it, honestly.
yeah, I think also other substances have become legal. You know what I mean? Like, I would so much rather smoke weed than like drink. You know what I'm saying? And also like that makes your metabolism go boots. Like, you don't get hungover the next day. Like, I think because there's like other options being presented as well, like that has pushed people away from drinking, because for illegality reasons, like a lot of people were just like, well, my vice has to be drinking because like I'm not trying to break the law,
See, I'm kind of torn on this, because a big part of me thinks that we've developed a sort of like grind set culture that has pervaded its way into a lot of different, because I think that, one, life feels incredibly unstable. I think that we've all been sold this kind of fame imperative that you need to be wealthy and you need to have established social status in a way that's measurable via social media. And a lot of that is built upon maxing. I think that the maxing culture that you're observing now has a lot to do with why people have become increasingly puritanical about their partying, because what does alcohol do? It ages you, it dries your skin out, what does going out into the sun do? It gives you fucking, sun damage. It gives you wrinkles, I really do think that people have become so obsessed with preserving what they believe to be this kind of like lived ideal of beauty and viability that they have ceased to live in a way. And I think that there's a legitimate pressure there.
Too, yeah.
Like, because I noticed I got more into that as I got older, where I was like, no, I need to like preserve my youth. And then I was like, wait, but a lot of people would just maximize their youth. They would just really live and enjoy and partake in it. But it felt like that infrastructure or that social system isn't there anymore for them. So they're holding out for maybe the time where they can do that.
And it's like, it's probably never going to come for most of us. I mean, I hate to be doomer about the US, but my God, if Social Security is still a thing, by the time I'm old, I mean, God,
no, we're fucked.
And like, I'll never be this young again. I guess I do, I try to take care of myself as much as I can, but there is something that my God, it is just fun to kind of like go out with friends, get wasted, and then the next day you're hungover, and it's like then you have an excuse to lay in bed and do nothing.
Yeah.
And it's kind of awesome. I mean, if you're doing it all the time,
true.
bad, but like
Yeah.
I kind of love the, you know, and I guess also the I think socially alcohol can be very, very important to get people to be less uptight. And when people do that less, I don't think it means we're connecting more now with that, like sober. I think it means people are connecting less and not really opening up as much.
I think there's a legitimate anthropological position to have on this, which is that there's a reason why like substances, particularly like fermentation, alcohol specifically, is like a cultural constant amongst every era and every culture. We have kept arriving at new ways to get fucked up. You know what I mean? But I think that there's something to that. Like maybe as being beings that are kind of cursed with consciousness and self-awareness, we are requiring of something to help us transcend that on some level. That it serves an equally significant sort of evolutionary, if I dare like dabble in that, imperative to being sentient and like considering our actions. That we also need to have moments where we're
all trying to return to monkey.
Yes.
We all
yes.
We were
like, yes, mind you, hello.
Yes.
I've been
cursed with consciousness and just trying to like bring it back down to like not having to think about it or worry about it.
It's this idea of like
everyone's trying to become monkey pilled, monkey max.
I think that it ties into this idea of like
maxing,
glorious excess and like the need for celebration and festival, and how there are times where the more we try to be prudent and the more we try to preserve for some kind of future outcome, the less we connect and the more resentment builds between people. Like you need to have these sort of like moments of splendor where you're just like doing shit, you know?
I also think that alcohol. Like oh, go ahead.
Oh no, sorry. I was gonna get really literary pilled.
Get it? Yeah.
There's this Russian theorist named Mikhail Bakhtin who in the 60s wrote about the theory of like carnivalesque, which was a sense where the working class engage in all sorts of hedonism, and it's a time in which like the grotesque reality of humanity comes out and all hierarchies are abolished, and how important that is to functioning as human beings, just having those like insane times so that we don't go insane and eventually snap because of repression.
Yeah, I actually read this exact. It was one of my. I think it was a course I took my junior year of college. It was about like creativity and culture. Yes, and the whole premise of creating these sort of routine engagements where we get to go be fucking wild is it's also consistent in just about everything we do, though. I mean, even down to like what we give like high school kids. Like you have like school dances and shit. You know, this idea that you get to go and have a moment where you get to be unobserved and party a little bit. It's important for social development in a really real way. And I think that you're seeing under-socialization manifest itself in puritanical grinding. It reminds me a lot of those, everyone grew up with a kid like this who lived for a future promise that may never be delivered, right? They've built a fantasy of how things would turn out if they were, self-sacrificial enough. And I think that it always ends in anticlimax and, frustration.
Because nothing's ever good enough.
It's capitalism's goal, too.
Y'all, you guys are just so much smarter.
No. You're very smart.
I'm like hearing you guys talking or like referencing articles.
I
watched movies in college.
I'm dumb as rocks. I'm only good at one thing. I'm good at one thing, bad at everything else.
No.
I can't even do like basic algebra evades me.
My college was under a highway, so
all of you guys are actually like really smart and really awesome contributors, and there's no amount of dumb fucking academic verbiage that matters because that's really just what you normalize.
No, but y'all are good at talking. Like, wait, you are good at talking.
No.
Like,
you are good. And I want you to just trust that all of you are in the call because I think you're awesome and capable. And don't ever, there's nothing you can say that's not going to.
So smart.
Yeah, I just want you guys to feel like truly confident because I invite you guys because I think you're all like smart and awesome and fun. And like this is if we get into someone like it doesn't matter where you read it. The point is that like we have to like do things that allow us to be like out there and to kind of like purge this sort of fear of infraction on. Well, was that you?
Okay,
my brother, that was Saddam Hussein.
I thought that was
Saddam Hussein.
Crazy word.
Is that you? Is that?
My brother, that's Saddam Hussein. You just said, "Is that you?"
Well, have you seen Young
LSF?
Saddam?
Get this man.
Have you seen
LSF
Young?
attack this man.
Have you seen Young Saddam?
No, to be fair, no.
He was a Chad. He was the Chad. Look up young Saddam right now. I'm telling
Was
you.
he Chad pilled?
The one thing I've come to learn about every
Young Stalin
major
was
like
hot.
autocratic leader in a now like ostracized or quarantined like political reality, they were all hot as fuck. Like you look like a young
Fidel
Gaddafi.
Castro was so sexy.
Fidel, sexy as hell.
Oh my god.
Yeah, looking like a young Justin Trudeau.
I just had this out of body
Yes.
moment when you were saying how competent and confident and based we all are, and I'm looking on my desk is a pack fresh Desert Storm Saddam Hussein, and I was like, I don't know if that's true.
Maybe not all of us.
I was like way more enamored with this, and I was like,
Hold on,
don't know,
I need
man.
you to know that I do have like America's Most Wanted Saddam or Osama bin Laden T-shirt somewhere. Hold on, let me see if I can find
Oh,
it. Talk amongst
God.
yourselves.
Oh god.
No, I want one of those so bad. This is
Christian, I did want to hear about the capitalism thing because I was
I was
excited.
just gonna say that's capitalism's goal. You know what I mean? To take away
Mhm.
third spaces, to
Yeah.
facilitate us into these mindsets that like we are machines that are meant to fucking grind.
Mhm.
Like there's
Yeah.
no time for fun. Like don't drink, don't go out, don't talk to people. Like
Yeah.
Mhm.
isolationism is capitalism's goal. You know, so it's
It's
like
the
being
goal.
mindset
I
of
agree.
that. Or being mindful of that is how we combat, like this. I think it's. Oh my Jesus Christ!
Oh my
That's so good.
god.
America's Most Wanted, dead or alive, Osama bin Laden, dead in the
Oh,
center.
that's-
Which honestly
that's
looks like
wonderful.
such a
Wait.
fucking hype T-shirt, dude. It looks so cool.
no, it's
like,
a band
what is that
T-shirt.
shirt?
Absolutely.
Oh.
No, that's merch. Like that's not.
You would
that's
see that
crazy.
at like a
That's your
current,
merch?
like
Is that
like a
yours?
No,
punk
I
show.
bought that at a Second
Yes.
Street. Or a second?
Second
Is it
Street.
no? Is it
Awesome.
Second
I
Street?
think
Is
it
that
is Second
the
Street.
Japanese
It should
thrift
be.
store? It's
I mean,
cool
there's
as
no rule
shit.
that says that like streamer merch has to be like have you or your face on it. I could just make Osama bin Laden like get him like
Yeah.
like
Fuck it.
Yeah.
GWOT
Yeah.
like Global War on Terror style.
You could literally make SEAL Team 6 merch and just sell it as your own. There's no.
Yeah, why not?
Is there copyright on SEAL Team 6?
I think that'd be hysterical
Or
if there
trademark?
was actually. I think
Yeah.
I think that honestly nothing would be better for you as a creator than to get C&D'd by the US
Cease
Navy
and desist
for co-opting SEAL Team 6.
from the federal fucking government. They're like, hey
And
man,
then if
we
that
own that
happens,
shit.
just pivot and like rebrand as Burnt Peanut and then be like, Burnt Peanut tried to sell SEAL Team 6 merch, and then he would probably
it's not too
benefit
late.
because I'm sure his community would actually fuck with that.
I'm crying.
Yeah, they'd love that.
Greg Wilder.
They'd love that shit.
Oh, I already get enough people rolling. Someone earlier today in my stream was like, yo, I think Nick Merckx is looking for you to play marathon. I was like, I don't think he is, brother. I think you're in the wrong
You
fucking
need,
place.
you need to start saying yes. You need to start getting in those lobbies and just being like, no, I'm not
Me and Ollie
Burnt.
with Nick Merckx would be really funny because I mean, I think a couple
Yeah.
things to say to him.
I hear that name a lot, but I don't know who he is.
I also
This
don't
is-
know his
He's like an old Call of Duty guy who has done some chud shit.
Oh.
Yeah,
Classic.
yeah.
I
Raised in a
forget, what
COD
did he
lobby.
do again? He did a
My
thing.
go adapt would never.
Very recently,
Your goat
what-
adapt?
like
No.
a thing or just like some shit that
No,
he
because
said?
he had like, what was the controversy? It was around the doc thing where he like,
he stood by him.
Was
He's
he
like,
like-
they're never gonna make me hate you, Doc, type shit.
and then
Like, it
eventually he's
wasn't
like,
that
obviously
crazy.
you can't be. And then the doc like tweeted and was like, yeah, I did it, but, and then you're like, hold on.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's like
Well,
she was legal,
fun.
and it's like,
It-
what fuck ass state did you
What
have to
the
go to?
fuck?
Well, and then there was like a school protest about like something with like trans people or something, and then
Oh,
like
yeah. Oh,
he took it
yeah,
upon
keep it out
himself
of
to be like,
schools or something
leave the
like that.
kids alone.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
leave our
yeah.
fucking kids alone. Like no one
Jesus
asked your
Christ.
opinion on this shit.
Yeah, leave
like
the
this
kids
was
alone.
the last straw for him. Like some
Yeah.
protest at some random school in Wisconsin.
Yeah.
And he's
There-
like, leave him
Why
alone.
why are we talking about why is he talking?
Yeah, they're
Why is
really
he- why is he
convinced
talking?
that they're like just like geometry teachers with estrogen being like, shh, shh, shh. Like it's like a
Yeah.
shitty
No,
like high school
genuinely.
football coach.
Yeah,
like,
like dealing estrogen.
This is
to the
how you
kids.
win,
It's not
son.
Trans the kids.
You're on that
Like-
E.
no, man, I don't know. It's just an insane premise to me that I could never really get my like fucking mind around when it came to them. You know what I mean? Because there's no like,
It's a-
there's no
it's
strategy to this. It's mostly people being like, yeah, we should have like, they should let them know that they're like allowed to be who they are if they feel it. You know, I don't think there's a lot of insistence.
yeah. I feel like it's misdirection. You know, it's
Mhm.
to find like a very convenient target,
Yeah,
like a very small group of vulnerable people, and then they become the perfect villain to beat down on, to
Mhm.
demonize, and then that distracts everyone from, you know, the 1% destroying
yeah,
our country.
of
Yeah.
course.
Oh, for
Um,
sure.
Yeah.
My mom kind of I don't want to go too deep into it, but my mom, she has interesting political things, and
Oh,
I have,
fun.
like, takes,
I love
get it.
chud parent stuff. It's fun.
Yeah. So it's rough because I'll be like talking to her, and then she randomly brings up, like, for example, something that happened. It's like people will take it, they'll be like one incident that kind of happened and almost didn't even happen, and then they use that to frame every thought
Well,
ever.
it's the Asmongold model. I'm going to find a reply tweet with 6 likes, and I'm going to represent an entire school of thought by it.
Yeah,
That's what's wrong with the left.
Yeah, it's like, oh, there it is, boys.
There are
They're saying
litter
it.
boxes in the bathroom,
And it was
saw it.
never like I am some lore of me. I'm actually, I suppose I could be called detransitioned. I was out as FTM trans guy for like 10 years. Conservatives would often be confused, but most of the time they were like, okay. Like my grandfather, who was extremely conservative, was like, I think this is weird, but I love you.
Sure.
And then, God, the last time I saw him before he passed away, he was like, I'm glad you got over that trans thing. Oh, those people are disgusting. And I was like, dude, you were literally like, okay with it.
Yeah.
You were like, yeah,
opinions
whatever.
so
I'll,
fast.
I'll call you Charlie. Whatever. Like, what the fuck?
Can I poke a little bit at that? Because I think you have a really interesting perspective in that I have a sense that there's an enormous premium on tokenizing the perspective of someone who has, like, technically detransitioned. How do you reckon with the way that people would like to use your experience as a way of invalidating trans identity or showing the dangers of individuals who transition?
Well, the thing that is annoying is that, like, when I wasn't on T for very long, only like 6 months, because it made me very grumpy. But I would still, even when I'd stop it, I'd stay. Yeah, it tracks. It made me really grumpy, and I stank like my brothers. Yeah. And that is the worst feeling in the world, to wake up and you smell like your fucking
your brother.
Like my bed smelled like my stinky ass brothers, and I'm like, I can't do this.
Welcome.
But like, the thing is that T was like great for me, and being out as a dude was what I needed at the time, and it was great for me. And so I don't like when people try to make it like a thing, like, oh, the cult got to you and brainwashed you, and I'm like, no, this rocked. Actually, this was good for me. And the crazy thing is that, like, if you actually look into a lot of detransitioner stories, and I know some ex-detransitioners, most of them are going to end up transitioning back. Like a lot of the big detransitioners seem to be having some sort of like mental or emotional crisis that is causing like a huge shift in their ideology. Like that one Maya poet, she left the US to live in Israel because her parents were extremely transphobic. Then after October 7th, she moved back to the US and moved in with her parents. And then that's when she decided, okay, I am being trans bad. I'm not trans anymore. And I think that it was like just that event that freaked her out. But again, I know a lot. So it's like, I hate it. It's annoying. I hate it when people try to tell me that they're happy for me, that I'm not mentally ill anymore. And I'm like, well, I'm still got gender dysphoria, so I don't.
Yeah, that's
right. Not really, man.
We're great. Like, I don't suddenly feel like I escaped a cold.
So,
you're fine. Yeah.
I've always had like, I'll give like my, I think like semi like unwoke position on a lot of this that like I think is still grounded, and I'm interested in what people have to say about it, especially you, Charlie, in this context. Like, I had always felt like there's sort of hard swings going on, especially in progressive voices, where it's like I think that it can kind of minimalize the importance of expression across a gendered spectrum by needing to package it into you are either a man or a woman. It creates a really weird binary where, like, for me, for instance, as a kid, I was raised by all women. I was really influenced by like female media. I wanted to be a princess. Like, I would ask to like dress up like Dorothy and shit. And my mother was like very permissive of it. And I explored like that kind of like femininity that I felt was a part of me with no enduring consequence. Like, it was something that was. But I feel as though there is a desire to package and kind of almost aestheticize that now in a way that I think can almost be a little reductive. like to not allow people to be able to express themselves across a gendered spectrum and to like present in a way that's feminine or just like as a woman in ways without defining gendered identity, you know? How do you feel
Were we
about like
talking about this week?
Huh?
Did we have this conversation
No,
like
I don't
2
think
days
so.
ago?
No, we didn't.
We were talking about, I think, something similar maybe?
We
Was
were,
that-
yeah. I forget what it was
Okay.
though.
It was, I think it was on the same track. But we'll obviously try to, tap in. But I was sorry. I just had to interject because I was like, I swear to God, I'm having crazy deja vu right now.
Oh,
Like,
yeah. Wait, was this us talking about like the idea of like
Powder Puff.
and Powder Puff. Yeah, we were. So yeah, I was talking
Like
about how I
football?
got really upset at in my freshman year of college. I got into a class that was about like performance. And this idea of how like we are as people are so like driven to ritual and how it's such a cultural constant to create performative rituals across like history and groups of people. I wasted a lot of money in college, for those of you guys who are interested. And the thing that I really got upset about with my class is that we read this article that was condemning the practice of powder puff. And for those of you guys who don't know, powder puff is like a Southern high school thing where the football team will dress up like cheerleaders and do like, girly dances and cheers. And the girls will go on to play football. And the thing that...
Is it a Southern thing? Sorry to interrupt. Is that...
Some
I thought that
people
was so
weren't
normal.
familiar with it. I knew it, so I just assumed maybe it was regional. Christian also knew it. He's from
I grew up in
Florida.
Florida. Yeah.
Okay.
And the thing that I got really mad about was I was like, well, no, you have to realize that like you have, because they tried to argue that it was transphobic, that it was bullying trans identity and making it so that trans people didn't feel capable or comfortable coming out. But the thing is that it was all so grounded in good faith engagement with the idea of what was repressed. It was almost carnivalesque in a way, to like tie that back in, where this idea of how can I find in an environment that's incredibly proto-masculine, like very archetypally male, space for me to explore things that are girly and flamboyant and expressive. And everyone had the time of their fucking life. I'd never seen more men feel confident and like bolstered by their engagement with the feminine. And it's something that I just think is really weird to discourage, because I'm like, no, this was healthy for all of them. This is how they got to express within them the things that were very taboo. And I don't think anyone's life was made worse for it. I think if anything, there was an appreciation. It wasn't a mockery. It was a celebration, which Carnival also does feature a lot of gender bending and things of that nature. It's all things that, emerge from that degradation of imperatives and hierarchy. Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've talked a lot. You have not responded.
Well, so I'm agreeing with you, because I do think that like it's harmful to everyone when we essentialize feminine equal woman, man equal masculine, and we kind of force everyone to, perform these very traditional gender roles, because that also hurts. Like I know trans dudes who are, fully on T, look very masculine, but they love to do drag. I think that everyone needs, like you said, it's carnivalesque, some sort of like way to take the pressure off, to explore different sides of themselves. And that was kind of a weird thing where a lot of, my God, I remember the drag is transphobic era of discourse on Tumblr. Insane. Like, and it's just
Discourse and Tumblr is a triggering combination in and of itself. I'm like, oh God.
I was fighting the Tumblr wars from 2011 to like, I still have one. I just don't use it anymore.
No, Tumblr is low key now still peace. Like, it's kind of fun. It's not peaceful.
It's nice
fun.
now because it's just like old weird people.
Now it's like chill. It's like we're still here and now we're actually just chilling. I love Tumblr.
Yeah. I know. I still use it sometimes, but it is. I do think that it harms everyone when we, I guess like expect femininity from women and masculinity from men, and assume that any like men dressing up as women, even if it's presented as a joke, as that being inherently harmful or cruel, because we don't consider like how freeing that is.
Yes, no, 100%, dude. I love watching that in guys when they get to like inhabit, like even like when guys get a little like homosexual, do you know what I mean? And they get to actually appreciate the beauty they see in their male friends.
I love that I've seen that increasing throughout the years.
Yes, no,
it's like a joke, but it's also like,
it isn't.
I feel like
it actually isn't.
Right.
They really want to express it. Like,
no, but like sometimes it's like, I think it starts as a joke. Maybe I'm not a guy, but what I see is like, oh, you see jokes online, but it's like then I see my male friends. Two of my male friends, they just kissed each other for the meme of it.
Yes,
like for the joke of it, and it's like, but it's nice. It's like there was once a time where they would never, but then they went, and it was like, oh, that doesn't matter.
Now,
they talk about like, I love it.
A lot of people would dub that homophobic. Christian, resident gay insight here. How do you feel about that?
I do not give a fuck. In my opinion, like if that's their prerogative, if they wanna kiss a homie, they should kiss the homie. I think it's exactly what we're speaking about in the terms of gender, but within the scope of sexuality, right? Like for me, sexuality is a very fluid, very like individualistic experience. And I think compartmentalizing people and saying, oh, straight men can't kiss each other and that's only reserved for gay men. I think it contributes to the same sort of like compartmentalization of gender that we're speaking on, where I think overall it actually does a disservice to the gay community when we take instances like that and frame it in a negative light because we think it's them making a mockery of us, when I think in just reality, as like Paige is speaking on, it's just like they're doing it just to do it. And it's like a celebration of like like the fact that like, yeah, like we're just gonna kiss a homie. Like I think it makes it too deep. You know what I mean? I think there's some instances, right, where it's like if you, for example, fake come out online. Like for me, I take issue with that because it's like
totally
that, in my opinion,
like
is
gay baiting.
That is a mockery.
Or not even. It's just that's
Does that happen?
Of coming out. It happens sometimes. It's whatever.
That's
it's
crazy.
not that.
Just like a tweet as like a prank.
It was a
then
bad
just,
joke that came through,
right.
like I think like Lacey's Twitter or something. Like one of the phase kids
I
hacked
don't
his
remember what it
Twitter and
was,
did it.
but I remember
And-
seeing that and being like, it just sucks for me, right? Because it's like when I came out, like I had people. This is not in a trauma way, just reality, right? Like I had people who did not ever talk to me ever again. So it's like, in those instances, it's like that's an example where I'm like, oh, I don't know if that's that funny, right? But in terms of like, I don't know, like Rage has a gay character that he plays. I think that shit's kind of funny. I don't know. I think it's funny. I think it's exactly what we're speaking on in terms of like just engaging in one's femininity from the perspective of a celebration of it, And I don't think he does it inherently in a mocking framework as much as it's just like, that's just, I don't know. It's not that deep. I don't know. It's not that deep.
Yes.
It's not that deep.
Yeah.
I think often in like queer discourse, sometimes things are just taking too deep, right? Like there's bigger issues to fry. You know what I'm saying? Like let's get better education on like, HIV prevention. Let's have more discourse about how can we better support queer artists and ensure that we're like experiencing or people have adequate queer representation. To me, that's super productive. I think nitpicking like humor or nitpicking like, like, oh, men shouldn't dress up as cheerleaders because that's a mockery of transness. Like, I think that discourse actually does a lot of damage for our community because I think at the end of the day, like, it's working to compartmentalize people and no one likes to be compartmentalized type shit.
Well, that's what a lot of this
We're policing each other the way. Oh, sorry.
No, please talk over me.
I was going to say we end up policing each other the way that we have been policed. Like it's just. It's crazy. It's the same tools. We police each other. We police other people, and it's exhausting. It is kind of a puritanical impulse.
I remember there was this whole no homo thing that happened when I was in high school. Everyone would like, they do something gay, they'd say something gay, but they'd say no homo. And I remember a lot of my friends and I getting really into, we would say full homo every time. And that was something that we were like very like, we stood beside. And when I look back on it, it's something I'm really glad to have been raised around, where a bunch of guys who were like, at the very least, so unserious about sexuality that it was fodder for comedy. Do you know what I mean? That like they didn't feel like to engage with, like what might be seen as like the feminine or even like, on like the Kinsey spectrum, a little more gay, that it wasn't something they felt they had to defend. Right. And I think that that's a literal, like, it's kind of like entry level homophobization of a lot of like young people who have been taught that that's a bad thing. Right. Yeah. And I hate seeing it come back where people will start to like discourage it, because I think that it's a legitimately important period of experimentation where people become comfortable with who they are and where they sit on that spectrum or scale.
Yeah, people now have like pause.
Yeah,
like that's
dude.
like the thing. It's like pause. It's like, what's wrong with like a fucking like people underestimate like how much just
they
like
overly be
general,
pausing.
Yeah,
it's like dude, I like your shoes. Pause.
Yeah.
No,
like,
right.
like it's like.
I grew up in a lot of like very like rural Texas, and I'm thankful that I had a lot of like a very conservative like surroundings, but I never like I was never, but like I still like spent a lot of time in like Colorado. Like I still grew up in a very liberal environment. By the skin of my teeth, somehow I didn't turn out like terrible, and like the town I lived in, by most standards, the town I like went to high school in and shit. Wake, still pretty like liberal kind of island in the grand scheme of like Texas and everything. But even then I was still like had this kind of like closeted viewpoint. It wasn't until I went to college and like was surrounded in, like in Austin too, just like this mecca of like queerness and you know all the getting exposure to all these different things. That's when it really like opened up and became so much more comfortable with all that. It was like a no homo type, you know, vibe in high school of like whoa, and then you know cut to me like at my job every day in Austin, and I had like my best friends that I would see, and we would like hug each other and tell each other like they send by like I love you, like you know stay safe, like all this shit, like a way more closer male like bond, and just being like oh that's okay, you know that it's because you're just exposed to so much more, and like getting rid of like any sort of like toxicity that can come with that, and really being like no like I'm close, like I care about you type thing.
And it's a guy that must feel really nice for you, because there's guys who like they just aren't in spaces where they do that, their friends do that, and it's just like awkward to do any of that. But like I'm sure on your end you just feel like warmth in your heart. It's the same way girls do when you see a girl and you're like hey, like we know that feels amazing, and so
you know where it comes from.
And guys, sadly, a lot of them, because of this culture that we have, they don't know how important that is in friendships to have that like closeness. Or like I've heard things online about like guys, they don't even know their like best friend's middle name. You don't know anything about them. They're touch starved. And so it's nice to hear that you have that experience of like, dude, I'm a hug the homies. I hope we're getting better at that. Like,
I'm a huge proponent of like girly pop, like glazing other guys. Like even though I think that it can kind of be like performative or even like backhanded in some instances, like I think that to be really forthright about what you value about your friends is important, because a lot of men don't get earnest compliments from people that they're not trying to have sex with. Do you know what I mean? To just independent of sexual outcomes, to just be complimented in a way that's thought through is something I think a lot of guys don't get to experience. And I think it puts them in a position of constantly trying to like substantiate things that are in the grand scheme of things really unimportant. I think it's why looks maxing has become such an interesting thing to, because look at these guys posting photos online to communities of men to get glazed about their like agonial angle or something like that. You know,
it's almost like a loophole for them.
Yes, no, 100% it is.
Yeah.
It's a loophole to like get compliments from guys and compliment other guys, but it's not like a compliment like, yo, good job, you're working out. It's like, oh, I see that like your jawline's really coming together. Like,
and now
it's
there
like
must be all the women looking at you now. Like now all the women want you.
Yeah.
Like it's like, no, not that compliment. Don't do that kind, but like
which is a huge swing away from like, why are you wearing a collared shirt? Are you gay? Like that was like that was like the era of man I was raised in.
A collared shirt?
Oh, dude, if you put in any effort, oh my god. I remember I wore a shawl I wore a shawl cardigan my freshman year of college to like a film meeting because I played lacrosse in college, and the amount of people are like, is Wake gay? Is Wake a gay man?
Just from that one cardigan.
Yeah, I mean, but they were like worried. It was like, hold on, wait a second, what's he doing right now? This isn't what we wear, you know?
Trying to tell us something right now?
Yeah, no, it was a really interesting phenomenon for me when I realized like, okay, my bubble growing up isn't necessarily indicative of everyone else's bubble. 1 and 2, cardigans might be gay, and I didn't know. You know, like hold on, wait.
No one told me.
Am I a gay icon right now? And it was a really strange thing. Where now in retrospect, when I look back on it, obviously it was stupid. But to think like there was a time where if you tried to make music, that was gay. Why are you making music to sing to other men? That's gay. Why are you singing? You know, like there was always something that was just generally homophobic about expressing yourself. And when I see like a lot of the younger streamers like just like decide to make music to make it, and they make it like corny and it's about how much they love a girl, I'm like this is such a triumph, because you would have been cyberbullied to death for this. You know, the fact that we have come far enough to where you can do that and do it publicly and get W's for it, it actually makes me so happy. You know?
I like that. That's
I feel
nice
like a part of like I guess learning how to pass when I was younger was me realizing that a good chunk of like I grew up in a rural area in Northern California, and a lot of like rural white American masculinity is the rule is you kind of have to look like shit.
Yes.
You know, like you're saying,
if you try, then it's like
it's
if you groom yourself
fruity.
It's like, you're too clean. And it's like, wait, girls want you to look clean, though. That's the thing they don't get. Like,
I started using like 3-in-1 shampoo in my hair. To be fair, I had like very short hair, so it didn't matter. But I didn't use lotion anymore. It was crazy. But I think that that's changing. I think that it's actually like a lot. that like young white boys in America, I think that it's shifting, and masculinity you're still masculine if you try. And I'm specifying white boys because I read this long article once about like how being a good dancer and dressing well were like an okay part of like Black and Latino masculinity. So that's why I'm specifying white.
Yes. 100%. It was something that, because I always really liked dancing. It's something that like I felt like comfortable doing. And not to say I was ever good at it, but like, you know, I was comfortable enough at it to where I would develop like good rhythm. And it wasn't until I was, because I think I was very lucky in that I was tall and like socially successful because I was very good at sports. And when you're good at sports in Texas, you're cool. It doesn't really matter what you do. People will find a reason to be like, oh, that's cool to be that. Is that a lot of people would be like complimentary of my ability to dance once I started doing it, whereas before to try to dance at all is gay. And I think a lot of it is trying to avoid elements of your life that you don't feel you can succeed at meaningfully, right? And so if you've never danced, it's cringe and it's embarrassing and everyone's going to call you gay because no one wants to breach that possibility of dancing being an okay thing to do, especially amongst a bunch of like white dudes. Like white kids were very afraid of dancing. It was never a fear elsewhere. And granted, I went to a really multicultural high school, so it was never that big of a concern for people. But I remember thinking how cool it is to see individuals like kind of like police each other culturally and get to, if you have people who are willing to do things and like stand for what they think is important, they'll do it, right? And as much as I would like to parlay this real quick and talk about how Christian is one of the best dancers I've ever seen, and he's an icon for that, Austin Show is now texting me saying I have to send you away. So I'm going to let you go enjoy your plans for the evening,
Bye,
okay?
Christian.
Y'all, it was an absolute pleasure. I'm like, this conversation restores my faith in humanity. I'm like, it's so good to know that like we're all low-key on the same page and like celebrating like, you know, men tapping into femininity. I don't know. This was great.
Letting the straights get a little gay.
I love it.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I can't carry the flame for too much longer. Like y'all gonna do it.
Yes, we're gonna do it. All right. Hey, I really appreciate you coming by. Yeah, guys, Christian was a pinch hitter today. Make sure you guys go follow him. Mod spam his links.
Christian.
See you, baby.
Y'all.
I'll catch you later.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
I am going to take this opportunity.
I'm seeing selfish
top.
top.
Please go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Do you guys want to go to the restroom? You guys can all go take your.
Can I put a
leave
Korean
and stuff.
corn dog in the air fryer?
Yeah, go. Take a 5 real quick. All right. I'll talk with Jeff for a moment.
1 second,
Yes,
y'all.
go do that. Water and pee. You got this. Go. Everyone who's new here, make sure you follow everyone on the panel. I'm doing an experiment this week with a much smaller panel, so I'm trying to see if the conversation flows a little better, if I feel a little less worried about including everyone. So I made sure I got a few people that I know are just going to be awesome conversationalists. They're super, super, super cool, super talented people. Make sure you follow and support all the channels. Smaller panels always smoother. Also that'll allow us to really extend how many people I can have on the show, which I love. Everyone here is awesome. Wait, did you already get your corn dog in the air fryer?
I put it in the air fryer.
Is your air fryer
my
in your
kitchen's
room?
like 5 steps away.
Oh, that's so OP. Oh my God.
Thank you so much. Rain last night, but like my kitchen was like 4 stories down. I don't know. It was weird.
Oh, thank you for the gift,
you got
bro.
a
Holy
lot of
shit.
subs.
Thank you for the 20. Big love to you, dude.
Wow.
Thank you. I'm a big I'm very air fryer pilled, and I think that every person who struggles with DoorDash needs to get back into air frying. I really, Paige, do you mind me asking like what area of the country you live in? I don't know where you actually are.
I live in Illinois.
Oh my, what?
Yeah, no one lives here.
Why are you in Illinois?
I don't know. It actually sucks. As a streamer, it's a little bit hard because it's like, dude, nobody else lives here.
No, like not at all.
Like nobody.
You're in a tough spot. Rockout Lee
cold
does.
outside.
Probably
Rockout
cheap,
Lee,
though.
it's just Lee.
Yeah.
Like it's just like Lee is amazing.
Yeah.
But like I'm surprised for being such a big city.
Dude, I loved because I had Rockout Lee on last week again briefly, and he hit on all of the panelists, and I had a really different panel. So like he did it the first week, and it was really funny because it was like he was around the whole time, and so everyone got a sense for who he was and like what his dumb character is. But the amount of people who came into my Discord like, Rockout Lee really compromised the vibe last week. He was making
people
the
are
panel.
so
But
like,
I was actually like worried because I was like, holy shit. I mean, like, were people really upset? So I had to reach out to everyone and be like, hey, I just want to check in and see if you were okay. And everyone was fine that I had talked to at least. But I was like, I hadn't had to deal with that. We're
I
like,
didn't know this was happening.
I'm building a panel and I'm kind of, because the first week he tried to hit on this girl named Kaisa, who's a friend of mine. And I stopped it. I was like, hey, as a panelist, there isn't that type of show. And I need you to stop. And then later she was like, I can do that myself, by the way. Like, you don't have to do that. And then I was like, wait, am I like infantilizing women? Like, I don't know what to do.
Wow.
I don't know when to
All the wrong
stop.
steps.
You're terrible.
Yeah. It's like, I just feel like I'm losing. No, Lee's great. He's going to be, he's going to be on the show a bunch. So just really anytime he hits me to come on the show, I let him on because I think he's funny.
What was your topic last time?
Last time we talked, actually we kind of regurgitated a lot of talking points because the last week was about mostly like we started with age gaps in dating and then like Gen Z's under socialization, the lack of drinking, etc.
So the same thing as we did today.
A little bit, yeah, but we touched a lot more on like
more in depth.
Yeah, this was more like trans identity stuff, and then I
didn't even know what we were going to talk about today.
No, I didn't either. To be honest, I was really close to canceling the show. I was if I wasn't able to also get Peanut on, I don't think I would have ran it because I just had so many people drop. It is hard casting shows. I don't know if you guys have ever done this. This is not my favorite part because everyone is down to do it until the day, and then they're like, I gotta go, and I actually have other plans, and I'm like, or they'll just forget.
Try getting 4 streamers in a gym for 24 hours on the same day as the fucking streamer awards.
Oh yeah. Oh my God, dude. I felt, I was, both Fiona and I talked about this and we were like, if we got invited, even like 2 weeks before we would have done it.
No, I know. Like, it was everything.
Because I'll tell you, there are some things I'm willing to do. I am not willing to invoke the scorn of Cutie Cinderella. There is no universe. It wasn't even my love for Wubby or Will. It was I'm like, I will in no way, shape or form put her in a negative position. There's just no way. She does. It's too much.
That was a common answer. So you were not alone.
Absolutely not. It's not that she's scary. It's that she's principled and doesn't give a fuck how famous you are or who your friends are. If you don't show up to an event, you're not going to go. Like,
Yeah, no, exactly.
Because she's principled and puts effort into shit. And that's why she's also kind of the GOAT. She's great. So sorry, but next time. Oh my God, Paige, you're getting more subs.
Oh gosh, thank you for 20 subs. Sorry, thank you so much, Pyrus.
Oh my God, he's going to all the panelists.
Oh shit! Oh my God,
Pyrus,
you're amazing.
Thank you.
Fuck.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you for supporting all of these beautiful panelists and their incredible insights. We appreciate it. Real quick question, you guys. Have you guys been plugged in at all to the Olympic hockey discourse?
I have not paid attention to anything besides Alyssa.
Okay.
We're not be talking about the right.
Alyssa,
we're
actually,
talking about the same thing.
I'm going to pivot then because the Alyssa discourse is way more interesting to me because there's a war on Twitter right now about
my gosh, that stupid tweet. Are we not supposed to just call this
goon baiting?
What
and
are we
that has
doing?
started the most Twitter thing in the whole world.
Also,
it's so bad
to study this because I don't, as throughout when I started streaming, I didn't realize how many really normal movements and actions would be perceived as sexual or suggestive by my audience. And I feel like things that normal men wouldn't look at and be like, oh, this is goon bait. I feel like we need to study what's happening to these
online.
I also think it's important to consider the context in which people are raised and what they are taught to be, and the way that the male gaze is very much a part of what we have defined as being important to capitulate to, right? Even in the event that it isn't direct, a lot of people's social success or even, let's say, survival or stability have been built upon being at least presentable or liked enough to not invoke scorn or wrath. And so there's a baseline level of what could be perceived as flirtatiousness that if you put it under a microscope, people might get weird about, but it's not intentional. It's more of things that are slowly kind of pushed. I know this with a lot of guys too, by the way. I know men who cannot interface with women without flirting. They can't do it. Yeah. They're incapable of engaging with men in a way that is in any way, shape, or form, or engaging with women in a way that isn't sexually charged. It's
very strange.
Yeah. Also, nothing she's doing. What have they been saying is goon baiting with her? By the way, because I haven't seen that.
There's the picture of her with the.
She had her tongue out.
Oh, with her tongue out.
Are we not supposed to call this? She knows what all she's doing is literally a silly face, I won. Like,
Yeah.
but no, people will like.
It's crazy.
It's so sad.
Yeah.
And like you said, Charlie, about being online, it's like you discover people are taking screenshots of things you never knew
Oh my
they
God,
were taking
dude.
screenshots.
The
I have
gooners.
a
Your
guy.
armpits, your feet, your knees.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have an arm guy.
Yeah.
I have a guy who makes new accounts. He has a TikTok. He makes several Discord accounts, and he compiles videos of girl streamers' arms.
Oh my God.
And
Not
he
armpits.
AIs just arms, and he AIs hoodies tied around their waist, and it's actually you've seen him.
That's like a fetish
No,
accessory.
he
Interesting.
he came to my stream.
got
and he
you
was
too.
like, he fucking got me, and I was like, why?
Wait, a hoodie?
Why? I did have like a hoodie around my
No.
waist on like a
No.
stream that I did with someone else, like an IRL stream.
Oh, he
like,
found
I really
it.
liked it when you did that,
He
and I
found
was
it.
like,
That's so
Okay.
gross.
Uh,
like-
he said,
What?
gotta say, love the outfit today. You just come
Yeah.
in
And it's
like,
literally
oh,
a
no.
hoodie around
oh,
your
no.
waist.
but it's
and
funny.
like the most like, why?
Yeah, wait, what's
It's
your
so
read on that?
bad.
Why do you think that's happening?
Dude, something's wrong
I'm
with
usually
him.
really good
That's
at
it.
figuring out like why people like fetishes, but I truly, from the bottom of my heart, I cannot figure out. It had to have been like a core, like
A core
erotic
memory in his childhood
experience.
that like
yeah,
his
Who
teen years
knows?
solidified. But it's so bad. And it was sad because like there was a time I was like when I stream,
Yeah.
I literally have to think about if I'm tying a sweatshirt around my waist. And like it bums me out.
What?
Because I'm
God.
literally thinking
No.
about this freak, and I posted a picture on Instagram, and I'm like, oh, he's
I
gonna
also
see
feel
this.
like at the end of the
And he
day,
saw
and
it.
maybe this is my like kind of like ignorant position, but it's like to
Uh-huh.
allow people to control your presentation
Yeah.
is a surrendering
Oh,
of
yeah, I
autonomy
don't
that I
let
might
it-
like advise against.
Yeah.
Because
much.
his ability
Yeah, that's fair.
to sexualize what is not just like normal but comfortable is like not
Uh-huh.
that is not your thing
Right.
to avoid. You know what I mean?
That's why I was annoyed. Because I'm like, why am I having to think about this?
But also,
Like I tied around my
yeah.
waist. I posted the picture anyway because it was a cute picture. But as I was posting it, I was like, dang, this random dude online is gonna love. Like,
Mhm.
I'm like, that's makes me sad.
yeah.
Like I don't want him to have
it
control over
feels
me,
like
but
an
it makes me
extreme
sad.
violation. You know, like
It
your body
does.
isn't ever safe.
Right.
You know, like
Right.
it makes me feel like my body is never safe. I'm never safe. Like
Yeah.
every part of me is
Yeah.
something that can be chopped up and like turned into
Yeah.
masturbation material.
Can I-
you know?
can I-
like it just
someone like
Can I
Ugh,
ask you to
yeah.
do something, Charlie? Just because you have like a little bit of a delay. Can you like disable and re-enable your camera, or maybe like leave the call and then I'll pull you back into it or something?
Oh, yeah.
Something is
yeah,
glitching,
I'll
and I just
leave
wanna
the
make
call
sure
and
you-
pull
Wait, say,
back
can you
in.
get the fuck out of here?
Yeah, can you
Or what's
actually hold on? This is not where.
All right, I'm out of here.
up? Charlie, take the
Okay,
hint.
I'll
I
pop
don't
into
know.
the pop into the waiting.
Yeah,
lock the VC, lock
yeah,
the
yeah,
VC.
it's done. It's done. Oh, it's locked. She can't get in.
Oh,
It's
thank
cooked. Yeah.
Okay, okay, okay.
She's kicked out of the Discord,
Yeah,
right?
she was
Jesus.
mogging us all a little too hard. It was kind of fucked up. Okay.
You wait
She
No,
should.
it's unfortunate because I have
like a
yeah.
a get out of here. Oh my god.
it is a conversation that I've had a lot with like my friends that are like girl streamers, and it's like, oh, I want to do this thing, but I can't do this because then people are
There's
gonna take it
currently a
this way.
stalker
Yeah.
right now, or like
Yeah, or just like,
Mhm.
look, oh,
We
I
got a
would love to
stalker.
do that. Like, I would love to be this type of like I want to do this physical thing. Like, I
Yeah.
want to do this crazy stuff because they don't even think about it like that,
Yes.
right? They don't even think about
Right.
like, is this something that someone's gonna masturbate to?
Yes.
No,
and then
literally.
someone will come in and tell them like, hey, you should be careful because if you do this, or if you're wearing like, you should wear something else on top so that way it doesn't come off like this or whatever.
Yeah.
And they have to reshape their entire like what they do.
I was
and,
going
like,
to talk about
they
how
go about it.
insane it is that like fetishists are so brazen, and I think that that's the real problem. Is that like the people who have gone out of their way to make their fetishes known to people have kind of spoiled the broth for people who were just privately enjoying it. Like now people are aware. They're like, feet used to just be a thing. Now it's like
and that
no.
bothers me. That
Yeah.
like I literally have
You
to
put 'em on the
think
radar.
about. Like I don't wear sandals on stream. I don't ever show my. and I'm like,
Yes.
it's literally just my body part.
So the
But
first
I know for a fact people are gonna be like,
Yes. No, like the first wave
Sad.
of like, so when I modeled in like, it was like 2018, 2019, the first wave of success I had on the internet was because there was a photo of me in like Gucci sweats with no shirt and my arms up over my head. And it hit gay armpit fetishists like opium.
Jesus.
It was so bizarre. I started getting all of these follows and I was like, this is strange. And then I got this DM from a man named Male Armpit Stalker. And that was the first one. And then he was like, hey, can I use your content? And I was like, I'm not responding to this guy, you know, but I had like this was my first, like, I had just gotten going. And so this was really interesting because then I got an immediate response. Thanks. He didn't actually weigh. Yeah. So he just like, he was reposting. It was so strange.
Did you at least get some coin from that, or just nothing came of it really?
No, you don't get coin. Back then you got coin for nothing, especially as a model. Now a lot of people will parlay it into like, you know, like fan sites and stuff, but like, you know, you just kind of, I mean, you get paid for the shoot, but you get paid peanuts, you know? Like that was a print, that one made it to print and it was still bullshit. But I found it so funny that like that existed with such fervor that someone really locks in on an armpit. And I think a lot of it might just have to do with like formative sexual experience. Like you have like some, like especially with like the like sweater around the waist. I don't like that had to have been like there's something Freudian or something weird.
Happened.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what could have happened. I mean, he's consistent too. There's other streamers, he's been doing that to them for years.
Oh my God.
Like it's not just like a troll. Like I block him on Discord, he makes new accounts and he posts pictures. He's like, I love your milky, delicate. He uses all these words: milky, delicate, silky, damp arms.
But like, I know someone that has a burp guy.
You need.
Oh, that makes sense.
I had a fucking burp and a fart guy who would send me the nastiest
James Joyce was
messages.
a fart guy.
I told a joke once about like when I was a kid, when I was camping, I shit in the bushes.
Oh no!
And he sent me the nastiest message where he was like, I'm jealous of bushes. Like, how did you become jealous of bushes? And like my immediate response was TOS. It was like my thought that what this man should do would violate TOS. I mean,
fair statement
mad.
From you.
But it's like your childhood shitting in a bush story. Like that's disgusting, man. That's so.
This was someone that would like every time they like would burp on stream, like it was clipped. They would go like they look through their clips and it's like, oh, it's like burp number 1, burp number 2.
But that's what's also amazing to me is that like when you really do like dissect it, it's the same issue we have with like online platforming in general in the sort of like amplification of niche perspectives and voices because it's so fucking weird. So this is like there are probably like 15 dudes like this in the world, but they're so active and voracious that we know them. You know what I mean? Like we know them intimately. And that's what's so fascinating to me is that like in the age of the internet, our perspective, like the ability to like manufacture a perspective is insane, right? Because the things that are most bizarre get clipped, talked about, etc. And now we just have to live with the knowledge of their existence, whereas it's one of those things I'd rather not know. You know, it's like the fact that all of my cells are dividing and that my body's constantly stopping cancer from forming and that there are cancerous cells. Like, I don't want to know about all the cancer that my body is making and then stopping.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't want that.
It was good to not know some of these people existed.
Yeah, like I just
but now it's like,
you not
dang,
be.
now we know. Like
why couldn't they just be like just quiet about it? And you gotta imagine that there must be some guys out there that are like bummed who were like quiet about this stuff and upset that the really loud freaks are ruining the party for everyone. For them. Yeah. You know, like just ruining it.
Without a doubt. Yeah. I mean, like it's like when big sites where I would watch like NBA basketball or something would blow up and then everyone would be like, fuck these motherfuckers, man, because it would become public enough to where everyone would use it and then it'd get shut down. It's just the inevitability of things. But when it comes to that stuff, a total side note, but do you guys know who James Joyce is? Really famous author?
Yes.
No.
You know the farts? Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
And have you read the letters?
Oh yeah, of course. Phenomenal. Incredible. Because it's like James Joyce level prose about how much he loves farts and how he can't wait to make his lover fart and all the little farts she's going to make. It was so fucking insane.
And he put that shit to paper?
So he's an author and he wrote that in his book, or it came out?
No. These were letters to a lover. Wife. Yeah.
How did those get out? Why did we know this?
Because we just
people write letters. And then they die, and then their kids get them, and then, especially a lot of famous authors, like, their kids will, you know, release the letters. I once read a fucking scholarly article, though, and mind you, I'm all for taking kind of, like, sexual symbolism and taking it to a weird and too far place, but I read a scholarly article titled, How James Joyce's, like, Coprophilia Resists English senses, is Irish resistance to English colonial senses of
No.
cleanliness. And I was like, no.
That guy's just horny on
No,
Maine.
no, no,
That's
no,
not
no.
it. This
He's
is
just gross.
This is just
He's
a horny
just,
man. Like that's not.
don't
We
piss
do
me
not
off.
do not intellectualize his
This is
farsighted.
not colonial
You
resistance.
can't
He likes
make it
poop and
sound
There's
fart.
nothing
good.
profound
Okay?
about this. He was
There's-
horny on Maine. This
No.
is a dude
On Maine.
DMing like an Indian account manager on an OnlyFans, just being like, I want to fart in your face and then you fart in my face. That's all it was.
Yeah.
He's just James
No.
Joyce, so it sounds really pretty. You
Yeah.
know,
Oh.
there's nothing more to it. Also, real quick, that's something I really find interesting too, is that the idea of, and this is a total detour, but I think it has to do with like the idea of like how sex has evolved in a terminally online context and how happy a lot of men are to interface with someone who they know isn't the person they're talking to, but like are willing to believe the fiction of it. Do you know what I'm talking about? How like on fan
Like
sites,
catfish.
No,
and
no,
they
like,
know
in, like,
they're being
Like
Like,
AI
catfished.
chatbots.
you know, things with like OnlyFans, etc. It's like a lot of these
Oh,
people
they're-
are like their
they're not
accounts are just
actually the
managed by
person.
like someone
Yeah, yeah.
else, you know.
Yeah, because
And
they
so they're
have 10,000 DMs. Like
Yeah.
they're not talking to you, bro.
yeah, I mean like they're
They're not sitting
servicing
there answering
18
everything.
clients at once, you know. And so there's this premise that I find so fascinating where like there's no way that they're not aware. They just have accepted that that illusion is still enough, that it's still sufficiently erotic.
I don't get it.
But like
Personally,
maybe
I don't.
Weird.
I don't get it.
But you have to think that maybe that's just like the degree to which like maybe it's even safer that way. Maybe it's more fun to operate under the role play of thinking you're doing it than it is to actually have the opportunity to talk to someone that could reject you. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it is kind of like maybe it's like a little like it's like a pillow palace that they get to exist in.
People are just so desperate
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah.
For like
I
any
think
sort
they
of like
just hope
attention.
that it's them, but they know deep down it's probably not.
I think
But
most people
maybe
have
it's
to
the slight
realize.
chance. Maybe it's a slight chance that they think it's them, but I
I
don't.
mean, I guess
I don't
already
get
having
this.
to suspend their disbelief
Yeah.
probably in their fantasies, even if it was, you know, the woman they like typing, like the idea that she would ever speak to them
Yeah.
unless they had given her money.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if that's just another degree of suspending that disbelief, and that's
Mhm.
why it's not that hard for so many of them.
Yeah, and also
Yeah.
I do wonder too the degree to which, because there's a lot of animosity regarding things like OnlyFans, etc. And this is probably a better panel for people who have OnlyFans, because you know I would probably want to get deeper into that. So I'm also going to dog ear it a little
Yeah,
bit.
I'm not.
But
too
I just find it because
knowledgeable.
yeah, I don't know to what extent any people have like I don't think that we have a great wealth of perspective on this, but I just think it's interesting how sexuality is kind of evolving in the context of online spaces and how men are both angry about but participating in and engaging with these mediums. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of
I don't
animosity about like we're not buying the OnlyFans, like OF detected, opinion rejected, etc. You know, but like then there's still obviously such robust demand for it that it's not stopping people from consuming it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I find the whole idea of like under socialization and the presence of like echo chambers online to be so at odds with how we evolve our perspectives socially, right? Because we can just find
Yeah.
things that are so comfortably confirming of our biases, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's even just like, you know, even before OnlyFans, I think that just like, it's, you know, we now live in an age where pretty much almost everyone, like millennial and younger, like their first exposure to sex, 99.99% of the time, was through pornography, which
Likely
is
Two
like,
Girls, One Cup, but yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
Likely
I've
intense
avoided that
fetish
my
porn.
whole life. I'm so proud.
intense,
You've avoided
crazy,
it?
creepy fetish porn.
Seen
Isn't
one
Two
man,
Girls, One
jar,
Cup?
but I have avoided Two Girls, One Cup.
Wait, hold on. What did you say you've seen?
Oh, one man, one jar. But I
Oh,
was
okay.
11
Well, then
and it was
you're
so
valid.
Yeah, that's
you're
hilarious.
valid.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know.
That
You're
Yeah.
valid.
It's
I don't know.
depending on the type of person you are, one's worse than the other. Like they're
Yeah.
they're equal, right? Like
Well,
depending on who you are.
the Two Girls, One Cup, it was confirmed that was like ice cream. It wasn't like actual.
But it's coming out the butt.
It's gross. It's gross. It's
it's
gross.
enough.
There's no changing that. It's gross. But
Yeah.
I mean, but like it looks like it poop and it's coming out the butt.
It looks
like
like
it really
poop.
doesn't
It's
matter
really
what
bad.
it is, you know. It's like it's kind of my same premise on lolly shit. It's like yeah, but it looks like a child.
it does. It
You
looks
know?
bad.
My
So like
awareness isn't important here.
the consequences of like, you know, like I'm not like necessarily like an anti-porn person. I think it has its place for sure.
Sure.
But like I do wonder, I guess, about like what the impact of like our first, sexual experiences being, simulated.
Oh, I'm actually pretty anti-porn. I'm very unwoke about porn. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, not in like a puritanical sense. I think that it's legit. I think it's like a bioweapon. I think it's just bad for the brain. I don't think that we metabolize it well. I think that I think that you are seeing in graver quantities men struggle with like sexual function because they are able to capitulate the sort of novelty-seeking machine of sexuality in a way that is like completely incompatible with long-term healthy and fulfilling sexual relationships. Like you can always give yourself a new thing to look at and get excited by, and novelty is kind of by definition exciting, And so the more you seek it, the more you kind of carve out those neural pathways, and the harder it is for you to, I think, like really enjoy where you are. And granted, here's my take. If you have no problem with having frequent active sexual intercourse with your partner, I don't think it's a problem, but I think a lot of men report like kind of breaking their brains with new and exciting porn, and that's hard to... It's like a Snickers bar. It's like candy, It's like it's so palatable and so intensely stimulating that it makes the things that are actually meaningful or good for you seem unrewarding, and I think that sucks.
I feel like it's just the access to it. I feel like it wasn't this bad when it was like something that was in a DVD, when like the access to it was so limited, because like the premise of porn, I don't have any issue with, but I do agree in the sense that it is so easily accessible, specifically the dopamine point that you're talking about.
I want to say chat is malding about this. I've lost the chat. Like, the guy says big words, so porn is bad. Personally. Oh, this guy must be talking about himself, so on and so forth. I am talking entirely about myself, by the way. When I was really young, I consumed a lot of porn, and I found sex to be like, well, cool, way less interesting than I did once I started reading erotica for my like pornographic sort of stimulus. And like, I mean, I'm telling you, I like it more.
I think I will admit I've also done that to myself.
Yeah, it's not an uncommon thing.
It's I think even not just for men. I think anyone can like accidentally fry their brain.
No, I mean it's one aspect of like a much larger thing going. Like there is just in today, and it gets said so much. It's like a constant dopamine rush from everywhere, not just porn too, but like on TikTok, Twitter, like you're just scrolling and it's just constantly dopamine hit, and like porn is one of those things as well. That's just like constant.
Oh, it's super intense.
Like you're just getting inundated with it all the time, so it's easy to fall. People usually fall into one thing or multiple things. If it's not porn, they're constantly watching these like TikToks that make them laugh and giggle, and it's just like. Everyone's dopamine receptors are just fucking fried, if you're like constantly doing this.
Yeah, and so we're clear, like I'm not against the creation of the utilization of porn. I just think that you have to be really honest about your relationship to things that are that stimulating, because oftentimes, like it's the same issue people have with food. The only problem is that we have more substantial and empirical data about why you shouldn't consume like a bunch of trans fats or why sugar is bad for you, etc. But like without those studies, without that insight, people consume it until they die, And so I remember when I was like 17, I'll be like super candid. I'm sorry if it's like a lot to hear, but like I remember I was getting I got my first ever blowjob, and I like was not able to come. And I remember being like, what is up with this? Why do I not like, because in my brain I was like, this should be amazing. This is what I've been waiting for. You know what I mean? And this poor girl is like trying her hardest, and I'm just like not able to. It doesn't click my brain.
I've definitely heard this story before.
Yeah, like the things that I thought would do that. And I remember like looking into it and seeing a lot of like really puritanical, like scorched earth shit about like, that's because sex is evil and the porn is bad and it's breaking. And I remember thinking that's probably too much. And I just switched to things that allowed me to still be stimulated by real world activity. So I would read a lot of porn. That was kind of where I kind of took myself. And I think that it's based as fuck.
Yeah. It doesn't have the same effects.
I think what happens is people get addicted to it so young. And by the time they kind of realize the harm that it does, it's almost now it's like you have to break out of the addiction. Like now it's a problem. Now it's like, but there are people who I think can watch it and be fine, be like, okay, I do this once a week and I'm fine and blah blah blah. But I think as a whole, I kind of am on weeks like where it's like I don't really love it just because of how many problems it causes women and women and men, honestly.
Oh yeah.
Because we don't know how to control ourselves, and we don't know how to, like you said, control the dopamine that comes from it.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, and also
I can't even imagine what it's like growing up now. Like porn was already like readily available, like when we were like young, like that age, like this woman is, but it's even it's so much more now. I can't even imagine.
Once a week was crazy.
It's got to be just hell out there. Like I don't know what.
Because they used to only be accessible on like the fucking family computer.
Yes.
You have to time
now
that
it's like
shit.
you got your iPad. You're chilling.
Yeah, oh, dude, we used to
iPad
like
in your closet.
Growing up, it was like we would like get together as like a team to find like the one computer that wasn't being accessed amongst our friends, and we would like just like sit and consume porn as like a group activity until their parents got home. It was like an hour.
I didn't know that was real.
Even then, you had to access. You had to like.
It's real.
Like willingly access a site that was like, you know, for porn, which came with like a bunch of other like hazards and stuff. And now you don't even have to log in. You don't even have to like go to Pornhub.com. You just be on Twitter and find like obscene amounts of like.
You find one post and you're like, well,
you don't even have to leave.
37 more now.
Yeah, you don't even have to leave it any sort of like parental lock, whatever that's like on a Wi-Fi network. It's just like it's everywhere.
Yeah, but like, and also to say like, you guys might not have any issue with it, by the way. Like, if you can, my litmus test was always for myself. Like, once I can like close my eyes and just like imagine things that I think are hot, and I'm like turned on by it, then I'm good. Like that, there's no issue. You know what I mean? And if you feel like you can do that, then I don't think you have an issue with consumption. I don't think it affects you. You know what I mean? I just like my brain when it finds dopamine, it wants a lot of it, and I noticed that when I was like 17, 18, and I was lucky to, and not a lot of people do, and that's kind of why I ever bring it up.
The problem gets bad.
Yeah,
you switch to hard.
They don't realize how bad it gets.
Well, I mean, I was really lucky because my dad was
green corn dog.
Yes, my dad he was an alcoholic. He was a drinker, and he would get addicted to a lot of weird shit. Like he was addicted to Afrin and things. He just couldn't stop taking Afrin, which is like fascinating.
I've heard that. No, that's
Afrin
common.
is a nasal spray. Yeah.
It widens up like it's a steroid kind. It's like a lesser steroid, and it opens up your nasal passageway. So it's like I can breathe. But then the effect's temporary, so it goes back down. You're like, I can't breathe. Afrin, hit Afrin, and it's addictive. It's highly addictive.
Yes.
Some places have like limited it.
Yeah, it's really fucked. So like, I just kind of knew, luckily, because my mom was transparent about it, that like if I notice I really like things, I shouldn't engage with them too much. You know, if I'm ever thinking like I don't need to go do X social event or something, you know, because I can engage with something else, like even down to like World of Warcraft or video games, like those are all things you have to think about. And it's not to say you have a problem, you know. So don't get too mad. I got so addicted to video games. It's crazy.
Who would get addicted to WoW?
It's crazy. Fuck my whole.
I would never.
Have you guys ever had a video game addiction?
1 in 4 people are addicted. Mm-hmm. I used to be really addicted to Valorant. That caused me really bad mental health, actually.
Wait.
Like during COVID.
Tell us more. Break into this.
So, I started playing a lot of Valorant for fun. I would do like not comp, and then once I started playing comp, and I was really isolated during COVID because I have an immunocompromised family member. Mm-hmm. So COVID was traumatizing for me because I was legit at home for 2 years. So I'd play a lot of Valorant comp, and it made my mental health so bad because that became like my life. Mm-hmm. And like when I was losing games and deranking, it was affecting my mood like genuinely to like a really bad point. Like I already had my problems from COVID, but then it's just like I'm angrier. It was so bad. I can't play Valorant now because it makes me mad. Like it brings me back. Like
it probably became your like locus of like fulfillment, where you're like, oh, this makes me feel like I'm getting better at things, that I have agency over myself. But like online games and like elos are built to always push you to the mean, so you're meant to be at like 50-50 win rate, right? It's supposed to almost feel like a loot
box. So I was just like so frustrated when I wasn't performing in the way that I'm practicing to.
Yes.
And it drove me crazy. It literally drove me crazy. Like it was fun, but it drove me crazy. And it took so much time out of my life because each game is 40 minutes. They get you trapped for 40 minutes, and it's like, let me queue another 40 minutes. Let me queue another 40 minutes.
Yes.
And then it becomes your life. Video game addiction it's rough.
Oh, go ahead.
You please.
Oh, I was going to say, I've been addicted to WoW as a kid, teen, and in my 20s. Overwatch and Dead by Daylight were the big 3 that were like actively impacting my life. And it wouldn't necessarily make me angrier, but I lost interest in literally everything else. Yeah. Like that would be like the highlight of my life and my day. And at one point I was like, if I can structure my life so that I can just play the game that I love as much as possible, I don't care what else I do with it, which is crazy. and not good.
No,
Yeah.
no, I same thing. I mean, like I got really deep into competitive Counter-Strike in college to the point to where I pretty much took a semester off just to keep playing with my team. Like it was like terrible.
Oh shit.
Like I got really into World of Warcraft in multiple phases of my life, and my cycle's always been I will play something until my life becomes untenable because of it, and then I will pick up all the pieces and then get really happy and feel good about the direction of my life, and then I'm like, I'm gonna do it again. And then I would just loop that. And it wasn't until really streaming that I like kind of like lost my palate for gaming long term. Like I just don't, now that it feels like work, I don't want to be at my PC anymore.
It really, yeah.
You get fatigued by it. Now it's like I can't play Valorant because now it's just like I don't want to do it anymore. Like,
well, also like you got to think about all the negative sort of like self-talk and shit that's involved with that. Like the amount of flaming, like
the amount of like you
I would put
you're
my
a piece of
self-worth
shit.
into it.
Yeah.
You suck
Like I
so
would legit
much.
make it my self-worth.
Well, yeah, and it's just not an
I tried to like
encouraging
fiend off
environment.
Tarkov because of that. Tarkov is like my big thing.
Oh my God.
That I was like, it just like how you said with competitive Valorant, like that's me with Tarkov, where I was like, I'm getting so unreasonably angry at a video game. Like this is not healthy for me. And like I've gone in waves.
It
Like I'll
matters
still like
so much to you. That's the
yeah,
thing.
like a few months ago, like I got back into it pretty recently, but then I stepped away from it again because I was like, this game makes me way too mad for like a video game.
Yes.
But I mean, I still like am totally like I come total family of addicts, you know, and I didn't even realize that until I was like an adult. And you just because you just grow up in it, you think it's normal, right? Like, oh, everyone loves to do like crazy things to their body and become estranged family members and go off on like drug benders.
That's
for
just what you do.
days at
You
a time.
become
That's normal.
increasingly weird until you sit at a different table at Thanksgiving. That's the cycle of life. Yeah.
Yeah.
growing up was realizing that, but then being in denial of that, like myself, like, yeah, but I don't have an addictive personality. And then now I'm at the point where I'm like, no, I totally do have an addictive personality. It's going to happen somewhere.
Video games.
So I just choose to let it. I'm like, I'd rather it be a video game that I spend like, 9 hours a day playing than like meth. Like that's a better alternative because it's going to be something. It's going to be something
100%.
somewhere. It's
Isn't that the thing
it's
that
better on my
sucks?
wallet than like gambling.
Yeah,
But it's like I'd rather be sitting here playing
Yeah.
WoW and grinding it than be in a drug den somewhere, which is like a very real possibility.
Well, no, I think a
given my
lot of
bloodline.
addiction needs to be like supplanted or substituted. Like I don't really believe that you can exist without stimulus. And I think that the people who try to get like puritanical always relapse on something. Like even when it comes to like helping people diet, because a lot of obesity is food addiction and a lot of it's teaching people how to emotionally regulate without that drug. Like, and you typically need other drugs, sometimes a medley of which aren't in lethal doses, right? But being willing to like take on like things that are pleasurable or exciting is really important to displace something that you're consuming problematically because you can't exist without it.
Yeah.
You
I'm
know?
also not claiming that I have like the best solution either. Like,
Same, yeah.
I'm not saying you
Yeah,
should, but
Like, how
like the best
do
solution is
we-
like therapy. But like, I'm okay with.
Can I
WoW for
bring
now.
up like there's a really interesting correlation between World of Warcraft players, especially like famous ones, and people who get really into lifting weights because it offers them a very similar kind of perpetual
grinding.
grind. Yeah, like they love the rigidity, the daily nature of it. You log in, you do your daily, and it has
See,
a
that's
clear,
nice.
measurable outcome.
That sounds
But
good.
I would love to get addicted
Unless
to
you get,
working
like,
out
a-
because
yeah.
I hate it so much.
Yeah,
Like
I-
I despise working out. I
think-
need to gamify it. In
well,
my
no,
brain
it's like
somehow.
you will hate it until you start to see results, and if you value the results, then you'll like it. That's really all it is. You're just chasing results, and until you know you get it, you're never gonna have fun.
I've wanted to talk to you, Wake, about working out so much. Every single time I get the opportunity to talk to you,
We never do, even close.
I love it. I love working out so much, and I'm once I start a habit, I'm good at it. But I will break it one day and it's over.
Yeah, I think a lot of
Like
people.
the longest streak
That
of
sucks.
gyms going that I had was like like 8 months, and then I was like, it was the most. I had my diet right, had gym right,
Yeah.
and then there are a couple missed days in there, and then it's like a vacation happens. It comes
Yeah.
up, and I'm like,
And you
it
can't get
just
back into it.
wrecks 8 months of work.
Well,
And I
people
just-
are so all or
every
nothing.
single time.
Like I think that the big thing I do with like people when I work with them is I teach them about like how important like a half measure is or like a quarter measure. Like even if you go to the gym and you do like 10 minutes of working out while you're at a hotel,
Yeah.
that is
Just some
enough to
bullshit.
keep a habit alive because most of it's habit.
Yeah.
It's not about execution. It's just like you touch in on your health every day. Like even if I don't go to the gym, I typically will go on a walk, like I have some exercise that I have an hour for every day, more or less. Unless, once you get into a good habit, you can take your rest days and shit, obviously, but like
You
it's
gotta
important
find
to have
something
it.
fun. I used to
yeah.
walk all the time when I lived in Portland, and it was great. But since I moved to LA,
Oh, LA.
Oh, you can walk in
it's
LA.
So
Pickleball,
you can't
all the
fucking
rage.
Like
walk.
walking in LA.
It's only
And
nice if you
it's-
live by the beach, and even still, it's like you're about to get run over by a fucking e-bike all the time.
Literally. So it's just like
Some roller skating
I've
dude
really-
on methamphetamine. It's just fuck.
Yeah, like I've really struggled to like figure out how to move my body daily in a way that doesn't feel like psychological torture. I want to try Tai Bo. You know, like the
Fuck
old
yeah.
80s thing where people would just be like punching and kicking nothing.
Yeah,
Not
no,
good
that's a,
porn, just punching and
we need
kicking.
to bring back like
Yes.
good like infomercial, like I'm talking like the hour-long like special on TV style working
And it's a
out.
hula
Uh-huh.
hoop.
Like I remember, dude.
I
there was
didn't
this-
realize.
Oh,
Oh,
good.
sorry. Go ahead. No, I was gonna say I didn't realize how like thankful I should have been for my old job that I had before I do what I did now. 'Cause
Yeah.
I was just like a server running around all the time, constantly
Oh,
on my
dude.
feet. And I was never like in shape, but it's just what I did. Every job I've had since
Yeah.
high
Dude,
school
you
was
get
like
so much walking
me on
as
my
a
feet
server.
doing. Yeah, and then
You walk a
I
lot.
moved to California. I stopped doing that. I'm doing stuff on my computer, editor, and stuff
Yeah.
like that. For the first time in my life, just gained like 30 pounds, and I was
That's
like, "What
why we're-
happened?"
we're
Like,
so
I didn't change my
fat.
diet or
Yeah.
anything.
We all do
Yeah.
like fake service jobs from our desk and like drive to and from work an hour a day.
God.
Like the reason why it's so hard to get fat in Europe is because they just walk so much. They live in walkable
Literally, just
metropolises.
walking
Fucking
does so much for your
awesome.
Yeah.
health. I had no idea.
Like
Yeah.
in Japan, I accidentally lost so much weight because of my walking. It was insane. I mean, like I
Dude,
just
walking in
couldn't.
Japan-
Yeah.
and I ate all the time when I was there, ate constantly.
Yeah.
And then just like I came
Yeah.
back and I was like, "What's the damage? How much weight did we gain? Oh my god, I lost 3 pounds."
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, because you're
So-
actually
Oh.
moving every day.
Okay.
I think that it's also just like important for your health to like I remember I got really into I had a friend who was in my college he was taking this philosophy course and it got into this idea of sauntering, which was like mindful walking. Like you just go and you walk with the intention of ruminating and that's it. And
I don't want to do that.
yeah,
Wait, what?
no, it was
Ruminating?
awesome.
I'm
No,
scared.
no.
I don't
It's
wanna-
like there's an
I
emptiness.
do
feel
that
like
all
that's
the
the
time.
point of a walk, right? Is to
Yeah.
to just like think,
Ugh.
right?
It-
Like to
for
put on
me,
like
yeah.
Who is
music
walking and
just-
is like, "I got to focus on walking." Like
Yeah, no,
Okay,
no.
but like I don't
Yeah.
want to ruminate. I don't know.
But
Well,
like
you don't have to think bad thoughts. You can
oh
think about
no,
things
are you like are you
But I
like
will
turbo
go to
zoomer?
work.
Like
I
wait, like are
will
you like
ruminate.
always like do you have like
Scrolling on
podcast
TikTok
2x on TikTok at the same time?
I shower and watch TikTok.
no,
It's
Wait,
horrible.
can
No,
we-
it's bad. I set
just
my
have
phone
no
up in
time
the
with
corner
your
of the
thoughts?
shower.
So
No,
you're
It's
the
not
same
permanent.
thing.
You can undo this. You can
I
undo
need
this.
to-
You just
I
gotta
need to-
start small.
I-
It's
You
so bad.
Oh.
Paige, can you enlighten us on what's in your algorithm, by the way?
I don't know. Well, in
Please.
the shower, I need to listen to like long videos because I don't
Okay.
want to scroll too much while I'm showering.
Naturally.
So I listen to like story times or like something. I don't know. It's bad.
What's a great story
actually
time
bad.
though? Like I'm
I don't
curious
know,
what
nothing.
you consume.
I don't remember anything I've ever watched. Like it's.
Oh my god.
No, I do.
I went to get my
But, like,
hair
well,
colored,
Paige, you
and then she
scared me.
got dyed the wrong color, and
Yes!
then blah blah blah.
And then it's like, I guess we're gonna find out story time. What is it?
part 2.
Husband from hell.
Oh
How
my
I got cheated on for 7 months, and I'm like, that's gonna be good. And I listened to it for 5 minutes.
Oh, see, I was such a like kind of insufferable hipster kid that I really like denied YouTube and then I denied social media until I wound up doing it essentially for a living. So I'm like really like social media illiterate. And what I love about Peanut is that
That's good.
Peanut has like really like finger on the pulse tweets about media consumption. I always notice this about you.
Oh.
Like
I'm gonna follow Peanut.
like I never really like understood
Yeah,
the
what's
idea.
what's your ex now?
yeah, what's your
Yeah.
What's
It's
your
a,
ex?
it's
your
vilified
ex?
peanut.
Like you'll
I hate
you'll
saying ex, but
yeah, I still say
It's Twitter till the day I die.
Yeah,
It's
because
funny you
like,
say that because it's like there are very few things in my life that I actively like try at, and that is actually like one of them. It's just trying to
I'd
figure out
always
what
say
is going
Twitter.
on in the landscape of social media and
Oh.
stuff, because like I hate the opinion of like I'll bring up like on stream or just like in social circles like, oh, like this thing with like the phase kids or whatever,
yeah.
and the immediate reaction is like, who even watches those? I've never even seen
tons.
them. I don't know what they are. I'm like, how can you like exist on this and not like be at least somewhat interested in what's happening
Yeah.
over there? Like I hate the like blinder mentality.
Well, I
to
like,
be
oh,
fair,
I never
I'm
wanna
on-
watch
I'm
that.
on X, but like I think I have a lot of trouble keeping up with like stream stuff.
Mhm.
Like
Oh, I
There's
do
a
too,
lot.
absolutely.
There's a lot of streamers. Like
This is like
there's
Yeah.
a lot.
this is like one thing about me. Like I will go and I'm like, I don't understand the Rakai situation with so and so.
Yeah.
And I'll like go look into it. I'm like,
I know,
okay,
I
what's
like
happening?
to find out
I'm like
what's
trying to
happening.
get the context and stuff
Yeah.
of like, and like up to date with, you know, like memes and what people are talking about and like pop culture and social media and like trends, just to just be, I like being like tapped in to
Yeah.
some degree, and maybe not being like an expert on it or like following those trends. A lot of times I'm like, that's dumb, I don't want to do that, but at least I now know about it.
Yeah.
So that way it comes up and so, and I'm just like, what even is that? Sounds dumb. Anyway,
Right.
like
I
I
like
just
to
hate
get
that
a
mentality.
good, like a slight idea of it, like
Yeah.
like at least a slight idea. Especially if you stream, it's like, at least for me, I like to know what's going on with other streamers, just because it's like it's a topic.
Yeah,
And
no,
it's always something people are gonna talk about. So it's like
I've tried to
I wanna
take
know.
that upon myself too. I just hate how little time I have. Like, because like I want to consume. Like, I try to really make like a point out of not becoming like a crystallized old person that like is just like constantly nostalgia, you know, baiting and being like, oh yeah, 2006 hip hop. You know, like I try to like listen to new music and watch new movies and like really stay in touch with what I think is like evolving culture. And I have a really difficult time like carving out time to be like, well, what's viral right now on the internet? Because like my
Yeah, being
algorithm's just not feeding
intentional
me that,
about it
you
is
know?
hard. Yeah. I just wait for
Yeah.
my algorithms to like tell me, or like for other people to tell me, and I look it up too. So it's hard if you're like, if it's not on your algorithm, it's like, what do you search up? Like
Which is-
trending streamer, trending
Yeah, like what's going on?
Trending
What's the
moment,
big
like-
news story today?
Oh my God, wait, have you
Right.
guys ever had those like, have you ever had an issue where you didn't realize like your TikTok was logged out or something and you're scrolling a brand new algorithm and it's legitimately like concerning?
It's
like you're like,
so
oh,
bad.
Honestly,
wait,
it never
what-
happened.
Yes.
What is
Really?
this?
It's
Yeah.
like-
Why are
Sometimes
all
it-
of these like teenage girls dancing? Why is it all
Yes.
teenage girls dancing? I'm really scared. I
Sometimes
don't
it does feel
and
like it
it's-
gets refreshed for some reason. Like I haven't been logged out, but it literally like I'll be scrolling. I'm like, I'll double check that I'm logged in, and sometimes I'm like, this is
Like,
it's
what is
acting like a
this?
Yeah.
brand fucking new. I'm in normie TikTok, and I'll quickly scroll, like
Yeah.
trying to
like
get
I
rid of all
gotta
this
tell him I
shit.
don't like this.
Yeah, it's just like it's so interesting what is like truly becoming like viral content in a global sense, because for a long time the internet was really like kind of like geo-locked. Like people who were consuming it tended to wield a
Yeah.
greater degree of privilege, or they were all privy to a sort of culture of internet usage, right? Like old Reddit was kind of a echo chamber in its own right, you know? It was just a bunch of people from similar subcultures, largely American, some European, all speaking English, engaging with like their own positions. It was so weird to see how broad things are now and how much it influences global success, you know?
I was talking about this earlier, and I want to see like y'all's thoughts on it, because it is kind of like I have such mixed feelings about it. But
Yeah.
this is a new thing to me. I don't know how long this has been a feature, but recently I've been looking like at Instagram Reels more than like TikTok, because like TikTok's just
Me
kind of
too.
shit now. So I've been like,
Reels are
let's see
funnier.
what the Reels thing is like all about. So I've been like trying to scroll it, trying to cater my algorithm. There's a thing on Reels that maybe everyone else knew about, but it doesn't. I've seen it only with Spanish, where it like auto translates the Spanish TikToks with AI. And then also, in addition to that, it changes their mouth with AI to this.
Netflix does this too,
Sounds.
by the
Wait,
way.
what?
I don't know if
No,
you've seen
that
this.
was happening.
Well,
Yes.
I thought that was just because I enabled that on all of my reels, but I thought it was just
What?
giving translated captions.
No,
No.
it's like, and it says like translated with Meta AI, and you can go
I've
like
never
you can
seen
turn it
that.
on and
What
off.
the
I was
fuck? Wait, what?
this happened to me last night. I was looking at a reel, and the caption was in Spanish, which I thought was weird, but like the dude speaking English, so I'm like, oh, maybe he's just multilingual. I don't know, like I don't know
Yeah.
why he would do that. And then halfway through it, I'm watching this guy talk, and he's speaking English. I'm like, this sounds weird, and I see the little thing in the bottom right hand corner
Wow.
that just says like translated with Meta AI.
Oh
Like
my
what? I click
God.
it. I go to the original like language because it lets you do that. The entire TikTok was in Spanish, but it
I
was
did not
translated
know this
into
was
English.
It's crazy because it's also on Netflix. If you go and you look up, because I remember having this really weird experience where I was watching a show with Will, like maybe like a couple of months ago, and it was a like Japanese show, or maybe it was Chinese, I forget. It was it was definitely of like an East Asian origin because it was about history, but I don't
Oh,
recall what
I
it
know
was.
what you're talking.
And
There's
they
a company
auto-
that's now doing this with a
Yeah,
bunch
they
of
do it.
films.
They auto translate and they change the mouth with the dub.
Yes.
Wow.
And I remember
Yes,
thinking
that's a new
like
thing.
it sounds like I'm watching a dub, but their mouth movements are synchronized, and I couldn't make sense of it for a while until like I'm like, oh my, they're fucking doing it. They're doing the fucking thing,
Really?
which is
And
crazy.
you do
Sucks.
have
I
to
need
like
to see
on
this
Reels, you do
now.
have to like consent to it. You have to tick a thing that's like you're allowing Meta AI to translate your stuff into other
Yeah.
languages. with AI, so you do consent to it.
I'm glad
and I'm
you
like,
consent to it.
And I'm like,
now,
this
yeah.
is
weird if you don't.
weird. I'm like, this
well,
is
now I'm
weird
not gonna
because it's
turn
like
it on.
AI
I thought it
and
was captions.
yeah,
Fuck me.
and like, and I'm like,
Jesus.
how can I know that like the translation is faithful? Because like, you know, Spanish is a lot of slang and shit. So the translation probably isn't 100% correct at all. But I was like, this reel is funny. I would not have seen this funny reel or gotten any sort of entertainment from it because it's in Spanish. I would have scrolled past it. I would have no idea what it was about. But it was really funny. It was just some dude doing some dumb shit. But the whole thing was in Spanish, and I was able to get it because it's in English.
Yeah.
Like, and
That's
it's with almost no disruption. It took me half of the reel to even figure out that it was in Spanish. It was strange. It's just such a weird feature.
It is fascinating though, because like I'm no longer, I was talking about this with my chat the other day where I realized like, okay, I was trying to learn about like some biohacking stuff because I've always found it interesting to figure out what like the real like weirdo like
trying to live forever,
basement chemists are doing. No, I'm interested in like what they're doing with this shit because they're mostly insane self-experimenters, you know, like they're truly doing weird shit. And I remember looking things up and just being met with a ton of like different like AI generated lists with very obvious AI style formatting. It was kind of the same hollow information. And then I was thinking like, wait, if AI, because sometimes I will like, I will like Seer, for instance, whenever Seer's using ChatGPT, he'll say like, do deep research, look at websites like Reddit, etc. And I remember then in that moment realizing, is AI just like regurgitating itself? Is this going to be a weird like kind of like product of incest where we're going to have like intellectual Habsburg's jaws where information's going to get mistranslated because AI fucks up once and then AI regurgitates that in a way that fucks it up and then that person takes that information and puts it on Reddit? Like, are we just going to devolve into slop?
Yeah, it's already been going on
right?
for a minute. Kurzgesagt,
it's not progressing, right? It's
the YouTube like video essay animated bird channel Kurzgesagt. They had a video where they talked about how hard it is nowadays to do research for their own videos because they usually consult with a bunch of people and they try to like find this stuff. And then they found that a lot of the info they were finding for research for their videos was AI.
No,
and
that's
they looked
what I'm having
into it more.
issues with.
And then the info that they were getting that was AI, they're trying to find sources for it. And the sources that the AI was using was other AI generated shit.
No.
Yes, dude.
So it's already
like, where are y'all getting this?
Like, no,
yeah, so it was just like finding the
weird.
real heart of like truth and like facts is just getting
From a
harder and
human.
harder.
Especially when you want like anecdote, right? Because there are some things that just don't have laboratory backing or studies. So like if I'm trying to do like some insight into a weird research chemical or something, I can't really get any experiences because it's a weird mistranslation of someone's experience, like 3 years ago that Reddit's slowly morphing into this fucking weird bat human, It doesn't make sense. And I kind of hate it. I don't know. I hate that now my ability to look into things is being hindered by people's desire to, I don't know, like get Reddit clout. Like why are people even posting AI shit? I don't get this.
I hate it too because it feels like I don't know. It's like even from an academic perspective, like when you are writing like scholarly articles and shit, like I'm so cautious and scared now in a way that I never was. And it fucking sucks. It sucks to have to do like extra legwork when you're already doing like deep diving research. Like it's ass. And it makes me question like recently published papers all the time where I'm like, okay, did the person use AI? Did they double check their research? Like what are the fucking sources? Like,
I feel bad for professors. Like I just think about it's like
they're surrendered.
Imagine
they're suffering.
They're not happy.
Because imagine being a professor and you're like grading a paper and you don't know if it's like if you're praising this person or if you're praising a robot. Like that stressed me out. Just thinking about it while I was in college.
There's tools, but the tools are like dog shit.
And the tools aren't that good. So it's like, do I write an in-depth review of their writing, or am I just writing this to a robot, like literally to like AI?
And also, like,
oh my god,
we have beyond that a really interesting kind of issue with the fact that we're not evolving methods or strategies for educating in a way that reflects the existence of AI. And I'm not to say to integrate the utilization of AI. I'm saying like, why are we still relying on like take-home essays as a way of substantiating your knowledge for something? Like, I think at one point that was probably pretty valid or useful skills to have and hone. But now, especially for undergrads who are there mostly out of obligation, likely to a parent or something, like, why are we not doing every meaningful thing in class? Like, why are we still outsourcing anything outside of it? It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. I hope there comes a point where like, because I always hear in like middle schools and high schools, the education's getting bad and students aren't like
Oh, yeah.
literate and all these things. It's like y'all need to have them sitting down with a pencil and paper writing the essay in class.
Yeah.
That's what I feel
Well,
like.
homework
the
should
only way
be
now.
antiquated, personally. I mean, like, there's no
Yeah.
reason for there to be the amount of homework that was required of us, especially. I mean, like, I would have like an hour of homework per class per night, and I had a ton of classes.
per
you know,
class,
like it was
per night.
yeah, like it was a
Yeah.
lot, and you'd be given textbooks you had to carry. It's like it was all so cumbersome and meaningless. Whereas, like, you know, the reality is that most of the learning you would do would be done with the material, with an educator, assuming they're competent. But teachers are also not incentivized to be competent. They're
not getting paid. And
well,
they're
exactly.
getting treated bad.
Yeah, that was my excuse for not doing it. It's silent protest for sure. I was like, I didn't turn it in because honestly, this whole thing's antiquated, and
yeah, I just think it's bullshit.
So for that reason, I didn't do it.
Yeah.
You know what's
They go,
crazy,
cool, you're still
though?
failing, but
Yeah, you can.
There's
you
like
can
an
do it.
epidemic of like on the fan fiction site archive of our own .org. There's an epidemic of AI fan fiction, and I don't use AI
AI-free?
because I'm like a boomer and I don't really understand how it works. And so it took a long time for me to realize. I was like, why are so many fanfics written in the same style now? Like,
Yeah.
what fan fiction got really popular?
The same
and made
language.
people
That's
write?
yeah, 100%.
And then I was like,
know
oh my
this.
god, it's fucking AI. It's AI on the fan fiction web.
That's
Which-
crazy.
Well, no,
That
I
fiction's supposed to be
It's supposed to
written
be
with your
creative.
heart.
well no
Yeah.
because it's now no longer being written by because to write erotica and to read erotica are two very different things. One's not that erotic. You know what I
course.
mean?
Yeah.
And I think that what
Yeah.
you're getting is an epidemic of gooners generating things as they jerk off and then being like, that was sick. And then they upload it. You know what I mean? And AI is
Yeah.
not particularly good at maintaining narrative consistency. It's going to utilize a lot of the same language, and you're going to get a lot of like, it's going to evoke formula no matter what eventually.
lose track of who's doing what.
Yeah,
He stuck his
weird.
penis in his own mouth and then
Self sucked.
flipped
Yeah.
himself over.
Yeah,
Yeah.
wait, what?
I don't understand.
And the
I'm losing it.
characterization is always like dookie, and you can tell that they rely very heavily on specific archetypes until
Yeah.
the character is like, oh, this guy is supposed to be the big mean CEO daddy
Yeah.
of book talk, not this actual
Which
character.
I think
And
is
it's
like a
oh.
hysterical consistency in book talk fantasy where it's like, why are you fucking a loser? Like, it's like just a dude with money always. It's like, it's like the amount of times I've like stopped reading erotica because I get to this like protagonist and he's like this completely like, I mean, because personally, like I read like from, I am a man, right? So now I'm thinking like, okay, this is my like point of entry into this
This is
fantasy.
me. Yeah,
And
this
this
is my
dude
stand-in.
is like did Jeff Bezos? Like, why is he like this nice
Ew.
man I met on the street is actually the owner of the largest company in the world with a private jet? It's like, oh, I'm completely out of
Wait,
this.
When I'm
so
reading-
you read fiction like
yeah,
you?
yeah, that's like how
No, but you read it from girls' point of view.
I can do
And
both,
then
but most
you
are written
pretend
from
that you're the
women's-
guy that comes in.
Yeah, that would be like my like
That's
ability to
interesting.
identify, but it's not like strictly that. Sometimes they flex between. It's just a lot harder to find male voices. One, and then two.
That's what I was
I
about
also
to
think
say.
it's
I'm
kind
like,
of
I
like
guess that makes sense.
like I think it's hot to hear what a woman is thinking. Like, you know what I mean? Like
okay,
that's
I
also
could-
another
yeah.
element of it where like I don't necessarily find it stimulating to hear what the guy is thinking about something because that's not what I'm
Right.
I'm not drawn
Yeah,
to
yeah,
that. You know
I
what I
The
mean?
guy's
actually
POV
see
is
what you're-
probably
yeah.
like, her tits were so hot.
Yeah.
when I-"
Yeah, it's like
that's less fun.
yeah, I guess like they both have their own like need for framing and being able to like switch between character perspectives is important for good writing in general, I think, in a lot of instances, especially if you're trying to like invoke like self-insert as a premise, but you know, it's tough.
I never thought. I
That's
wonder,
interesting.
most
I didn't know
erotica
that's
is
how-
probably written like generally speaking, like generalizing, like
By women for women, almost always. Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost,
So then it's like
yeah,
it's like from
90%,
the
I'd
female
say.
perspective, and it's probably pretty rare to find like erotica that's like from the male POV. And then, do women want to read that? Or like generally?
Yes.
buy it?
Oh,
I'm sure there's
I'm
some
going to tell you
interest,
about yaoi now.
Yeah.
Okay, that's different.
important.
So yaoi is. Oh, you
It's
mean like gay
down.
stuff? Wait. So you already know about yaoi, yeah?
Oh,
Like
yeah,
it's
of
like
course, yeah.
like women actually, I believe, write almost all of the man fan fiction and erotica
Yeah.
a lot of the time. But I have actually read fan fiction before and erotica that is straight, written by a woman, but from the man's perspective, which
Okay.
is it's okay.
Yeah.
It's all right.
I also think it's good
It's
to like
okay.
write what you know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I think that
Right,
that's a big
right.
thing, and like
It's the
being able
definition of
to-
like the female gaze, right?
Yeah,
Like it's
and like
gonna
I
be
find it
what
interesting to consume. I don't know, like I'd prefer that than like a dude writing porn is typically like really like I've read some. It's typically very like crude and clumsy. Like it's very
Yeah.
like I feel like I'm listening to like if I was an 8th grader trying to lie about having sex, that's kind of how it reads. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Where it's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
and her boobies were huge, and I have a giant penis, and then
And
we
she
had
wanted it
sex,
so bad.
and I had sex 15 times that day, and it's like, okay, like I get it, but like it's not really hitting. You
Have
know
you
what
ever
I mean?
read or have you guys ever heard of I'm not a podcast person, but a friend of mine listened through the entirety of this podcast called I think My Dad Wrote a Porno. And it's
Oh,
like
I've heard of this.
it's like this
heard
British
about it,
dude's
yeah.
dad wrote like a bunch of erotic novels that are like so ridiculous and absurd, and just like that, and they all like read them aloud.
That's funny.
And it's just
Nah, I would not
so
want to read that as the
insane
daughter.
because it is just like,
Yeah.
wow, her boobs were so huge, and then people start having sex randomly. But interestingly enough, it's almost always from Belinda's perspective. She's the main character.
Oh,
Like he's
Oh.
writing almost entirely from the woman's perspective, which is
I look in the
so
mirror.
interesting.
well,
to
I
me.
think that there's something
Oh.
probably empowering about controlling the perception of a woman in the context of your own fantasy, of you getting to determine how she feels about everything that happens to her, right? Like that's
Yeah.
probably an ideal outcome.
you're
for a
dictating
guy.
that like she was like so into it, bro.
Yeah. She
Yeah.
loved my unwashed body and mustard stain on my
Yeah.
face and shit, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I don't
Yeah.
know. It is fascinating, man.
She didn't care that I didn't shower yesterday.
Yeah, like it. I don't know, man. Like, but then again, I do think like there's something traumatizing about encountering anything your parents are turned on by, like
I
at
don't
all.
ever want to know. I don't ever
Yeah.
want to know anything about anything.
Like,
Yeah, it's
I'm good. But I would listen to that podcast. Not my
yeah.
dad.
Oh, I
yeah,
wanna know
it's
what
not
your
my
dad
dad.
thinks.
Yeah, I'm like,
That's
I'm gonna
funny.
enjoy that podcast, but I don't know how you're enjoying reading it. I'm gonna enjoy it. That was funny.
Did you guys ever have like a traumatic encounter with your parents' sexuality at any point?
yeah. My mom
Yeah.
was married about 5 times.
Yeah, my dad was a whore.
No, this is her
Yeah.
5th marriage.
Oh.
And so I lived in a really old house
Oh,
when I
fun.
moved in. I moved in
No.
with her when I was 12. I didn't live with her previously, but really old house, and I would overhear things which were just
Yeah. Mm-mm.
the worst.
When-
the worstest.
When my
Sounds
parents got
scary.
divorced and then started dating again was a very like sobering moment in
You're
your like
what are
teen
you
life
doing?
where you're
It's
just
also-
like you
People.
you become privy to a lot more
Oh.
things than you would like.
But I also think that there's an element
Yeah.
of respect that is lost when you realize that your parents have fuck ass taste. When you're like, you're into this
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
loser? Like, what are you doing? Like,
Oh yeah.
you're cooler than this guy. You know what I mean? Like, there's an interesting kind of like, I don't know how to reckon with what you are willing to accept as company with my idea of you as being a discerning person, you know? Like my dad
Sharing
would
it-
just, my dad was like any woman who was down to be like a bang maid. And that was like a live-in girlfriend
No.
until they would fight incessantly and then leave. It was crazy watching it.
Oh, after
transpire.
my parents got divorced, my dad
Jesus.
was any woman that like looked at him
Yeah.
twice, he like proposed to them.
They move
like,
in.
like quite literally proposed to them like second day.
I love her.
And I had to share an RV with this man for several months, you know,
Oh,
in the interim
man.
while things were getting
Jeez.
figured out, living in an RV, sharing it
You
with
got the
my
Winnebago.
father on his already like 3rd engagement in like
Yeah.
a 9-month
Jeez.
span.
That's
or
a
something.
dad right there. See,
And I
that
was
this
just
is
like,
what I can connect with you on this.
Jesus.
That's
I
my dad after parents got divorced when I was like 3. He
I was, like, 2,
found
yeah.
my stepmom 3 months. 3 months after the divorce,
Oh.
and that
Of
was
course.
it. And then
Of
and I'm glad, they've
She's
been
dope.
together the whole time.
Oh,
Consistency.
Sorry, my bad.
So, oh no. Well, she,
I was like, of course.
childhood complicated. You understand the actions of your guardians and parents later in life. Doesn't change how bad it was.
Yeah.
Complicated. But you do what you can to have a relationship with them. But it was, God, I wonder if it's like, do you guys think it would be more stressful if it was like your guys' moms that were doing these sorts of things, like with a bunch of different dudes? Because I feel like it would have
Yeah.
maybe been
I
weirder
would
to
want
me.
my mom
Like
to not.
I would have, like my mom, it wasn't fun to see all the, like her boyfriends, but I think if my dad had a bunch of girlfriends, I would have been like, so I don't know why. I don't know why I feel like it'd be different with my dad.
It sounds like you also like respect your father more on just like a base level, like as a like guardian or caretaker. Like you just see him as a
at that time. Yeah.
Like I feel like that is like my mother like earned my like what would have been shock would she have to have acted like my father, because she didn't act like my father. Like my father was someone who would like reliably he would try to like condition me into being like a horny person. It was very weird. I remember being like a kid and we'd like go out and he'd be like, probably because he thought I was gay, to be fair, but he would be like, wait, we're going to see if we see any hot chicks. All right. If you see any hot chicks, you point them out.
What?
And then he'd be like, what do you think of her? She's hot. I think he was really like, is my spawn gay? Like that was what he was worried about. Like at his core. Cause my father, much like we talked about a long time ago, he wanted me to just be like the extension of himself, like my father was never more proud than when like adults would say that they were attracted to me, which was weird. He'd be like, fuck yeah. Like that was like a win for him. Knock it in the win column,
Like, oh, Stacy thinks you're real handsome.
Yeah. Anytime an adult woman would convey to him that you're going to have like a hot kid, that he was like, fucking right. Like that was his spawn who did that, which was very weird. And definitely like endured in my head for a long time. But whereas like, my mother was a much more like grounded, discerning person who like, she dated my entire life, but she never really brought people home. That was like a very significant thing that I appreciate now a lot in retrospect, because I also think watching like this sort of like typical gendered like dynamics of relationships come to pass with a mother is different, because you're seeing someone likely become like commandeering or shitty, in a way that is more, reflective of what tends to transpire in those kind of contexts.
Yeah, well, my mom's a very dominant woman, and she liked young men.
Same with mine, actually.
So,
you come from a long line of MILFs. I remember you mentioning
MILFs,
this.
Yeah. Like, and so I think that was always a little like mildly unnerving for me, maybe, because I think I was just like, and my mom's also an educated woman. She's very smart, and she would specifically pick kind of uneducated men.
Yeah.
Himbos, yeah. She loved a himbo.
Good young
and so
meat.
I think and so I think that was always like a bit just like strange to me, I guess.
My mom was a dominant woman. She liked young men. That's such a put that on her epitaph, honestly. Just
I mean, she'd say it herself. She says it all the time. She's like, yeah, I'm a dominant woman and I do like young men.
Yeah.
I mean, she's honest.
Which honestly, and this is funny because it can kind of parlay us all the way back to what we were talking about when it came to like the Olympic figure skater, because that's we dovetailed all the way from there, by the way. Is the fact that I'm getting a lot of weird conversations on Twitter about the fact that her smiley piercing looks like braces, and a lot of men aren't recognizing that they're probably turned on by that element of her because they're weird as shit.
I think they think she's a lot younger than she is.
Yeah, that's why they're like infantilizing and exalting her, even though she because she's becoming like weirdly adopted by like the right in like trad context, which is very odd to me because they're like kind of like
perfect. But
I keep seeing the people trying to unwoke her.
Yeah, like I don't get because she said mogged, I think once, and then Clav was like,
I don't know what brought it on.
I say mogged. Everyone says mogged. I feel like that's like it's like a joke.
I've said it for years though. Like it's been a common like online thing to say.
I feel like that broke containment a long time ago.
Yeah, well, I think kids are now discovering it in mass, because this is way more popular. But it is like such a strange kind of like. I don't understand the battleground of it, I guess. And I don't know if it comes to like people are idealizing the ability to infantilize a woman, to like make her youthful and young and bubbly. It's she's almost like a manic pixie dream girl archetype for people who weren't raised with that context.
Because
I think it's the hair is. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, I think it's the hair as well. What I've noticed is that young right-wing men love alternative women. But most alternative women are left wing for obvious reasons. And so like they will desperately chase any sign of an alternative woman being maybe right leaning. I think that this is the projection of the conservative manic pixie dream girl, which
like, she also won
doesn't really
gold
exist.
for America, so they're trying to make it like a patriotic, like nationalistic type thing. Like this woman represents what we want in American women.
Well, because
also,
go.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, like, they see. I think what the right wing kind of conservative guys see about her, like, even though she does have all these like alt features, is her spirit and her bubbliness, and they see her personality and they're like, okay, the outside is like not what I usually like, but the inside they translate it to like innocence and purity. Meanwhile, she's just a girl who like is cute and loves to smile.
Well,
I think that's the big appeal of her to those kinds of people.
It reconciles this Madonna whore thing that a lot of them have, where it's like physically someone needs to reflect a sexual willingness, or even like, because they want sex. They just are someone who simultaneously feel the need to command the context through which it manifests itself, right? And so when you have someone who's also presenting in a way that's so like bubbly and sweet and like traditionally docile, you know what I mean? They're like, this is the perfect match of like, oh, this is something that I can aesthetically fetishize while controlling.
Right.
And I think that, I mean, I'm
So
doing
she's
a
got
lot of
the
projection,
personality they
or I guess like how I'm reading into what could be the case. None of this is confirmed.
We're
or anything,
all just assuming these kinds of things right now.
Yeah.
But
well, it's so weird, and I think it's like the internet. I think is it's made like a lot of like older feminist analysis. Obviously not obsolete, but the conditions are so different and strange now, I guess, trying to understand how like misogyny, objectification manifests on the internet.
Yeah. I don't really know what the answer is either, because like I don't know like why there would be controversy or outrage around it outside of the fact that like an attractive woman is being treated as an attractive woman, and like people feel the need to like politicize the premise of attractiveness. And I do think that there is something to be said for like why you're into X, Y, or Z, but it's a weird like team sports mentality that's pervading its way into everything, where it's like, this isn't a matter of your political opinion. You know what I mean? It has no real bearing on why someone is pretty like generally good looking. She's just an attractive and talented person, so people are praising her as such. But
I don't know why people can just be normal about it. Just online, it's like, just say she's pretty.
Yeah,
It's
but
like, why is this now like a talking?
put your
thing?
sweater around your waist and put your arms, and it's like the whole because the weirdest people are the loudest voices now. It's just what's happened. It's why Clavicula's famous.
That one tweet of all the Olympic girls, and they're just like, this is goon bait now because of that one person and that small subset of people. Now it's like a whole thing online, and it's now just it's so
maybe it's a way to a way to humiliate them in a way, because they're like like athletes, decorated athletes, like one in a several millions kind of person, and that's a way to a way to like bring them down to earth. And
you're not as amazing as you think you are. You're just an object, like.
Yeah, and make them accessible in their fantasies.
No, I think more accessible in the fantasy is kind of an interesting premise, because that's almost like a weird double entendre of sorts, right? Of like the like idea that someone needs to be, or not double entendre, it's like kind of a paradox, right? Because like fantasy's typically been a way for people to exalt themselves into a context that feels penetrable, right? Of like, oh, I'm someone who has access to something I otherwise wouldn't. But it's almost like this weird kind of like cucky, like almost like normalization of fantasy, where people are now finding ways to bring things down to where they are to make it accessible, which granted, I guess has probably always existed, but fantasy itself almost feels betrayed by that premise of like, how do I make things like grounded or accessible, as opposed to how do I feel as if I could have access to something that feels above me? I don't know. That's a whole other conversation, honestly. But I don't know, man. I think that maybe it has to do with the fact that like the idea of bodily autonomy and how women can present online within the context of male approval is just not a bygone era of discourse. Like it's still an important thing, because it seems to be like, why do you get to attain adoration or success by looking attractive, or while looking attractive, and that things have to, I see it happen a lot with like streamers, right? Like I'll see weird tweets about like someone like Senna. Well, they'll be like, Senna goon baiting to her audience, and it's just her like existing. And I'm like, what do you like, why are we doing that?
She knows what she's doing.
Yeah, it's like,
meanwhile,
and it's just a person existing.
Yeah.
She's wearing a tank top.
Yeah, like I don't understand the I think a lot of it's that it generates clicks, it generates outrage,
Yes.
and it's mostly
Especially
people
on
trying
Twitter.
to capitulate to algorithmic success. They don't have a lot of actual positions or opinions. They keep trying things until it works, and then people follow trend. Which is
get
dangerous.
Rage baited by people trying to rage bait, and then you see people actually coming out of the woodwork and agreeing with that rage bait, and you're like, wait.
Well, because a lot of people just are like woefully inexperienced, trying their best to prepare themselves for the world. They just don't have that perspective, right? It's like, how do I take from the controversy and give myself armor, give myself some kind of distance from that outcome? And it's really tragic because there's no like media literacy being taught, and it's harder now than ever to convince people of the legitimacy of criticism because, it's like, oh, of course you'd say that. Of course you'd say that. You're coping, you're, X, Y, or Z. It's so strange. Rage cycling. Interesting.
It sucks because it works on me.
Oh, what's your rage
baited
algorithm?
every day.
Like, can you expand on that? How are they getting to you?
I think that the X algorithm changed because what's happened is I'll like a tweet and I'll be like, I feel this way about this thing. And then suddenly my entire feed is just things about that. And then depending on how invested I am in it, I'll like rage spiral. And I've noticed this, and I've like I had to. There was some BAFTAs discourse that I just had to avoid.
Oh my god, dude, that shit was insane. I got the rundown about the BAFTA thing, but from Caroline Kwan at this event, insane. Yeah, it's nonsense.
It's just it's made me so upset. Just because, like, I felt anyway, and that kept rage baiting me over and over and over again. And I'm like, I feel myself being like, this is like certainly, this is the internet controlling my mind. What the fuck?
And just like, welcome to the victim Olympics. And I think that that's such an insufferable element of progressive identity. It's like
it feels like woke 1.0 kind of like that kind of like the language it's couched in, rather than acknowledging that sometimes a thing can happen and no one is at fault.
Yeah, it's cannibalizing too, because like all you're doing is creating like a spectacle of like it's kangaroo court now. It's a literal clown show. Everyone's looking at it as like, why would we ever listen to their positions when they're fighting over this? You know what I mean? And then moreover, it radicalizes people against really like important and necessary positions of empathy, but the real people who are fucking at fault for this entire BAFTA fiasco was the fucking BBC that pre-records that show and opted to air it unedited because they wanted impressions. Fuck you, BBC. Fuck your entire fucking propaganda initiative. Fuck your dog shit effort to get attention onto yourself, to broaden your own brand, or to be talked about. It is insufferable. That could have easily been evaded.
Literally, and subjecting, like, fucking John Davidson isn't a celebrity. He's a janitor.
Yeah.
Subjecting, like, just a normal dude to, like, that sort of, like, fucking, like, internet terrorism, and then, like, humiliating Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo. Like, it's just, like, horrible.
Those poor dudes,
it's horrible.
They just took it.
Yeah, they did censor Free Palestine. We can't get political, but we will say the hard R. And it's fucking insane. Just insane, dude.
Concept.
Like,
on that note,
censored that,
I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
Yeah. Go. Okay. We're also getting close to. I mean, like I've already taken up 3 hours of your time. So you guys, if you're ready to leave and go do things, you're absolutely welcome to see your way out whenever. I'm just gonna keep talking until people are tired.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
we'll run out of a topic eventually. I actually don't think we will ever run out of a topic.
I'll find new things, but I hard cap it at about 4 hours. So there's it's just more like once we hit about hour 3, I'm like, okay, you guys are welcome to go whenever. Just making sure you guys know, because I want everyone's time to feel respected. It's very important to me on this show. But
I'll probably bounce when I get too hungry.
Yes, true. Based. That's typically what I do with my streams.
Me too.
Yeah,
I'm hungry by y'all.
I really am annoyed, I guess. The premise of BBC publishing something with complete awareness of how bad it was going to get. Like, there's no way you don't,
I don't know.
Yeah. And just the discourse that this would spawn in America. Like, America, we don't really know, like, a lot about Tourette's here because, I mean, John Davidson, has decades of campaigns in the UK for people to understand how Tourette's functions. We don't have that in the US. And it does feel like, I mean, I don't know how intentional it was, but it was like my God, just crack cocaine for
Yeah,
like American
We're
audiences.
talking about Tumblr
like the
discourse,
reactions.
like we're in it,
Holy
like,
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
how do you not
They fully
recognize that, and then like the alternative is like, oh, so you want to like fucking like quarantine people with Tourette's? Like, what do you think is happening? Like any
Like,
person,
that's crazy.
yeah, like it's, first of all, people aren't like faking Tourette's, and if they are, they're gonna get caught eventually because no one's that good at having Tourette's. Like you can't just go around saying slurs and think that it's gonna get you out of things. The person who did it has a very documented history with the illness, probably the most
And
documented
he's
person
gotten
with
his
Tourette's
ass
ever.
beat like multiple times. Like, why would you fake that? Or like there's that people don't get that it's like it's the thing that he would want to say least.
Yes.
That is going to pop out of his mouth. And it just like, oh, God.
This is also an individual who was probably very much soothed by the fact that it was a pre-recorded event, who trusted in the
He's like,
editorial discretion of a major news network, who just got totally fucked. Just completely fucked.
Oh
I mean, it's like old
God.
reality TV snakiness,
You see the Google News alert that went out like the day after?
No.
Like the AI generated thing?
What was it?
It's so bad. It was like
oh no.
It was like a Google News headline, and it was like blah blah blah, like event at the BAFTAs, blah blah, like man says thing, and then in the like pop-up notification it says, for more information on,
when it just
N-words hard R.
just says it, just like
what though?
like what for the definition?
Google had to
or,
like apologize because it was like, or whoever like put it out. It was from a Google thing, but maybe like the publisher had to, because it was AI like generated. It was just like, oh, this is what the article's about.
Fuck you. I love AI.
This is mentioned in the
blowing up
article.
people's
Hey, do you
faces.
want to like see more about this thing? But it was like just
Oh
no
my
filter,
God.
just right there. And
Damn
it got
it.
pushed to a bunch of people's phones. They're
So
like,
no
oh my
one
God.
checked it.
Yeah,
No one
that's
checked it,
incredible, though. I love AI failing to do its job in blowing up in people's faces, because to me, it's why it's so crude.
It cracks me up so much.
Yeah.
Also, like, I think that it's just funny watching people reckon with like how ineffective AI is at doing the things that it promises to be good at for consumer usage. You know what I mean? Like, I'm excited for watching people arrive at like the novelty dwindling and realizing that there's no interesting thing by way of human expression or connection that can be meaningfully replaced by AI. Like, it will never get good enough to the point to where we will observe like human spirit in it, and that will always make the product uninteresting. Like,
Yeah.
I used to always say about AI streamers, like, are you guys worried about someone taking your job with AI?
I'm not worried about AI
Mildly?
streamers, but
Uh,
I don't think they can replace real person
Yeah.
streamers.
No, the
I still
scariest
think
thing to
it's
me
a
about
crazy concept.
the only scary thing to me about AI in like a very real sense is just how good it is at like replicating, like people using it to like frame someone, falsify evidence for anything, or like, oh, you did this thing, or even just in like a non-illegal context of just like, oh, here's this picture of you like at this party, send it to your friend, like they're lying, they're cheating on you, here's like this AI photo of them and whatever, and that coming off as like real. And I think that if AI is gonna like where the rubber's gonna meet the road, it is gonna be on like that front. Like when someone gets when someone, probably it's gonna have to be like a high profile figure, gets like legitimately framed for like a crime, and the evidence used is like AI video or AI photos, that is the only time we're gonna see like actual real legislation come into play and like actual laws get put in place against AI. Because right now there's nothing really against it, and there's no like, it hasn't really happened yet on a large scale or a very publicized scale of like someone getting framed for something legitimately. Because there's so many like very highly convincing, like AI is already at a pretty good point.
Oh yeah. Visually
at a
it's
glance,
insane,
you could show your aunt like, oh, I went to the Bahamas last week, and here's me at the Bahamas, and your aunt would be like, oh my God, congrats,
It's
like good
fooled
job.
me before. Like, I've laughed at
It's
videos.
embarrassing when that happens too. It's like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
feel so.
I feel
Especially, I
completely
showed my
stupid.
chat a video, and they were like, "That's AI, Charlie," and I was like, "God damn it!"
The only
They used
thing,
like a blurry filter to make it look like more
so
realistic, and I was like,
frustrating.
"God damn it!"
I do love like the dogs that like are able to create like a Fusro dog,
the dancing
like
dogs?
Dragonkin. No,
Dancing
no.
dogs are kinda good,
The dogs that will like, it's like always like a Ring doorbell cam essentially, and like a
yes.
dog and like an old
Yes.
person will enter and they'll decimate the whole home with like a
Okay.
with like a Godzilla
I love-
blast. Those are fun.
I know it's still bad. It took 10,000 gallons of water to make that dumb video. I still love AI videos like
Yeah.
that. Just purposely dumb. They're not trying to fool anyone.
Yeah,
It's just
those
a
are
really
where I could
purposely
handle
like
it,
kind
but
of
still.
realistic looking dumb like body cam ring doorbell video of some dumb
Yes.
shit. A cat delivering a pizza, and I'm just like, haha, hell yeah.
And by the way, I want people to know I'm not ever arguing that AI isn't going to be capable of like replicating like humanity in a way that is convincing. I think that as long as we are aware of in some way that something is AI, it will immediately become less interesting long form. There will always be novelty to it. There will always be intrigue in it. Most AI seems to be useful for individuals who are seeking companionship, who just want to talk to something. I think that that's its most immediate consumer level usage.
But it's like mentally
That's hard,
nuking
though.
people, and that's
Yes.
what worries me.
Oh, yeah.
It's because
Oh,
like, there
it's
are
so sycophantic
people
and
who-
weird.
Yeah, people who through like low self-esteem, poor mental health, and I do think it's easy to sit like people who are just generally not very intelligent are just very easily like brain blasted by AI in a way that is so
I'd like to go
frightening.
beyond intelligence and say that I think that it's really consistent with people who struggle with anything under like, I mean, not like all like type 2 personality disorders, but like narcissism in particular. Anyone who's constantly looking for something to confirm biases or positions will
Validate every
willingly,
thought.
they'll
Oh yeah,
accept
'cause AI
that.
is so ready to
They
agree with
love
you.
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah. It'll
validate
find a
everything.
reason
Oh
to
my
make your
gosh.
perspective valid, and it won't challenge your presentation of an experience. And so, for someone who's truly in search of confirming their own biases, AI is really seductive. You know?
That kind of
One of my new favorite subreddits that I've been keeping an eye on is r/is this AI.
Oh, okay.
And a lot of times it's just like, oh, I saw this thing on social media. But what a lot of the posts are on there is like, hey, my aunt has been like talking to this dude
No,
who's
see,
like
that
says
makes me
he's in love with
sad.
her and stuff. And it's like, and he sent this photo, and it's people getting scammed. And it's like this AI photo of like a
Yeah.
guy with a note that's like, I love you, Deandra.
And
You know,
it's-
and
yeah.
like a
So
few
sad.
years ago, there was that viral story of like the lady who was like, Brad Pitt's in love with me, and it was like him in the hospital, right?
Yeah.
Poorly photoshopped
yeah,
shit,
yeah.
wasn't even AI.
God.
And now it's like
Yeah.
that concept is like 10 times more realistic because it's just it's like
Yeah.
people just AI photos of like, oh, I love you, and it's like
Yeah.
so many family members are like, oh, I've been talking to this guy online, I've been talking to this girl. AI just fully getting scammed.
I
There's someone
hate
in my
that.
family who like has been like buying supplements and shit because Trump and RFK Jr.
Or
have
letting her
been
know.
telling her that she's gonna like die if she doesn't buy these like supplements. Yeah,
Ah.
but in it like in its AI videos, and, like my family's been on this
Yeah.
front of like trying to get her like under control, like like this is fake. And she's like, what do you mean? Like,
Fuck
Trump's
you,
telling
it's
me this.
fake.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
You're just jealous he's not talking to you.
It's
Where's your
it's
Trump
bad
message?
right now.
I
Because
think
even
it's
like there's so many
That's
people that are
what
like,
I hate
oh, I
AI
can
the
always
most.
I can still tell if it's AI.
Scams.
Like, look at
Yeah.
this. You know, they look at the details. And it's like, okay, your aunt can't.
yeah,
Yeah,
you're
sure
like
can.
incredibly
Older
like
people-
literate in this conversation in comparison, you know? I mean, dude, they were still falling for like you have to remember like people used to just be like, "Hey, I'm a Nigerian prince." Like they would that's literally the opening line and they'd be like, "Oh my god."
And now it's so easy to scam.
Yeah.
Especially
now you
old
can
people.
generate one. You can have a voice call as the AI as the
Yeah, you could
as
do
the as the
yeah.
Nigerian
Like,
prince, you know?
It can be used
Yeah.
for so much evil. Yeah, the
The-
voices, everything.
Oh yeah.
There's always comments. It's like, I'm cooked when I'm older. Like, you know, kids be like, I'm cooked. I'm like,
Because it's
you're
getting hard now.
you're like-
exactly.
Well, it's like old people are cooked now. Like,
Yeah.
Mhm.
like you're gonna be cooked when you're older. Old people are fucked up right now by
Oh,
this
yeah.
AI shit. They because
Yeah.
they grew up in a time. They grew up fighting in Vietnam. They were not ready for
No.
AI chatbot girlfriend telling them that they love them.
No,
Actually, such
but
a
also
bummer.
like I think that it's really interesting to go through the lens of intimacy though, because people's willingness to believe like AI chatbots by way of intimacy might suggest that in the future there might just be a total surrender to a desire to confirm authenticity. That maybe it doesn't really matter to people as long as they're entertained, and maybe my takes will age poorly in that regard, right? I mean, most of my positions on AI kind of have. I just maintain a sort of like sturdy belief in the fact that once something feels devoid of human engagement, it will slowly become invalid. But I'm really, really interested in this idea of iteration, of things, of AI training itself on AI and slowly becoming a worse and worse product because of it, which is what I think will happen ultimately. That's what I think the death of AI is going to be, is the total displacement of human perspectives and work in the context of like popular culture and media. If it won't have anything
kind of-
meaningful to train itself on.
Yeah, I kind of actually, in a way, I kind of pray that that happens, specifically
too,
with
shoot.
writing, because
Oh,
I do
yeah.
want to see like people. I want to see it like get so bad that people can no longer use it, because
I would
I
love
just
that.
think that like it's. I really truly do. I know we're talking mostly about old people, but I really truly do worry about like the generation of like kids and teens who are raised on this, and
Oh.
like if they're going to be, because I think Paige brought it up, but like literacy rates are really really low.
Oh, yeah.
Like if like critical thinking skills are being eroded, and AI use, at least there's some early studies that are suggesting that like critical thinking skills do erode the more you use AI.
Yeah.
Like what happens with, I guess, when we're living in idiocracy? I know people have been warning about idiocracy
Yeah.
for like time immemorial. Old
Yeah.
people are like, everyone's dumb now, but it's like I'm actually a little worried.
It's funny because a lot of the people
Yeah.
who thought Idiocracy was like funny or prescient were just kind of weird eugenicists who were missing like the more like cultural elements of it, because people were just obsessed with stupid people having sex, and that was the big thing. It felt very self-congratulatory. I never liked when people were like, it's true, it's happening. It's like, no, like things are eroding because of like social infrastructure, educational infrastructure eroding. It's not because dumb people have sex. That's not how intelligence works. It's a complete fucking misrepresentation of it, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's not. It's very little genetic, I think, basis in intelligence. Almost everything to do with, well,
I mean,
access to
the thing is that
resources, early
I
education.
assume it's polygenic and like multifactorial beyond that alone. Like that, like it's not just like what you have the smart gene. I'm sure that there's something to it because it's consistent, but also like, for instance, like I don't consider myself to be like super smart, but a lot of why I present in a way that people would identify as being consistent with intelligence is because I was raised by a bunch of very academic people. Like my grandfather was a professor, my uncle was a
I can
professor.
tell.
And so the like vernacular that I took on sounds that way. It doesn't mean I'm smart at all. I'm a fucking idiot. But at the end of the day, like that's a big part of how you'd be like, oh, this person should, like fucking weird dudes love to come in and be like, you got to have babies. We need strong men having babies. Like back when I was in the John
Jesus
Zerka
Christ.
era, I'd get that all the time because I'd be like, I don't know if I'm gonna have kids because I'm fucked up. My brain's fucked up. I don't want to pass that shit on. But at the end of the day, there's this weird kind of obsession with people they see as being good breeding stock having kids. And I think it is completely ignorant to the reality of how like people have kind of like universally evolved over time. Like it's a lot of like nutrition getting better on a general level, access to education improving, the ability to reflect potential abilities, etc. Because it just takes one good sperm. It doesn't necessarily like whatever coatings in that nut. You could go on and shit out a bunch
and
of
Bonnie Blue's got it.
Oh God. Oh yeah, that's funny. I love watching that. Yeah, people thinking that is like where if we get 100 men nutting in one time, the best sperm's gonna win.
Super Saiyan.
Yeah, it's gonna.
Crazy.
There's gonna be.
Is that what they think? Really?
What if that child becomes the Dalai Lama?
Competition?
What if that's like
that's the joke going around that because she had sex with 400 men and like is now pregnant, and it's like to be the one sperm that made it out of like how many million. It's like, oh my God!
I would just love
that's a Zora High. That's the prince that was promised.
I want Tibetan monks descending on London, being like, "We got word. I don't know what to tell you. God said, this is."
What do they do with the Dalai Lama? They like give him possessions of his, and he's like, if they remember it, it's like they're the new Dalai Lama.
He's like, this is him. He's back. Like it's in his body.
It's actually the avatar.
But it's like a Zen and like a Blue Chew.
It's gonna see now. That's a really funny Idiocracy future. He's doing a Blue Chew Max.
Jesus.
Needed to think. It has nootropic
but by
properties.
Idiocracy, I didn't mean the like stupid people breeding.
Yeah. I know you didn't. By the way,
everyone dumb.
Yes.
If most, I think that probably people with power, resources, and money will try to prevent their children from becoming dumb as rocks. But I think that the working class is I fear that we are screwed.
Can I ask?
People are already giving their kids like AI chatbots to like to keep instead of like they're also handing them an iPad with like Yo Gabba Gabba and like Miss Rachel and shit. But also on that iPad are like AI chatbots of just like hey now talk to Miss Rachel, or Steve from Blue's Clues or whoever the fuck.
That's crazy because at a certain age, it's just going to be like, show me your boobs. Show me your boobs.
Yep.
Show me your boobs.
Oh, do you want to hear the most like? Oh, this is so fucked up. This is so bad. In my family, there's very vague, obviously, but there was someone in my family that died tragically, very young, last year, a couple years ago, and his baby mama, right, the mother of his child, not really in the family, gave his kid an AI chatbot of himself so that he can talk to dad, who died.
See,
I don't
think that's I don't think that's like ethical.
No, not at all.
That kid's
No,
gonna be so
everyone was pissed.
traumatized. That's
It was
crazy. That's
it was
so
big
evil.
drama in the family.
I do
was
think
big
there's
drama in the family.
kind
It was
of
some
like-
serious Black Mirror shit. I heard that and I was like,
Black
oh
Mirror,
no.
literally Black Mirror.
There's
not
also
good.
kind of fire editorial control though, because if your dad was a bum and he died because he fell
him
asleep
lit,
in the
make him
garage with his
smart.
car on or something, it's like like he accidentally killed himself. I think that it would be kind of fire to
The
be like,
AI
your dad was
chatbot of him is
actually
like-
the smartest,
Super Saiyan.
coolest man of all time.
He was actually
Give him
Thor.
good
yeah,
memory.
yeah,
Believe it or not.
your father was Jesus, actually. Actually, Jesus, he came back. Whole thing, I don't know, man. It's interesting too, though, because there's an inevitability to it, and I do think that like AI is going to like unlock a lot of like what we would go on to experience as like really meaningful research in terms of like biology and longevity and human health, and so like
That's what I feel like it should do only, in my opinion.
But that's not a consumer product. Like that doesn't sell to
I know,
investors.
I
That's
know,
like
yeah, it
that's
just
what sucks is that everyone's trying to find a way to monetize this enormous resource drain, and they're failing.
And what I've heard is that it actually makes this tends to be inevitable, I think, with like technological innovations, is that once we can do something faster, it's not that our work is eased, we're just expected to work faster.
Productivity's
And
gonna go up.
apparently, yeah, for like a lot of white collar workers, their AI assistants have helped them do work faster, but now they have to do more work than ever, essentially. They're expected to do far more work, to produce more. And you'd hope that people would just get sick of it.
I mean, I think
At
that the
some point.
reality is that like as long as you are on the what is frankly the survival treadmill of like late capitalism and this idea of like productivity is always going to be defined in the context of your employer by the most they can ask you to do for the least amount of money, and they will never waver from that. You know what I mean? Like they're never going to be like, you're a great employee, here's more money. It's always going to be, this is the least amount of money we feel we can offer you to keep you here. And this is the most amount of work we think we can ask of you before you quit. And they're always going to be operating on those two principles because none of this is like, it's not like consensual, you have to do it. And you could argue that is obviously just like a material reality that we have to do work, etc. But like, the way that we're doing it at present is totally fucking insane.
We're just doomed.
Yeah, but we're really lucky, privileged people who get to talk on the internet. Like this is. I mean, it's pretty cool.
Are lucky.
Yeah,
We're not real
But
people.
we are useless. We are vestigial, and if AI were to take out a populace first,
Man.
go for the jugular. That's gonna be it. But I don't know, man. I guess there's a lot of doom. I like to think that maybe we'll be self-correcting in some level, and we'll be like, hey,
I
this is
hope that
bad.
there's
Let's
not
not
a lot
do
of
it.
doom, but
But then you
maybe enough
realize
doom
that
realization will save us.
Peter
If we
Thiel's.
realize enough that we're doomed, we might be able to undoom.
It's so
That's the hope.
interesting though, because like it almost feels like there's like a surrender intrinsic to agreement with a lot of people, and that they're incapable of reconciling things that are objectively terrible for us. Like look at the Epstein shit. I mean, like the fact
just
that we're not all
Everyone's
like
just like, well,
pulling people
just
out of
how it is.
houses is crazy.
What can you do?
That we've done
and
nothing.
That's the worst
I mean,
thing
it's
that we have to say is what can we do? But then it's like, we can't have that mindset at the same time. It's like so frustrating because it's like, what can we do? But then it's also like, no, I can't. Like, we can't say
well,
that.
because the answer is,
Yeah, no, it is. It is.
I mean, if the elite are all implicated, then the lawmakers, then
no, they got to eat cake. That's like all it is. Like you gotta.
it's essentially, I couldn't.
In
say
any
on
other
stream,
time
like,
in
what
human history, that's exactly what
solution
has
we-
happened. By the way, like You know, no, like, but like, it's. I think we're also just really pacified. Like, I just think it's hard to convince people to be upset about the state of things because they're enjoying enough material comfort.
We're not starving enough.
Yeah, like it
really comes down to like food a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's survival, right? I mean, like, okay, this is terrible, but I'm alive. You know what I mean? And I have enough. And until we lose that, no one really acts out. People just get mad, you know, but no one like takes to the streets. Totally different ball game.
Yeah. It's like, we know there's things we could do, but I feel like the general population, like, just feels helpless. And then we're just like, well, that's another horrible thing happening.
Oh, yeah.
Great.
Yeah. I mean, you're bludgeoned.
Yeah.
You're just bludgeoned.
It's
but
sad.
you know, it's also, I don't know, I guess it's sad to an extent, but there is like limits to the degree to which I think it's like actual. You can go and like hang out with people and like try to create like real tangible community in your life and slowly organize amongst friends to do things that are good for other people. Like it's possible, you know, I think that's like an important call to action. I always get that way when we talk about like doom, because like most of it comes to remaining like docile and like languishing in your own despair at home. You know what I mean? Like if you're able to like go out and engage with people and like remind yourself that most individuals who are content are doing so through community. They just have friends that they're spending time with. You know, you'll be okay. Like you need a hobby. Everyone needs a hobby so fucking bad.
Well, I think, I mean, that's the best that we can do to, like you said, take care of each other. And that's the most change we can make.
Yeah.
Is within our communities.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what those monkeys were doing with Punch, by the way. You know, they were saying, like, this kid's fucked. We have to set him straight. Like, no, in a full circle way.
I don't believe that.
You don't think so? I think Punch was going up and, like, he had, like, a lot of, like, boogers coming out, and he was trying to talk about Naruto, and they're like, we fuck with Naruto. We just don't want your boogery hands touching us while you talk about it. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
This probably happens to monkeys in zoos 24/7, but the only difference is that he has the stuffed animal, so that's why we care.
Yeah, that's fucked up. Honestly.
And it's only sad because we gave him, because he has a stuffed animal.
What if that's why he's getting bullied?
Monkeys are so easy to like anthropomorphize. Like I've never been on the monkeys are cute train just ever in my life. Monkeys like terrify me. They're so they're scary to me. They're not humans. They're close to humans. They're not humans.
Sorry,
they're animals.
Most greater apes are scary, but you should check out bonobos.
Bonobos are cool.
Bonobos
are cool. I've seen bonobos in zoos.
Are like scary.
I love animals, but I'm like, it's an animal.
Are so scary.
Yeah, chimps. No, chimps. Baboons are scary. Like they're scary. Like primates.
No,
baboons are scary in a cool way. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, they're cool.
Yeah, that they'll just like flare their asshole for you if they're mad, and they're like,
cool.
Take that.
Yeah.
No, but is that not awesome? What do you mean? That's crazy cool. That they can do that.
You sound like a boy. Now you sound like a man.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
Is the butt thing a threat? I thought it was always like to attract a mate.
I think that sometimes it works both ways, right?
It's a sign of like, look how cool and big and scary I am,
like
but also to attract a mate.
Well, it's like how turkeys have the snood. Do you guys know about the snood?
Yeah.
Yeah, their face dick.
Yeah. The thing that hangs off their
it's
nose.
like a huge like signifier of sexual status amongst your cohort. So the dudes with the bigger snoods are like the most desirable by the women. They mog the other men, so they become like subservient to the largest snood. And it's their face dick. And they
What does the snood signify?
There is no direct correlation to it. It is now just a like element of it is a sexual dimorphic manifestation of like status. There's no
They're frame mogging and spiking cortisol levels for
someone who knows more about turkeys can probably correct me on that. But all I ever found out about the snood is that it was just They were just mogging.
Never been to Turkey.
So
I think Hassan knows
fascinating.
a lot
Probably
about that.
true. Sure.
Like that, it's just there. It has no overt function, or actually, no. I think it does in that like it's protective of the beak, perhaps, and that would be why, because more of the beak would be covered with like a squishy erectile tissue. Which, like, if your beak broke, you'd probably be in a tough position.
Right.
I don't know though. I do think it's wild.
The girls don't get snoods.
No, the girls don't have snoods.
Let's talk about that.
There's no. Maybe there's like a small.
I think the girls
snood.
don't have to show off. They don't have to show off.
Girl birds are like you get to. Birds are gay.
And for most birds, it's like it's the male peacocks that have the crazy shit. It's like
all avian species are pretty much that way. It's the men getting really pretty, and the girls.
And the girls are bigger too most of the time. They're like
really. I thought girl animals are usually smaller.
No. The girl birds are small and typically,
but they're usually like just like a
duller,
like a very natural looking color.
Yeah,
like
it's like they got no makeup on. They're in their sweatpants. They're chilling. Like
But
the
the
men are
guys
like
are
building
like-
houses for them to be like, what do you think of this? You know, I found you the best rock. Like I went through this whole arc on my stream where all I'd do is I'd watch like animal mating rituals because they're and birds so hard. All the birds, they learn dances and shit.
Like, yeah, and they're so cute. It's cute.
Yeah,
It's
no,
adorable.
they will full on like they'll learn elaborate dances and the women just get to be like,
I love that life for them.
Do you
That's
guys
beautiful.
find ground birds kind of menacing because they resemble like dinosaurs a little bit, like raptors? I find like
I think they're
ostriches
awesome
and
'cause that-
emus.
I think it's just their
Yeah,
size.
like I find them kind of menacing and frightening.
They're a
Because
little
like kiwi birds are funny and they're like flightless little
Oh, they're
birds.
cute and
Kiwis are
little.
so
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the fact that they're fucking like 8 feet tall that I don't fuck with. You know what I
Like,
mean?
what is
Like,
it?
I don't even. I
Stompy?
find like roosters kind of scary.
roosters are
Like
They're
hens
dicks,
don't bother me
yeah.
as much, but like roosters are kind of scary in the sense.
Well, they're
I don't like it
insecure
when
men.
they like look at me
Shoebill
with the eye.
stork.
They're
They
also
know?
like predators. Like
they are.
like
They're
socially.
Yeah.
They're like no.
Well, they're
female
collecting a
bird is
harem.
safe around them.
I'm a
Yeah,
little
that's what
scared
they're
of an
doing.
eagle.
They're like, no, you need me. You need me. Come into my little harem. This is yours now. Welcome in. And then they yell and get mad at everyone else. Also, they wake us up. Fuck
Yeah.
them. They're loud and obnoxious. We don't care.
Are you getting woken up by a rooster like daily?
Okay, well,
Like,
it's kind of funny because I did grow up in an area of Austin that was like very like backyard farm ish.
okay. That's
There's
why
a
you
lot
said
of
that.
No,
chickens
it's very
and stuff.
central. It's like hipster shit,
Yeah.
essentially.
Yeah.
Where
Okay.
people would have coops, and yeah, they fucking suck.
It's common.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
sure.
I've never lived near a rooster, but I would be annoyed if I was.
Yeah, no, they're miserable.
annoying.
Like no, but birds are also like the coolest. Like if I could
I know.
have
They're
like,
kind of
I would love to have like a pet raven, like a corvid.
Ooh.
Any corvid is so cool. They're
That'd be
smart.
sick.
They trade.
Yeah.
Like they will identify what's important to
love
you
that.
and like engage in barter and stuff. If you feed them, they'll like be like, "You want some more of this?" So they'll go through your trash and bring you shit that you eat. It's weird.
That's beautiful.
They have a good memory too, right? Like they remember people and they remember how you treat people, and then they pass it on. Is that, or am I
Aw.
thinking of a different?
That- that's
bird?
This
most
is a
corvids.
Mayahiga conversation,
That
but I think
sounds-
corvids are generally like very
Oh.
like astute.
Like
Crows.
crows do the same
Mhm.
thing, and grackles as well.
Dude, grackles are
but-
awful. They're
Yeah.
really
What is a
fascinating.
grackle?
So grackles are like it's like the dominant bird of Austin. I don't really know like where all they are, but like
Oh,
really prominent in Austin. They're
Let me
everywhere.
Look it up.
If you ever come
they're
visit,
like a species that is like local to here. They're
yeah,
not really outside
they're
of
really
central US.
fascinating in that they are like truly
Oh,
hyper.
they look crazy.
I had a beautifully autistic roommate
little
who
scary.
got into bird watching in his 20s, and so he'd take me out, and he would always like run me down on why he loved grackles because they're really obnoxious birds, honestly, if you live here. But he's like they're so perfectly evolved for their residential environment. They just hang out on the ground and pick up shit you drop, and they thrive on it.
They swarm HEB parking lots.
Oh.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh
Wait,
my
so do they
god.
make
Massive,
sounds?
massive
Like they're
swarms.
loud?
Wait, but did you ever? Okay, did you ever go to the HEB that was like by the Hancock Center?
There's
There's like a Freebirds there. It was
Yes.
yeah,
yes.
that would get.
Well, like,
I mean
not
it.
often, but yeah.
It felt like a Hitchcock flick. It was the most
Oh, yeah.
insane scourge of grackles I'd ever seen. It felt like the end times every night. It made me
literally
so
my-
uncomfortable.
My mom would say that.
That's
She was
kinda
like, because she
awesome,
grew up in
though.
like the birds terrified her as a kid, and
Oh,
then so
yeah.
large forms of birds like scared her. So we'd go to HEB and she'd be like, "Fuck this!" Like,
Yeah, no, I'm
this is
out.
not-
I don't want to deal with them at
So
all.
grackles are smart as well.
Yeah,
They're corvids.
I mean, it seems like they
They're
are.
related to
Oh.
crows, but like think like a cross between a crow and a pigeon, sort of like
Yeah.
socially, kind of like
Why
that.
are they bothersome? Because are they loud or
They
they
just
like,
shit
go near
everywhere.
you?
Not really
Oh.
like
They
them,
travel in very very large packs, like flocks, I guess should say, and
Yeah.
they do squawk a lot.
It also feels like
Oh.
it kind of feels like an old, think about this, right? Think of like an old, like 1980s, like kind of homoerotic, like street gang movie. You know what I'm talking about? Some like Warriors where it's like you'll go down an alley and it's just coated with grackles and they're just all staring you down. Like, what are you doing around
Now
here?
you're like, I don't want to.
That's
go
how
down
it
the alley
feels.
anymore.
Like I remember I was at a fucking Home Depot with Sear because we wanted to buy a plant. And we went into their like plant area, which is outside, and it was Grackle Day, and they were all fucking like I'm talking
Grackle
like
Day.
they were on all the layers of like different materials and wood and stone, just like staring at us like,
It's really
Are
a
they not
sight.
easy to scare? They're not easy to like. Just
No, you
They're
probably
so used to
can,
humans.
but they don't
so
really
they
give
just
a shit.
stay.
Yeah,
and
no,
you're
they're
like-
they're fucking chill. They don't care about you at all.
Oh.
Unless you like threw rocks at them or something. But like then everyone would get
Oh.
mad at you. That doesn't play in Austin.
Well, yeah. Don't do that.
Yeah. No, they'll fight you. You can't do that.
To-
Then
to-
you'll go.
To what Charlie said earlier, like I've seen clips of like Stompy, like Maya's like big ass ostrich
Oh, I'd be
thing.
so
and I'm like,
afraid.
I'm looking, I'm like, that's
Oh,
a dinosaur.
Jesus.
I'm like, that is a.
I'm
fucking
telling you, it's
dinosaur.
like a
That is what you're saying.
raptor. Like
Yes.
I have
It's-
like a like I find I didn't know she had an ostrich. That's
It's not
Oh,
an
it's
ostrich.
very
dumb.
brave.
It's a
Oh, it's an
emu.
emu?
Sorry.
Emu.
Yeah.
dude. The Australians lost a war against the emu.
Yeah, no, they're clearly fierce. Like they'll
Like,
do
they're
that.
Yeah,
So
emus do
scary.
look a little scary, but
Also,
they're still cute.
I will
don't
say
know,
my
I can find
favorite
anything.
genre of like online video to this day is like fucking like bogan outback Australian dude punching kangaroos.
Oh, yeah.
Watching, yeah.
Defending them from their
Funniest
dogs.
thing in the fucking world.
Using a kangaroo,
Oh
like,
my
choke out a
God.
I can't
dog?
watch that.
Oh yeah, and because then they're
They
I don't.
they
wanna-
kill dogs like frequently. Like they choke them
It's
out.
not
and
like
shit. It's a reflex
kangaroos
they have.
are
They just, like-
extremely muscular and fierce, and they
Yes.
they kill animals. Like they like
but like
so it's
but
not
like
really
with bullying
animal
tactics, they'll
abuse.
give them noogies. Like you know, they're like
Yeah.
oh they die. They're
So it's
insane.
not like
Oh
like
my
they're looking for
gosh.
kangaroos to like beat the fuck
Oh,
out
so
of.
they're
They're
No,
just, like,
no,
save
it's
animals.
always-
Stop
it's-
hitting.
it's
stop
always had a
killing the
necessity
dog.
Look around,
Oi,
like, looking for
fucking hell.
kangaroos.
Wait, that's
Right, and-
scary.
like I mean dog. Like it'll just be that shit the whole time, you know?
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's great though.
You guys ever look up how to survive animal attacks? I feel like once
No.
a year I'll get really anxious about animal attacks because my mom lives in like the mountains. There's bears, there's cougars, but I
Ooh.
usually don't spend too much time on those. Usually I'm thinking about chimpanzee attacks because those are the worst.
Oh my god, do you remember
feel
that
like
I was,
that's
I was
the
one?
with you
worst
until the
animal.
chimp
That's
thing.
fair,
but
but like
No, that's
you will never get attacked by a chimpanzee. But I love that you're prepared.
Sorry.
But it would be like
I
the
love
worst.
that you're prepared.
the bear and cougar
No,
thing
It
is
would
valid.
be
Like
like the worst.
no.
I
There's
lived in
that
Colorado,
one.
like growing up, and you were taught that in school. Like,
Yeah, the bear
in
and-
case because
Yeah,
you're
you
just
learn
in the
about
mountains.
how to get rid of a bear.
That's scary.
No, I'm like
I'm bear aware.
Yeah,
Bear
but the bears
aware.
Barely.
where my mom lives are like
barely.
they're just like trash bears. They're just black bears that are trash bears.
Oh, dude, black bears
Oh,
are
yeah.
funny because they're like really
They're
big
so
toddlers. Like
cute.
they'll fall over if you scare them.
They don't care.
It's like,
They're
ah.
just so
Yeah.
they're so scared of
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah, they're Winnie the Pooh. Like when I was in Alaska, there would be bears like trying to like break into like cars to get food, and you just be like, "Hey," and they'd and like run
Oh,
away.
They're so
The
scared of humans.
cougars
They're
are
terrified of
really
humans.
bad though. Where I grew up, like at least once
Oh,
a
God,
year,
at the domain?
people would be killed by cougar.
That's
It's
scary.
crazy. No,
What?
they're,
Get out by the
the
Shake
cougars
Shack
at the
or whatever.
domain are wild,
My
man. Yeah, and
cat-
Rock
oh my
Rose. Oh my
God.
god.
Yeah, leaving the red.
Okay, mountain
Violent.
lions. They kill runners and hikers at least once a year. They're very scary.
Oh yeah. I mean, you know, but I feel like I've seen a lot of videos of like standoffs
Cougars
with
look cute.
cougars. You know.
Yeah,
Not
they're
the
terrifying
danger
'cause
is
you
if you
won't
don't
see
notice them.
yeah.
If you run away from them, you're dead. Like they take that as like,
Yeah, you have to stand
You're
your
prey.
ground. You have to like fucking
It's
like
so-
"Ah!" You have to like yell at
So
them
you
or something,
have to
right?
be cougar aware.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I tried
yeah,
To know what to
yeah.
do.
We should.
Man, I
Yeah.
live in Illinois. I'm aware of nothing. I'm aware of like a dog, I guess.
Wait,
yeah, but
is
you
there-
guys got like tornado.
Oh yeah, I'm aware of a tornado.
Did you
But I
do
don't
like
take them
like
seriously.
nuclear bomb drills in school where you'd have to like go under your desk and lay like a pancake?
For bombs?
It's just like an
like
emergency
some
drill.
duck and cover shit.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
we
yeah.
have
We did
never that.
tornado drills.
No.
We did
tornado
so many
drills. I was
weird
at
drills,
that.
man. I
We did
remember.
The bomb
Earthquakes.
one, that's a little scary.
I did grow up
Oh,
irrationally afraid of the weather, though. Like I was always afraid of the same way you were always brushing up on like chimp attack
Yeah.
tactics.
Mhm.
As a small child, I was allowed to watch TV going to bed, so I always would. But
Yeah.
I would always watch like Cartoon Network, and I'd stay up way too late. So my parents were like, "All right, you can watch TV when you go to bed. Has to be the Weather Channel, though."
Interesting.
What no
That's
one
so
knows
funny.
is that the Weather Channel. I don't know if they
It's
still do
freaky.
You're
this.
just watching the
Yeah,
Doppler
The Weather
radar.
Channel
It's scary.
at 1 a.m. they show like these documentaries that they made that are like the 5 worst tornado attacks in all of U.S. history. An EF5 tore through a
God.
town and killed 5 dozen people. Here's one of the testimonies, and it's like, I lost my dog and my wife and all my
Yeah.
kids.
They
So-
were
and I was
holding
like
my
7.
hand. Yeah,
I was like
Rick did it.
7. And so, and I was just
Jesus.
like, I've always been just like this paranoid, anxious, scared little kid.
Yeah.
And so I was, like my parents got a note from my teacher. They're like at a parent teacher conference. They're like, you know, how is he? He's like, oh, he's well behaved, does stuff. He's weirdly afraid of the weather though. Like, because I would be
That's so funny that
watching
your
the
teacher knew
clouds.
it too.
I would be,
What?
and I would be like,
Oh my
teacher, like I
God.
think
Is there gonna
it's a
be a
tornado
tornado?
forming. It looks like a
Oh.
storm
It's
cell cloud.
happening.
The rotation you can see. We need to get inside. Like I was doing that.
Dude,
shit.
and you were scaring all those kids. I know you were.
Yes, and
You
we were in
scaring all
Colorado.
the
At
class.
this point in my life, I was living
Oh
in
my
Colorado. There's no
God.
tornadoes in Colorado. There's just
That's-
that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I was just really afraid of AIDS. That's the only thing that like I was
Okay.
terrified of AIDS. Well, because like
I went through that.
I remember so I remember sex ed in the 4th grade being 2 things, all right? Well, 3 things. I remember them being like,
4th
you got to
grade?
wear deodorant. You guys are starting to smell a little bit. You know, you got to wear that. And the other one was one of the English teachers who was teaching us this went like really rogue and was like, she framed this when you guys are at the middle school that we would go to and you're having sex, which was an insane thing to tee up. I remember to this day being like,
Right.
like that's 2 years away. I'm supposed to be fucking like, I didn't even know what it was.
Get ready.
And then
You
she's
got
like,
this in
and your buddy
4th
says
grade?
that you don't need a new condom. Just take the old one, shake it up in a water bottle and reuse it. Don't do that. And I remember thinking, this
What?
is 1, really specific, and 2, am I supposed to be having sex soon? I was like not prepared, you know?
I didn't know this was happening.
Yeah. And then the other thing was that all the videos we watched were just like, if you're gay, you're going to get AIDS. And they'll be like, why do gay people get AIDS? And they're like, because they're gay and gay sex is,
There
creates
was a lot of
AIDS.
AIDS stuff, but I remember it was like I had to watch this like documentary about like a kid that got AIDS because he had a God, what is it called when you can't make new blood? A lot of royals got it. I can't remember the exact
Oh,
I
disorder.
don't know.
what? That's like, it's got to be like a
But-
hemo something. I don't know.
Yeah,
That's
he
weird.
was something. He had that. He got AIDS through like,
Homo?
he received a blood transfer that was
Whoa.
Yeah.
had from someone with HIV. And I remember the whole premise being like, don't bully him. He's not gay. So, like, and that was like the premise. Is like
Crazy.
They got AIDS
he's not
the
gay,
normal
so
way.
don't bully him.
Yeah.
Even-
Well,
if he was
It's
gay,
not
you
his
could bully him.
fault.
that's
It's not his fault. He's not gay.
Oh,
It
This
was
guy
like-
gets the pass.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Like I remember there was like
Okay.
2 kinds of AIDS presented to me, you know, and the only one was
Yeah.
one came from having sex with men, you know, and the other
Uh-huh.
came from doing hard drugs, and that was it. And like I was like 10,
Yeah.
and I was like, I don't know soft drugs. I don't know
Like-
drugs. Like this is insane to me.
Happens.
But
You know,
they-
Rent did a lot for AIDS awareness.
It did a lot for AIDS awareness, but
Yeah.
I feel like generally
bad way.
speaking, like
I
oh
don't
my
know if it's the
god.
right delivery. But,
Yeah,
you know,
no, it was
we
just
know it
a lot of
existed,
AIDS.
but like the delivery is
For me, it was the movie Kids. Did you ever watch the movie Kids growing up?
No.
Okay, well, Mac Miller's like debut like EP thing was called Kids, and a lot of people are like, "Oh, have you seen the movie?"
Oh,
Because
that.
it was stylized around it, and it's just about these kids in New York City who are fucking without protection, and one of them gets
Oh.
AIDS and like hides it and just gives AIDS to everyone else. It's fucking insane. Yeah, really. Sorry to spoil it. It's not worth watching. It's kind of a bad movie,
Please.
but we all watched it then. And I just couldn't really. Yeah, it's a horrifying film. It's horrifying for any
I've
of you guys
never
who've seen
heard
it.
of it, but it seems
Yeah.
like people in chat have
Yeah.
too.
Yeah,
Isn't it crazy now
yeah,
that
Dang,
AIDS is
I'm
just
not
like
locked
you
in.
just take a pill for it now.
yeah. It's crazy that we beat AIDS.
Yeah.
we
literally,
Holy
like,
shit.
That doesn't get glazed
That's
enough, but
kinda
like we
beautiful.
kind of beat AIDS.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's still, you know, now
We
it's
did.
closer to like diabetes, where like it will get
It's
you
like a lifelong
eventually.
problem.
Yeah.
but
You know, it does
You're not
shorten your
gonna-
lifespan, but it's not a death sentence like it was, which
Yeah.
is just insane.
Yeah.
And you can take a you can take a pill ahead of time just to like not get it. You can,
Yeah.
there's like preventative
Really?
yeah, prep. You
So
take
you could
take
just be
prep like
freaking
Yeah,
anyone.
it's like
Yeah.
it's like gay
Yeah,
birth
there's still
control
a,
essentially.
you know,
where
there's a
it's like,
percentage chance you could still get it, but if you're gonna have unprotected sex, it doesn't
Dang.
have to be gay sex, but like if you're gonna have unprotected sex, you take prep beforehand, and
Yeah.
it greatly
That's-
reduces
Well,
your chance
also,
of
like,
contracting HIV.
realistically, like I think transmission rates are like borderline like non-existent in heterosexual like vaginal sex or vaginal sex at all. It's like very very
female,
very difficult.
female to
yeah.
male is like the lowest transmission, and
Yeah.
it's like single digit transmission rates, or it's crazy, but it's
Yeah.
crazy low.
Oh.
I mean, it is like a truly horrifying disease though to learn about when you're when you're in the 4th grade, you're 10 years old, and you're like,
So you
I
think
don't.
it's gonna
I don't know
affect
what
you a
gay
lot
sex
right
is. I don't
now.
know how much touching a man I got to do before I can get
Yeah.
it. You know what I mean? Like I
Oh.
remember
What
being
counts?
like, because in my brain, this is what gay sex was. it was just penis on penis. I had the idea of an asshole being in the equation had not even begun to register in my mind.
No idea.
So I'm thinking that it's just dudes touching wieners, and I'm like,
So
what
like,
about
what if I
toilet
sit on the
seats?
wrong bench?
Wieners touch toilet seats, and then
much.
what if I go wiener on wiener there? Because they just say gay sex in
And
like a
then you have
very vague
AIDS.
way, and I'm like, is that easy? What if I wear someone's underwear, like go to someone's house and they have a swimsuit? Am I going to get AIDS? And then I'm running back all the times I could have encountered that, and I'm like, what if I, a 10-year-old
Have it
boy,
right now.
have AIDS? And I would cry alone at night about it because I was afraid to admit
Like,
to
I
my
have AIDS and I'm
mother
going to die.
that there's a likelihood that through gay sexual contact, which in my brain is the possibility of my penis touching something another penis has touched, I have gotten AIDS. And I had no ability to speak on it. I was like planning my own death as a 10-year-old boy. And I'll never forget the euphoria I felt when I finally talked about it. And I was like, I've done the math. I've thought about all the ways I could have accidentally gotten AIDS at this point, and I'm afraid, I don't
Everyone
know.
said
And
this
they were
show
like,
is Wake
That's so
just having his own
stressful.
therapy.
No, literally. I think he really needed this.
This is a
I
stand-in
think it's
for
a
his
really
therapy.
Yeah,
funny
this is
story, by the way.
crazy.
I'm
Talk
sorry
about
if
this.
this
It
has
is
come off as
hilarious.
me doing therapy. That is not the rap I want this show to
No,
have
it's
at all.
funny. It's funny.
It's not.
Tell us
It
more.
doesn't feel that way.
Okay, I'm saying if that's honest feedback, let me know in the comments. Okay,
No,
make sure you
you're-
follow
I'm
the
picturing as
YouTube.
a parent, like
Yeah.
your 10-year-old son coming to you and being like, I did something gay and
No,
I
she
think
thought
I
I
have
got.
AIDS.
My
And it's
mom.
like,
My mom would tell me that she thought I was raped, like straight up, because I was like, yeah, because I'm like
You're, like, so
crying. I'm
concerned.
coming up to her crying and been like, I just have been thinking about how people get AIDS because
I touched Tommy's belly button.
because people
I
just
have AIDS.
could not convey what gay sex was at the time. It was still too taboo. If I had learned that, I like that would have solved all of it. But this
You'd
went
have
on.
been like, "Oh, I'm okay."
Yeah, no. This went on for like a
did she
year.
tell you
Like I'm
that?
talking about. It was just total relief
She
of like,
didn't tell
oh.
you that like the truth.
Well, no, because I wouldn't tell her that I didn't want to convey that I could have possibly had AIDS. You know what I mean? Like that was terrifying. I was avoiding that.
This is actually why I feel like like good sex ed is so important.
Yes.
So that
Total
kids
failure.
like Wake don't think that they have AIDS.
Yes.
Because
Well,
they,
I
like,
was such a
they
hypochondriac,
accidentally
right?
touched the toilet seat.
And all I remember was like that, like the depiction of AIDS was like one cartoonish. It was like they did it like it was like Mucinex commercials. You know what I mean? Where it's like, and here's the white blood cells, and they're taking care of all of your illnesses until AIDS comes around, and it's just like a hooligan with like a fucking bandana, and it's like beating the shit out of the helper
Yeah.
T cell, and it's like, hey, we got you now, bud. And I remember thinking like, oh, so like my shit's fucked. Like nothing, like I just won't fight illness and then I die. And yeah, it was really funny. Like I really remember the like whole like presentation of AIDS being way more confusing and problematic than it was helpful.
I hope it
Because
got
all I left was don't be
better.
gay. That's it.
yeah,
got
but also
better.
like I literally, this is really embarrassing. So for context,
Yeah.
both my parents, bio parents, medical professionals, two of my grandparents, until the age of 24, I thought that all STIs were permanent.
Oh, wow.
I thought you
Oh.
got them for forever. And that is because that's how sex ed
Herpes
would
and
portray
HIV,
it.
yeah.
And then it's like forever. Syphilis, gonorrhea.
Well, they don't want to tell you that they have a pill for it, right? That you just get a shot and keep fucking. They don't want to tell
right,
you that.
because
It's
I
too
think
enabling.
like they want you to be terrified of it.
They
But
want
my
you to not do
dumbass
anything.
never did any research on it because I was like, well, you just get it forever and that's that. And then
Yeah.
you live with it.
Yeah. Which has now
That's
just
what
been
you
a
do.
terrible value proposition for sex as a whole. Sex got the worst PR in the world.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, I'm getting every
Yeah.
illness and I die and my penis falls off and no
and
one.
then I make a kid and I
Yeah,
don't know what
or
to
I
do
have a
with it,
kid
and then I have
and-
AIDS.
And then that kid also has
Yeah,
AIDS
so
because
does
you
the
got
kid,
AIDS
yeah.
and you gave
Oh my
AIDS
God,
to
the
your
AIDS
kid.
babies.
Yeah, AIDS baby was a thing. I was afraid I was an AIDS baby too. I was like, what if my dad had AIDS and he didn't say anything? He's a whore, you know?
I've been living with AIDS this whole time.
Yeah. Like it was the weirdest fear I had. And I will never forget the euphoria of learning I didn't have AIDS because I have not had gay sex, because gay sex isn't penis touching penis through some kind of common surface.
Toilet
That's not what gay sex
Oh.
is at all.
Well, not
Um,
traditionally.
And then I learned what gay
Good for
sex
you,
was because
Wade.
my mom told me
Mm.
about it, and then that was also its
Inclusive.
own thing where I was like, oh, and like what?
I
And
didn't know this was
yeah.
happening.
Yeah. yeah, that's
Yeah.
That
Super.
makes sense.
yeah, it didn't compute to me. I was like, that can't be good. That's not fun.
I
Turns
think
out-
it doesn't. Because that's the doo-doo hole, and that's what you know it for. So like,
Yeah.
why would it?
Yeah,
why
I'm
would it be for
curious,
anything
like-
else?
But like, when in pubescence does it stop being that? Is what I'm curious, because like I never really developed that fixation, but I'm just curious like how someone processed that when they first felt it, if that was their thing. Where
No,
they were like, "What?"
I have some like this is I don't this
Go,
might
go.
be a tangent. I don't know.
Run.
But apparently like anal sex was not super duper common amongst gay men to the point where it's like now it's like the main form of intercourse. But
Yeah.
I guess before, I think that like butt stuff became a lot more prevalent because of porn.
Interesting.
Whereas before it was usually frauding or
You find
antecural
out it's a
sex, which
thing.
is between the thighs.
Oh, a lot of
And
frauding?
so because
Interesting.
because I think most people didn't. I'll have to double check because the last time I did research on this was years ago. But I think that like the idea of putting it in the butt was again not something that a lot of people had considered because why would you think about it?
See, but that to me
It
feels
got patched in.
incompatible with like
Patched
how
in.
bad
New
the AIDS
update.
epidemic was, because like that's
Oh
kind
no,
of
no,
pretty.
no! By the
It's like a new meta.
'80s, it was fine. I'm talking about
okay.
yeah.
Oh, so you
Like
mean
hundreds of years
you
ago, like
mean
thousands
that
of years
you
ago.
mean that like because the idea of a sodomite was always a thing, right? I mean, like that's like biblical language, so it was
well,
clearly
sodomite
happening.
meant anyone
Does that
that
refer
was
to
doing,
gay though?
Gay?
Sodomite meant any sort of intercourse that
Really?
was like not married
Not condoned.
heterosexual sex, penis to vagina sex. So you would be considered. It depends. The definition of sodomite changes quite
Interesting.
a bit.
Yeah, like a lot of biblical shit. It's always a mess.
Yeah.
Or else also sodomy. Interesting. Okay. Because like I think like I always felt like anal just seemed like a lot of work, and if I was gay, I'd be like a blowjob main. I'd be all about head, because
Right,
that's
it'd be
just
like that's
easier,
like too much, man. You gotta clean it, you gotta stretch it.
Yeah, but
that's
it's a whole
hours of
day.
work.
The first podcast was
whole
maybe for
day.
better or for worse. A lot of me just like trying to like really empathize with how much effort Christian would have to go through to like bottom, and how awful it is on like.
I was gonna say, it sucks like Christian isn't here for this.
Yeah, no,
Really.
Christian would be phenomenal as insight into it. But like,
Yeah.
it's like, oh no, that's like a whole like you're thinking about what you're eating, and then like like it's like. But then again,
High
That's too
fiber
much work.
diet.
That sounds stressful.
Oh my god.
yeah, no, that's too much
It
work.
is.
Respect to
Yeah,
y'all
it's just
who
work.
tackle.
I don't know.
I'm gonna have to double check my research though on like how common on the history of anal sex.
Yeah,
Because now I'm curious because we do have that association of sodomite being specifically anal only, and so I want to know when that switch.
yeah, I'm actually super interested too,
Perfect.
because to me, like, I just
Yeah.
feel like it's a really unique thing that I like wasn't hit with that. I never like I had friends who just suddenly got really into anal, and I assumed it was probably because of porn. But I remember the first time I
Yeah.
saw anal in pornography being like really like, oh, like I didn't like it to me, like it just is like intrinsically off-putting. But then I never understood how some people like leaned in opposite that. But I guess it's all preference and like feet and shit. I don't get it all. Some of it's
Is
I
an
just
think
enema
it's
not
like
just
the
a cheat code
taboo
though?
of it,
Is that just not just a
probably.
shortcut?
is what
But it still doesn't sound pleasant.
is what not a cheat code.
Or not an enema. That's a douche.
Oh, I think that the idea is mostly like really high fiber and like being like cleansed. I don't know.
Enemas
Maybe.
aren't
Sounds
really
healthy.
like they're okay to use sometimes, but like regular use can really harm like the
bacteria?
the
Gut
tissue.
biome.
Oh,
Yeah, the gut
tissue
biome, but
itself.
also the
Shoving
tissue
water
That makes
inside.
sense,
yeah.
Yeah, because it's not
Taking
really
everything
like
out.
good for you, so it's like yes, typically my friends who bottom regularly tend to do the high fiber diet.
Yeah, psyllium
a lot
husk
of
is a lot of
hydration.
it. The psyllium husk is
Yeah.
awesome. Honestly, it doesn't matter if you're bottoming. Psyllium husk is a cheat code. You'll have way better digestion. I'm a huge fan. Just total insoluble fiber in like a little capsule. It's awesome.
Wait, what is it called?
It's called
I
psyllium
need more
husk.
fiber.
PSYLIUM, I think.
aisles of-
Yeah.
I'm always in the digestive health aisle.
Oh, do you have hot girl tummy?
I've-
Is that a
I
Yeah.
have problems.
every?
Or just like a Jack in the Box
Yeah.
kind of guy, just like that kind of diet. I don't know. It's
I
new,
love
it's going
I
on.
love the dudes who just like have accepted that they have diarrhea and refuse to examine how that could be their diet. They're just like, yeah, they just
Right.
like
Happens
men
24/7.
legitimately think they're normal and they'll have diarrhea for 25 years. They have no idea that things aren't good, Like a lot of the girls I know will
It's
be
like,
like,
yeah, that's
oh, I
just
think
how
I'm
it
like
is.
lactose intolerant or something. They'll have some kind of conscious thought about it. The men are just like, yeah, no, they think they're pooping fine.
I guess I just shit like this now.
yeah,
Like, I guess I just
you kinda
live
just
like
accept
this.
it.
Okay.
yeah.
Which is crazy to
I'm not
me.
lactose intolerant, but like lactate is cool. and I just kind of take that. Everything else is just kind of.
So you are. What do you mean? That's not either. Lactate isn't cool and doesn't do anything, or you're lactose intolerant a little bit.
Yeah, if you need lactate, you are.
No, I'm very lactose intolerant. I'm saying like I take lactate to like supplement it. Like I still be eating hella dairy stuff, and I just tank it with the lactate.
I swear to God, I don't think I know a single woman who can meaningfully digest lactose, and I also don't know a single woman who has stopped consuming lactose. Like none,
Dude,
not a single one.
Good, and it's in everything.
It's true.
In everything, mac and
ice cream
cheese,
and shit,
pizza, ice cream.
Oh
yeah,
my
there's
God.
no escape.
My entire family.
To so many of my favorite foods. Your entire family is lactose
No, it's just like
intolerant?
every woman would just be like, oh God, like they would just because I was raised, they're all women. They would all just be like brace to just fart and shit me like horribly for like a day and a half. It's like they wouldn't, there wouldn't be like a yield. They'd just be like, oh, I guess we're doing it, you know, and that they'd tank it. No lactate, they'd just do it. It was amazing to me. I never got it. I never had the issue, but I think it's because I never stopped drinking or consuming like milk. That's a big thing.
I mean that, yeah, actually.
Wait, so you don't consume dairy, Charlie? You said you like
no,
Aztecs.
I do in like really, I'll take lactate sometimes, but there's even just with lactate, there's forms of dairy that over the years, as I've gotten older, I just can't handle anymore. So like a glass of milk would kill me.
Yeah.
You're not missing out on a glass of milk,
unfortunately, like if I can eat like a little bit of dairy ice cream, but if I eat any more than that, it's like it'll kill me. Mac and cheese kills me.
Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah.
hate it.
It's still bad.
I'm in hell.
I love the Texan coming out of Peanut defending a ice cold glass of milk.
It's a nice glass of
No,
milk.
that's crazy. No,
I still don't do that
I
because
grew
like
up drinking like a glass of milk, but I can't.
A lot of
really
people
do
think
it
they don't like
anymore.
milk because they
I don't
haven't had whole
understand
milk. That's like actually insane.
It's the best. It's the best milk. Oh my God.
No, whole milk's
I mean,
incredible.
we don't have Bluebell here, but like Bluebell is definitely
Wait,
worth the
You
stomach
can't
aches,
find it
even-
in stores? Like there's no
Dude,
Bluebell
it's-
doesn't make it outside of Texas?
No, dude, it's
I
only a
haven't
Texas
looked.
thing.
Huh.
It's,
Wait,
Bluebell?
Bluebell
is only a Texas thing.
I
You
have
cannot get it
Bluebell.
outside of Bluebell.
Maybe
or
it's
outside
Midwest. I don't know. Maybe
Wait,
it just
I
doesn't
have
make it to
Bluebell.
Maybe they
California.
spread. I remember specifically, my grandparents own a restaurant in Colorado, a barbecue restaurant.
Yeah, we have.
And part of the like authentic Texas experience of that was like we have to try to get Bluebell, and they had to get very special permission to get Bluebell delivered to their restaurant outside of Texas, and it was like a
maybe
very
things have
rare
shifted
special
then.
thing. That's probably this was like granted 20
Yeah,
years
no,
ago,
that's
but
they got Bluebell in Illinois in the stores, but not like I don't know if it's like a restaurant thing for you. Is it like you're
I
like
got
oh,
Bluebell
let
in
me
New
go
York. It's national now. Can I get it here? I have not seen it in Vaughn's or
Yeah,
Albertsons.
maybe it's one of those things
Not
where you
in
stopped
California.
looking because you accepted that it didn't exist, and now
it's
you're
not.
about to change your mind.
It's not at Vaughn's. I've definitely checked. Also, wait, fuck you for continuing to spread the creamy propaganda. I have been trying to not buy one.
Yeah, no, it's really
forever,
good.
And,
oh, a Ninja Cream.
and then
dude,
I've been keeping up with like
his.
I've been keeping up with the Zoil saga, and you got Zoil on it, and so every time I'm like, I'm gonna end up buying one. Like it's gonna be yet
They're
another
awesome.
kitchen appliance in my kitchen.
It's really high
Oh my
value.
gosh, I want one
I've
so
gotten so
bad.
much use out of the creamy.
Wait,
It
can
was,
you convince me to buy one?
I mean, look, I'm not going to
Can you tell me?
evangelize unnecessary
Please
purchases. I just feel like
evangelize.
I really like ice cream. I also like
I love
protein,
ice
and so instead of drinking a normal protein shake, I will just make a like mix of almond milk and whey protein, and I shake it up in one of these cups, and then it turns into incredibly soft, delicate soft serve. Like it is perfect consistency soft serve ice cream with whatever flavor of protein you use, and like
have
it's
to
awesome
wait
for people with a
overnight,
sweet
right?
tooth.
I go ahead.
Sorry, you have to wait overnight for it, right?
Yeah, you wait like 6 to 8 hours minimum, I'd say. But what you do is I shit you not, I have 10 containers, and I just they're all they're
You can
there's,
buy the
like,
containers
always one
separate.
ready.
So you
Yeah.
stock up.
my
yeah.
God.
And even when you get it, it comes with like 2 to 3. I think it comes with 2 by default, and then you can buy like another couple.
So you just make a bunch at once for like the week, and
Yeah.
then you just put it up.
So pretty much what I do is I cycle it because I don't like to have like a backlog of anything. So I'll like replenish it every night essentially, and I just keep it going.
Oh my gosh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
I spaced
I
out
need
because
one.
I was trying to do research on how common anal sex was historically and
Did we
presently.
arrive at any
What did you find out?
new insights?
No, I need to do like actual dedicated fucking research between this or on this, because I feel like I'd probably have to look at statistics over the years, but then it's also like
Who's
there's not many
tabulating
studies.
statistics on anal sex and like, circa
Yes.
whatever. And who's being honest
But I
about
do-
getting butt fucked? Like that I feel like people are very
Exactly.
cagey about that.
Exactly. Yes, and historically, we're also very, very cagey about that because it was in most patriarchal societies, it was okay to top.
Yes.
Horrible to bottom. If you bottom,
you're gay.
It was the end.
Yeah, no. To
better
bottom,
not ever bottom.
Yeah, there was
be a
there
woman.
weren't like men or women. There wasn't gay or straight. There were tops and bottoms. All right.
Yep.
And that's kind of funny
All
that they're
women
like
are bottoms.
yeah, they're just assessing it in terms of like just a really rigid, stupid hierarchy. But some of them are getting pegged out. They'd already
I
made
refuse
those.
to believe
yeah.
that people back then
Oh,
weren't
yeah,
like
for sure.
more freaky because what else was there to do during the day?
No,
right?
I think that there's something to that for sure. And like, I think it depends like civilization to civilization. I mean, like like Puritanism and like fucking, I mean, really just like
Mhm.
religious imperative. I feel like there was probably a lot more general degeneracy, right? I mean, people
Yeah.
loved drawing dicks in ancient Rome. I mean, like there was just so many dicks drawn everywhere. It was like a middle school,
Yeah.
you know?
I'm just saying,
Yeah, they were
vagina
just
had to
thinking
have gotten
about
boring
things.
a lot quicker back
Oh,
then.
sure. I mean,
So, like, just got to finding other avenues of like, how else can I get off?
I'm trying to
like, using
stimulate
your body?
the 5 gallons.
Yeah, I mean, they did
stimulate my
have to
senses.
like work a lot. So
There was, well, kind of, but wasn't there actually like significantly less total work being done in a day? I've only really heard that about medieval England, like, so I don't know to what extent that extends to Rome.
I think this I've had people yell at me and say that I'm wrong about it, but
Yeah.
in Juliet Shore's The Overworked American, this is where she totals up like how frequently like medieval peasants would work.
Yeah.
And she suggested that the modern American works far more than the medieval peasant, but
Whoa.
it's also like it's a bit more convoluted. They definitely had way more fucking holidays,
Yeah.
and the invention of the clock was sort of really bad for workers.
Interesting.
Oh,
To
that
realize how
makes
much
because-
time was passing. Like, oh my god, I spent
Right.
3
You couldn't
hours
just show up-
doing this thing.
show up. And
Yeah,
be
because
done.
people
It's
would
like,
just
The
wake
big
up
sunrise.
and then
Yeah. I also think that
yeah,
there's
and
something to be said
artificial
for
lights.
Right.
Oh my
actual
god.
work
eating.
done as opposed to time spent working. Like, I think that because there was no real like mandatory allotment of time you had to do things, you probably had chores for the day, and when you finished it, you were done working. So they probably accomplished
Right.
more in reasonable windows, right? Because it was more about like crop
Yes.
yield and like you weren't getting like compensated in the ways that we are traditionally.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
which is
be like, you
interesting.
can live here.
Yeah, you are allowed. You stay. Which
Mhm.
I don't know, but then
So-
you have to think like, does that is gooning now, and is the dude who tells you to tie the sweater around your waist? Is
how did we
this
get here?
well?
Oh.
Hear me out. Is this an employment issue as opposed to a like is the origin of this issue a abundance of free time?
If that guy didn't have a clock, he
Maybe
wouldn't be
our
trying to fuck
bodies-
someone's
Definitely
arms.
Yeah.
Too much
Our
time.
bodies aren't exhausted enough, you know?
True,
Like maybe
no,
that's
actually.
what it is. Like maybe when you are exhausting your body, which is what the vast majority of work was back then, would be
Well,
you
no,
know,
I can
using your
actually lend
body,
insight
then
into this
maybe-
because I was a construction
Okay.
worker. That's what I did right out of college.
Holy lord.
I can tell you without a doubt that all those men love going to strip clubs more than any other demographic I've ever encountered in my life. They make no money and they spend it all on strippers, and they all have families. It is not to say this is
God
universal,
damn.
but it was very impressive to me how in my particular job site, how it was like immediate Modelo, immediate strip club. That was the
Think
rhythm.
It's because they were like so exhausted and like overworked, and that they're just like, this is what I want to do now. Like, what? Like,
I think that they were also ready to get drunk and be horny. Like, I think that
They just
there was
wanted
also
to-
just like, this
okay.
is fun.
long work
Yeah.
day. Let me
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
In the summers, it'd be less the case, though, obviously. But like, yeah, no, like the whole like like
Maybe
job
spend
site
time with
strip
their
club
family.
Andy is like a very common trope. Like they love to
Really?
hit that shit.
Interesting.
What a life.
Yeah, but it all depends on how much you're paid too, because some people just can't afford to do it. You
They
know?
go to the strip club and they're like, "Can you tie a sweatshirt around your waist, maybe?"
Yeah, please.
Stop.
Can
Oh my
I?
gosh.
I've got a
Some-
new request.
That guy's not going out anywhere. I think he's in his.
No, that's true. He's too well researched.
that's
He's finding no one's
yeah,
that
no.
on the ball with where a
He
sweatshirt
knows
might be.
everybody's milky arms.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's
man.
not-
Yeah.
What
We
is
start
that
talking
thing?
about him.
I get that a lot of like you ever get it's very awkward. I'll get dudes coming onto my stream and they're like, I love how creamy and milky and pale you are. And I'm like,
Oh. Okay.
Really? I don't think
I
I
No
don't
one
like
says
it.
that to me.
I don't like
Pale
that.
stuff. Wake, this is not about you right now.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, I don't get
Um.
called creamy milky white very often. So yeah.
Well, that's
Oh,
the
no.
thing, but it's like
Oh, they call me
makes
milk,
me
like
uncomfortable
prime
and I feel
milk.
awkward.
No, it feels like
Prime.
a dog whistle, like a fetishization of like the
Yeah.
white woman, like the pure
Yeah, that's
white
what it
woman.
feels
Definitely
like that,
race
and I'm like,
play. Yeah.
Absolutely.
what is this? What does this mean? You know, like what kind of person are you
Yeah.
behind the screen? I'm curious
Always
to
a
know.
little weird. Or they could be like, someone of a different ethnicity who's really into white women.
It could be
That would
anyone.
still strike me as a little bit
Could be
Yeah,
anyone.
race play is weird
because
no
I'd
matter
be
what.
like,
It doesn't
why
matter.
why my skin gotta be milky and white? Like, why is that a
Yeah, I
positive?
Yeah, no,
I
it's
don't know what that is about.
yeah. I mean, it's always it's interesting because you have like localized context for that, where it's like, all right, if that's like a beauty imperative on the basis of not Eurocentrism but like classism, that's one thing, right? Because it does exist in a lot of like
Yes. Of course.
East Asian countries in particular. But then you have like just the overt weird shit of like,
Yeah.
I
if
like
you're getting that
you
at Twitch
white.
chat, it's just
Yeah.
I like you white. I like it
my
like that.
milky
It's the
little
best.
princess.
Okay.
I think I
I
was
love
probably
that.
wrong about the prevalence of butt stuff. And it's
Right.
because I just realized is that human beings see a hole and they want to
Yeah,
put things into it.
That's kind of
And
a
why
thing.
would that ever change? Like I was just thinking about
That's
it.
kind
And
of
I'm
what
like,
I was getting at. There's no
why
way they
wouldn't you
didn't.
just like?
I do feel like
Because like
there-
I stuck things in my ears when I was a kid because it was a hole.
yeah.
I could put something in there.
I also feel like people intuitively stimulate their ass growing up in some ways. Like it's a very common thing for people to do, even if it's not like overtly sexual. Like people are like, oh, what's going on in there? At least if talking to my friend Nick Pollum has taught me anything, that it's incredibly common and that everyone does it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's isn't that a Freudian thing? Like we go from the oral to the anal to the genital
it
phase.
is. Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got caught on ass one. Why is everyone saying exclamation point join? What is that?
Oh, someone did
What
like
is
a merch
that?
giveaway in my chat, so you have to type join.
Oh,
That's why. I know.
That's fire.
It'll be over in a moment. It'll be over in a moment.
No, that's fire. Yeah, everyone hit join.
No,
Get in
I
there.
love they're doing it in other people's chat where it clearly like wouldn't count.
Yeah.
No, I think it does. If you type in one of the chats, it goes to all of them. Like that's how it's
Really?
tabulated. Like if you look at Chatterino,
shit,
you'll
okay.
get if someone types your name and you have all the things up, you'll get pinged 4 times.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't even use Chatterino.
that's
I need to tap in.
crazy.
No, you don't need Chatterino. It's like
Why
weird
not?
surveillance.
I've tried to use it so many
I
times and then I
love
go,
this.
nah.
I used to do
don't need
it because if someone talked about me, I'd go troll them in their stream, and so I would
I wanna
like have
know
it
if
up post
someone's
chilling.
talking about me.
Unfortunately, the
Wait,
word
what?
peanut comes up pretty often in other.
Oh,
Yeah, imagine
so
wake.
It's kind of useless. To
Imagine
me.
Yeah.
imagine the verb wake. Wake
Yeah,
up.
no, that's-
Imagine
Wake?
that.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. You're
It doesn't function. It's cooked.
But
It's
nobody
I
fucked.
could
else
probably
saying
do enemy
primate.
Charlie, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Charlie
right?
would.
Like,
Yeah, but if someone's watching a moist video, it'd be cooked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Enemy
if they're talking about you, they're
Charlie.
talking about Charlie more often
Yeah.
than not. They're not
Yeah.
gonna say.
Or if you have a bunch of Vietnam vets talking about things, that's going to be
Just
tough.
remembering,
You know,
the old times
Just invoking
big
their
Twitch
trauma.
demographic.
Hey,
with their AI girlfriends overseas.
they're watching
Yeah.
Asmon. They're in there,
You
But-
think so?
No, not at all. No. Those guys aren't in the world. They're not.
No.
They're fine. But guys, I'm gonna let you know we've been on for 4 hours.
Yeah,
It's a
let's
long
get
ass
outta here.
chat. I'm
Let's
ready to
go.
send you guys
Goddamn.
out. Thank you guys for sticking
gotta
around,
shower
man.
and
This
pee.
was such a last minute thing. I really appreciate you guys for coming on. Those of you, especially, I know Paige is probably the only person I really had in the books. I know that Charlie thought you were on the books, and I'm really glad you thought that because I desperately needed your attendance. But I wasn't gonna beg you back to back. So thank you so much, guys. You guys brought amazing energy.
Thank you for having me.
Can everyone
thank
who
you.
wants, we can go around the table. You just shout yourself out. Mods are going to spam your link and stuff. Make sure we get everyone followed. Starting with whoever would like to go first. You're welcome. Fight amongst yourselves. Go.
Girl, okay, primate page. That's me. Okay.
Yep, Paige is the
Thank
shit,
you.
guys. Make sure you go follow Paige. Paige, thank you for your time. We're going to be playing a
Thank
game
you.
thing in the future, so you'll see more of
Yes.
Paige.
Oh my
She's
gosh.
awesome.
I think I want to play do you want to play Reanimal? Have you heard of it?
I have no clue what it is. I'm down.
We'll look
That's
it up.
really good, and you
It's
guys
good.
should play it.
Oh, yeah.
We should
I'm
play
in.
it. Okay.
I'm locked.
Yes,
Let's
play
do
it.
it.
do that.
Play it.
Let's do it.
We'll
Wait.
organize a day.
Yes.
Cool.
All right. Hey, thank you so much again. It was awesome. You also, I wanted you to know you are an awesome guest and you held your own at
Oh,
every
thank you.
conversation and every
I feel
time you
like I
talked, it
didn't
was
have
great.
much to say on a lot of these topics.
That's not true.
because It was. Oh,
You
thanks.
actually did so well. I want people to
really
feel that way.
bad at interrupting people.
You-
Like, I was
I'm-
like overly quiet because I don't know how to like.
It's something I've noticed a lot with
interrupt.
women who are generally conscientious who I bring on. They have a really, or in all panels, not a lot of them are willing to talk over people. I am going to make sure that everyone knows that I would prefer you talk over me, because unless you, I'm so anxious about silence. I will keep talking
You'll
until
just
I get the
keep
sense someone wants to
talking.
go. Even if I don't have anything to say, I'm afraid of dead air on
Just
my
give them the
podcast.
permission to like.
Yes.
Because it's not that I wanted to interrupt people. It's like because we've been such active talkers. It's like there's no like silence to interject myself,
Yes.
and I struggle with
Yeah,
that.
just
So
go.
I have
Many
more to
academic
Please
say.
always
papers
interrupt
either.
me. I'll ramble.
No, oh my
Yeah.
gosh, no, you're good.
No, please.
You're
I
good.
I just I
was
wanted you to
fun.
know that your attendance was actually super awesome, and you should
Thank
be
you.
very happy with that, in my opinion.
Thank you. I would love to do the next one you were talking about.
Oh yeah. Next time I'm gonna have a panel with. I think I'm gonna have like Snow Cone on and some other people that you're familiar with, who I'm not.
you
So I'd
keep
actually
cutting
like to have you in as a link for me, because you know people that I don't. So it's nice to have
Yeah.
someone I'm familiar with who's familiar with the guests. It helps build a
Yes.
sort of, because my last panel was a bunch of people who had no link with each other, and I had a harder time with that because I also had
Yeah.
limited links to a lot of them, except for Charlie,
Uh-huh.
really, who I knew.
Uh-huh.
So I
Yeah, I
it
could
was,
help out
it's
next
hard.
time if there are people I know.
Um,
I could definitely bridge the gap.
All right, hell yeah. Well,
Okay.
I'd love to have you on. I'll let you know. I'll be DMing you.
Okay, bye guys.
Bye, Paige.
Bye.
Nice meeting you all. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, nice meeting you.
All right.
Okay,
whoever
I'll
wants to
go next.
Great girl, never met her.
I'm enemy Charlie. Everywhere. And that's all. Thank
Hell
you for
yeah.
having me, Wake.
You
was-
were
I
awesome.
had a
Thank
lot
you
of
so
fun.
much.
This one was really, really fun. I always really enjoy these. Because the vibe is not grad school, but I feel
Don't
like
get your-
everyone I'm
it's not
speaking
grad
to
school.
is very no, but I wasn't gonna say it's not like it's not.
Yeah, no, I totally
But
know
what I mean
you
is I feel like everyone I'm
Oh.
talking to is like intelligent and has something really interesting and cool to say, which is a grad
That's the
school feeling.
triumph. That makes me really happy to hear.
Yes. So thank you for having me on. This
You were
is
awesome.
I love it.
Yeah,
Yes.
you just so you know, the door's always open. So just let me know if you're bored on Thursdays. I'd love to slot you in whenever.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, for sure. If I'm bored on a Thursday, I'll let you know.
Hell yeah.
All right.
All right, dog.
Bye.
Godspeed.
Bye.
All right, Peanut. Thanks for coming on, dude. You were actually the sole reason I did the show today. If you didn't say yes, I
Aw.
would have pivoted out. So thank you for coming on. My producer said that you were nervous, and you said that to your chat, and I was like, "Why? You're so good."
I'm so
just-
not.
yeah.
It's hard for me to, in a group of people that I don't know, to just like start talking. I was like, I'm gonna say some dumb shit to someone at some point or something. I was terrified I was gonna like yell out a joke and it would just not get
No,
like a single. Because I'm not like Charlie's over here. Oh, I read this academic paper about something, and I was like, I got a really good fart joke. Just
no,
fucking
that's
lined
the
up
that's the
if you-
money. No, you were
So-
awesome. You were everything that I could have ever hoped for, and I really appreciate you coming on, dude.
For sure, I'd be glad to do it again. I told
Fuck
you,
yeah.
gimmick would be really fun to
Yeah.
have. It'd be fun to have a super goofy group on of just
Oh, yeah.
nothing but bits.
That's
Going
something
around.
I'm gonna try next.
As much as I love the discourse, you know,
no,
around
I'm trying out a bunch of
bodily
different
autonomy.
tones. You know, it's gonna be fun. But yeah, I'm gonna get a bunch of goobers on soon.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for having me.
Oh
This
yeah,
was a
no,
lot
thanks
of
for
fun.
coming on, man. I appreciate the hell out of it.
Thank you.
All
Peanut on Twitch, Vilified Peanut everywhere else. On Twitch, it's just Peanut.
Hell yeah. All right, dog. Thanks so much, man. I'll see you soon.
Bye.
Peace. All right, guys, that's the fucking show. I'm so much more on edge and stressed and tired than I thought I would be. Holy shit. Did you guys have fun? Did you enjoy the fucking stream? How'd it go, guys? Ones in chat if you enjoyed it. Ones in chat if it was a good episode. You're glad we ponied up for it, even if we didn't have it all situated. Awesome. We love that. Yeah, I'm surprised we went all 4 hours. I did not think we'd hit the actual window, but I'm super, super, super grateful for it. Everyone who was on today really is such an awesome streamer, and go give them the world, give them all the love that you can. I am probably going to be bringing on some, heavy hitter guests the next episode. So keep your eyes peeled for that. We're going to try to integrate some, bigger names into the small name pool and give a little bit of attention onto the stream. Just want to reiterate, guys, you're all awesome. It meant a lot. The people who are cool in chat, just know thank you. Thank you guys for going and following the other streamers, making sure it feels worth their while.